Mr. Chair, I do not see Supervisor Fowler on yet.
And then Vasquez, I don't see Geronimo there. Oh, there's Geronimo. It's just
Weird.
Everyone's here now.
oh, fantastic. All right. So today is Tuesday, September 28th of 2021. I want to welcome everybody to, we'll start off with the special session that we have today. And first order of business is, I'll call the meeting to order, and then I'll reach out to the supervisors to say hello. So from District 1, Supervisor Patrice Forsman. Patrice?
Yes, good morning all, and Matt, welcome back. I'm glad you got to go to the mother country and spend some time with the relatives. And to my colleagues and for those joining us today, I guess it's the end of the month. Fall is really with us, so great to be here with you this morning.
All right. And then next up, we have District 2 Supervisor Geronimo Vasquez. Geronimo?
Everyone, great to see you. Matt, welcome back. Glad you got home safely. Good to see everybody. Looking forward to a good meeting today. Thank you.
And then we have District 4 Supervisor Judy Begay. Judy?
Good morning, everyone. Everyone that's joined us for the meeting today. Matt, welcome back. We missed you.
Thank you.
And then
I missed you too.
my other colleagues, and then also I just want to say thank you for the staff that are on right now, and then others are joining us for today. The only conflict we may have is Geronimo and I have 4 o'clock being with Donny Park area plan. So just FYI, thank you.
All right. Well, Judy. And then last but not least, our Vice Chair and District 5 Supervisor that looks like she's in a fog there, according to my visual, Lena Fowler. Lena, you're muted.
And I start by being muted. Good morning, thank you for joining us. We're gonna have a great meeting and look forward to today. Beautiful day today again. Yeah.
Yes, it is. And thank you all for the welcome back. And it's great to be back with everybody. First order of business after we do the call to the order is the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Could everybody please rise if you can rise? And if you don't have a flag before you, face to the east and join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Very good to do for our wonderful country. Next order of business is call to the public. And the call to the public is a courtesy the board extends to provide an opportunity for members of the public to bring an item to our attention that items that are not on our agenda. So I'll have Lindsay Daly, our clerk of the board, explain just what you need to do to be able to participate in that. Lindsay?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Ryan. If you would like to do a public comment, you're just going to click on the raise hand icon at the screen. It's a picture of a hand, and that way your hand will raise and we will call on you to speak. And it looks like we don't have anybody that's joined by phone, Chair Ryan. So it's
Okay.
virtually.
Okay, and we're not seeing any hands up either. So I'll go ahead and close that portion of the call to public, and we'll progress with our agenda.
Do you have an email?
Oh, go
I
ahead.
do have an email that's come in. So I've got an email from Sandra Kowalski. And this email was sent this morning at 8:29 a.m. So I can read that into the record if you'd like.
If you will, one thing on the emails though, Lindsay, if they go beyond the 3-minute piece, we can also include it as part of the record associated with that. Sometimes we'll get longer pieces that way. So just a part of the mechanics, the courtesy that we provide. So go ahead.
Dear supervisors, as Coconino County address the lasting impacts of COVID-19, I believe there is a prime opportunity to invest in youth mental health. Our foundation, among the largest in Northern Arizona and focused on community health across the 5 counties comprising the region, has funded the Stronger as One coalition in the past, seeing impressive results. The added burdens associated with the pandemic have amplified the negative impacts on mental health with our youth, not yet old enough to create coping mechanisms on their own. Please consider further support for the Stronger as One coalition to continue its progress with our youth in Coconino County. Most sincerely, Sandra Kowalski, and she is with the First Foundation.
All right, and I'll make a note that the board, other than comments associated with referring to staff, can't get into a discussion associated with that item, but we do thank you for providing that. And these are items that, as we do our evaluations of working with the community, often are related to potential with ARPA if it fits within our future discussions associated with that. And then
another one from Renee Redday. It's a longer email, so I can go ahead and forward that to all of you, so you've got that in your email.
Okay. Do you want to have just a general gist of what that is?
It's the same subject about mental health and funding for mental health.
Okay. All right. Well, and as we all know, it's always an area that we always have an interest that we'll get in future discussions on. Anything else, Lindsay?
No, that's it, Chair Ryan. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, I'll go ahead and I'll close that portion of call to the public. And next item of business is a proclamation. This is item number 1. And the proclamation is the consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating September 2021 as the National Suicide Prevention Month. And Steve, I didn't know if you want to go there first before going to Erica, or how you would like to do this.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I do want to, of course, introduce, with your permission, Erica Shaw, who is our program manager for Stronger as One, and certainly appreciate the work she's doing with the community, several communities within Northern Arizona. Also with us today, Kathy Foretta, who also works in the program. So Kathy, it's good to see you again. So with that, with your permission, sir, I will turn it over to Erica Shaw to present.
Welcome, Erica.
Thank you very much, Chair Ryan, Board of Supervisors, County Manager Peru. Today and every day, we remember the lives lost to suicide and the family and friends who grieve those losses. As we work together as a community and as a coalition, our hope is to shine light on that pain that so many individuals experience. And so often they experience that in isolation. And as we acknowledge the challenges that so many people have faced and continue to face, it's more important than ever that we connect people to community, to services, and to the knowledge that it can get better. Every year, millions of Americans consider suicide, make a suicide plan, or attempt suicide, especially younger Americans for whom suicide is the second leading cause of death. And that number is even higher among LGBTQ+ and Native American youth. And so with the support of the Stronger as One Coalition and the Board of Supervisors, I'd like to invite 3 of our coalition and community members forward to read the suicide proclamation this month. Sandy Flores is the Senior Program Director for Northern Arizona. She's an amazing community leader and engaged member of our coalition. We're very lucky to have Kimberly Manygoats, who is a junior at Flagstaff High School, is the 2020-2021 Miss Doko Osleep Princess. And is a wonderful young person who's kind of leading the work that we're doing, really engaged with NACA and our coalition. And then also Kathy Ferretta, our Stronger as One program coordinator, who is a critical member of all the work we do with the coalition and in the community. So I want to thank all of you for having us today and thank those 3 amazing people that we have with us today. And then I will turn it over to Sandy Flores to begin reading the proclamation designating September 2021 as Suicide Prevention Month.
Good morning. Thank you, Erica, and thanks to the Board of Supervisors. As a suicide loss survivor, I just really appreciate that you are doing this proclamation. So let's begin. A proclamation designating September 2021 as Suicide Prevention Month. Whereas our country observes National Suicide Prevention Month in September to prevent further loss from death by suicide, acknowledge the lived experience of attempt survivors, and recognize and honor lost survivors' experience. And whereas Coconino County remains committed to participating in the Stronger as One Coalition, serving Northern Arizona, and working to build a culture of knowledge, compassion, and action for mental health and well-being to improve the lives of community members and prevent further losses. And whereas in the United States, one person dies by suicide every 11.1 minutes, and in 2019, the national rate of death by suicide was 14.21 per 100,000 people. In Arizona, the same rate was 19.21 per 100,000. And tragically, in Coconino County, the rate of death by suicide was 29.27 per 100,000, representing a traumatic loss of life and widespread impact in our country in 2019.
Whereas each person's death by suicide exposes at least 135 other people to the trauma of loss, with over 6.9 million newly bereaved individuals each year. Whereas death by suicide affects individuals, families, and the entire Coconino County community, particularly as individuals continue to navigate the multitude of challenges that have resulted from the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas many of the individuals impacted by this crisis, including lost survivors, never received supportive services as a result of significant prejudices and discrimination.
And whereas death by suicide can be prevented and individuals experiencing mental health challenges can and often do find support, which
Froze up for a second.
whereas or the loss of a loved one to death by suicide can reduce barriers and normalize the process of individuals seeking mental health treatment. And now, therefore, we do hereby proclaim September 21st, 2021 as Suicide Prevention Month, pledging to continue supporting suicide prevention efforts across the county in partnership with Stronger as One and our other community partners.
And let me double check here. Is Kathy freezing up, or is now therefore this?
Looks like she may be frozen.
Yeah, Kathy, you froze up.
I think she's back.
Okay, go ahead and try to, when you do the,
Can you hear me now?
yes, we can.
And which part did I stop at?
Okay, then now therefore.
Now, therefore, we do.
Oh, we froze up.
Yeah.
And so, Erica, what I would suggest is, why don't you take the pieces that floated out there just to clarify them, and we don't want to miss those points to the proclamation.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, Kathy. And I'll reiterate those three sections. So whereas death by suicide can be prevented and individuals experiencing mental health challenges can and often do find supports which enable them to live a long, healthier life in our community. And whereas sharing personal experiences of living with mental illness or the loss of a loved one due to suicide reduces barriers and normalizes the process of individuals seeking mental health treatment. And now, therefore, we do hereby proclaim September 2021 as Suicide Prevention Month, pledging to continue supporting suicide prevention efforts across the county in partnership with Stronger as One and our other community partners.
So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and ask for a motion from the board first to declare the proclamation, and then we'll follow up with comments. And so Supervisor Horstman, you're raising your hand. Go ahead, Patricia.
Yes, thank you. It'd be my great honor to move this proclamation and declare September 2021 as National Suicide Prevention Month.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. I have a second by Supervisor Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye. And
Aye.
so, all right. And so with that, it's a unanimous vote to actually endorse the proclamation. but an opportunity here for board members, and then we'll follow up if there's any others that wish to comment. So I'll just start it out. And first and foremost, Kathy, you did a great job. It's what we wrestle with technology today, and Erica came in with as I guess the pinch hitter, if I want to use an analogy with baseball or something like that. And then Kimberly, my gosh, you did wonderful. It's always hard to stand up in public, but well done. And Sandy, thank you. So key points associated with it: the proclamation, how important it is that we all work together with our sister agencies on really working with our community to help and provide the services for those that are in need, to have that special person. Really important to have this proclamation. Compliment you for bringing it forward, and thank you for as well as reading this. I'll switch to follow up by fellow board members. Go ahead, Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Erica and Stronger as One, for bringing this important proclamation forward. This annual Suicide Prevention Awareness Month is really an important time to raise awareness on this often stigmatized issue. But certainly it shouldn't just be brought forward in just the month of September. It is really important matter for discussion, especially up here in Coconino County, with such a high incident of death by suicide. And it is so important to have organizations such as Stronger as One and our community partners who are here to help those in need and families and those in crisis. So I want to thank you, Kathy, Sandy, and Erica. Kimberly, it was wonderful to meet you, and just appreciate all of your efforts to help our members in our community in their time of need. So thank you so much, and thank you for bringing this proclamation forward.
All right, other board members.
Sure, I'd just like to say thank you, team, for bringing this proclamation forward and bringing awareness to this important, sensitive issue. I think the majority of us have been impacted at some point with this issue in some way. I know I have, and I really appreciate the work you're doing. And, this is really a time when we need each other, and technology has kind of made us be isolated together, and we need to break that and be there for each other and be aware of the effects of that isolation on each other. Neighbors taking care of neighbors, that's been the theme all year long, all summer long. That's something we want to continue, and just look out for each other and continue to spread that awareness, take away that stigma, and really support people who are in need and who are suffering. And so thank you for your work. Please keep up the good work. Thank you.
All right. Others?
I want to say something.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
Thank you, Kimberly, for being here with us. Although originally from Pomai Mesa, which is east of Tuba City. And that's just introductory, for people that are out there with us. And I just want to say thank you for bringing this to our attention. I think we really, really need to step up as a whole, to help one another. There's counseling that needs to get done. We need to reach out to the families out there that are in critical need of these services, and there's a lot of challenges that come along with it. And I think one of the challenges is that there's COVID stuff that's going on out there that's really put a damper into a lot of these situations too. And 2 days ago, we had a funeral for a person in Tuba City that we knew that had suicide. He had committed suicide, and the family, I think, for people that have lost their family members, I think we really need to reach out to them too, and, to talk to them, and, but I think all in all, it's a community effort. Everyone should be involved in some way, shape, or form. And I just want to say thank you for bringing this proclamation to us as a board, and I greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Kathy, Sandy, and Kimberly again. And yeah, thank you very much.
All right, Vice Chair Fowler.
Yes, yeah. I'm Lena Fowler, and Porigi in the Kappa, Bashes chain, Lislan, Dash Che, Tachi, Dash Nala, Sun, Tona Nest is a day. So welcome. Thank you so much for providing or bringing this and reading and just really telling us about and reminding us what is happening in our communities. You know, it also impacts, we're told that veterans also, there's a high number among the veterans. So it's pretty sad that we have to recognize this as a yearly annual recognition that we have to go through when we should have nice, healthy families, healthy individuals, and healthy communities. But we have to really think about how we treat one another, how we what we say to people, and just, you know, just a basic kindness to individuals, no matter who they are, no matter where they come from. I think it's really important that we think about it in those terms. So I just want to thank you again for bringing this, and it's just sad that we do have we have an awareness in our own communities when it happens. So we just have to continue to work with our communities and do the best we can. And thank you for your work in this area. It is it's very draining emotionally. Takes a lot out of you. So thank you again.
All right. And Erica, any follow-up comments from you or any of the panelists?
Just want to thank you all again so much for your commitment, for the time today. And again, a huge thank you to Kathy, Sandy, and Kimberly.
Yes.
Time is so valuable. We appreciate you, and you represent so much of what we're trying to do as a coalition to come together in the ways that all of the supervisors mentioned so that we can support each other. So thank you again very much.
Absolutely. All right. Next item of business that we have is it's a recognition. And this is actually, I'll go ahead and let Steve start off with the introduction here. And then we can follow. Go ahead, Steve.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, members of the board. It's my pleasure this morning to introduce to you Mr. Trey Evan Williams. Trey joined the county yesterday as our new public affairs director. Prior to coming to Coconino County, Trey served as a legislative liaison with Maricopa County in their government relations department. And then prior to that, Trey was senior legislative associate with the Arizona Association of Counties. So counties, of course, have been Trey's career path. So we're very thankful that he chose. And again, and I always say this when I do new employee orientation, we appreciate when employees and individuals consider Coconino County as a place to work. Just as much, of course, as the hiring decision is left up to the hiring team on the county side, that initial decision to join an organization to us means a lot. And so we thank all of our team members and new hires for having chosen us just as much as we've chosen them. And so again, Trey Williams is very qualified in all areas related to Arizona counties. He has a master's in public administration from Arizona State University and a bachelor's in communication studies, law and society from New Mexico State University. And of course, we're going to make him a lumberjack yet. So I do, if with your permission, sir, would like to ask Trey to say a few words, if that's okay.
Absolutely, please, and welcome, Trey.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and supervisors. Thank you. First, I just want to say Happy Hispanic Heritage Month. Soy Mexicano, so I just want to recognize that. As Steve said, my name is Trey Williams. I am honored to appear before you today as your new Public Affairs Director. First, I want to thank Steve for his kind words and for appointing me to the position. I also want to thank Sue Brown, Lucinda Adriani, and the entire staff of the Public Affairs Department for their warm welcome. It's been great meeting everyone, and I already feel like I've been a part of the team for a long time. I appreciate and recognize our team's longstanding service to Coconino County and I'm looking forward to working under the county leadership's team leadership. I also want to briefly thank each of you, members of the board, and you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to serve you, the board and Coconino County residents in your districts. The Public Affairs Department, as you know, includes several important offices and functions that I know are important to each of you in your districts and to our county mission. You know, it's my understanding our county is a vast land of endless beauty, as it says in our mission statement, and we're home to many cultures. Each of you understands that. You understand the needs of your districts and the county as a whole. And I look forward to working with you and the leadership team to achieve your goals and vision for the county and for your constituents. Whether it's communicating the county message, working with our local and state partners, driving our local and economic and workforce development, or working with our fellow governmental partners, I commit to you today on outstanding performance along with impact, excellence, and teamwork. I know together we can move Coconino County forward toward a vibrant future. Thank you again for the opportunity to serve each of you and collectively as the board, and thanks to Steve and the county leadership team.
Well, I'll start out here real quick and just absolutely welcome you, Trey. You know, as I've been able to interact with you a little bit, and some of our peers are other electeds, obviously, much more so as you work with ACO. So really look forward to working together with you. Talk about hitting the ground running, starting out right away with CSA summit that we have that we're going to walk into. But I know you come with the knowledge to be prepared to step into it, and so look forward to this week with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Likewise.
All right. Go ahead, Patrice.
Yeah, thanks. And welcome, Trey. We haven't had an opportunity to meet in person yet, but I look forward to that. And I'm so glad you chose Coconino County and the County Board of Supervisors. We're a pretty innovative county, and we look forward to all of your help and expertise to help us advocate on both the state and the federal level on things and public policies that are so important for our community here in Northern Arizona. So Trey, welcome. Look forward to meeting you in person, and onward. We're going to get it done.
Thank you, Supervisor. Nice meeting you.
All right.
I'd like to welcome Trey. Congratulations and thank you for coming. I haven't had the opportunity to meet you in person yet, but I've heard nothing but good things about you. So I'm looking forward to working with you moving forward, and it's going to be an interesting conference this week.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Cadet.
Good morning, Trey. Just wanted to say welcome aboard, and I'm glad that Coconino County gets the best PR directors. When one left, another person just like it came in. So I'm very thankful, that you have accepted your employment here with us in Coconino County, and there's a lot of legislative stuff that you probably are already familiar with, and we would certainly need your help. And I just right across the room, the office from you here. So thank you very much for your acceptance and welcome aboard.
All right. And then we have Vice Chair, District 5 Supervisor, Nina Fandler.
Welcome. We're going to be working directly with you. You knew Eric, and just how hard we work, and just really working closely on all issues from our district into DC, and working across the country with other counties and other groups, and then also with tribes. So I'm just really thankful that you're able to join us and bring your expertise to our county, and your willingness to work with us. I'm really excited, and we've needed the position filled for some time, and I'm so happy that you're here to join the team. So thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor.
All right. Well, Here we go.
Yep. So, Mr. Chair, Trey's hitting the ground running. He'll be at CSA this week. He's also going to, I'm dispatching him up to Salt Lake for WIR to provide staff support to, I know we have at least 3 individuals going to WIR, RAC, and some NACO meetings up in Salt Lake. So he is going to be with you, all one of him to 5 board members. So how he divides his time, he's going to have to be a master at that. So again, I do want to also appreciate the public affairs team for having served as their interim leader for the last few months since Eric's departure. Certainly have an awesome team in public affairs. Look forward to all of us coming together and doing some great things. So, and again, I want to appreciate Trey for having chosen Coconino County.
All right. Great opportunity to solidify this very special area. And yes, we'll all be interacting and working together, which we look forward to. So welcome on board, Trey. And it sounds like our theme, we're the best of the best there from Men in Black, right? Yeah. All right. So next item of business, though, is we need to move on, and we have the consent agenda. And the consent agenda is routine in nature. Often it's renewal of contracts, or we may have seen these items in work session. And we have items 3 through 21 in our consent agenda. Typically, we take a single motion associated with those unless we have a separation of an item for additional discussion. And I'll pause for the moment to see if there are any board members that would like to separate an item out of the consent agenda. Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to remove number 15 to have that individually discussed.
Okay, item 15. Other ones from board members. I have one myself. I'd like to separate item number 6. Probably a similar idea as Supervisor Horstman. Any more? If not, we have before us items 3 through 21 in the consent agenda, with the exception of 6 and 15 to be separated. Is there anybody that care to make a motion to move that forward? Supervisor Vasquez.
I'll make a motion to accept the consent agenda minus number 6 and number 15.
I have a motion. I need a second.
Second.
Okay, I have a second by Supervisor Horstman. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, I'll go ahead and call the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. And so we'll go numerically. So I'll separate item number 6. I haven't had a chance to check and even see if our staff will be here. We have Jake Christman, who made the hire, and we have Mark Stenta that's is being appointed as the zoning inspector for Coconino County Community Development. It's one of those most challenging areas. I call them clothesline wars, where neighbors sometimes disagree with their neighbors, but really critical. But I have to, I want to speak on behalf of Mark Stento, because I've watched him, because he's been our lighting enforcement official, that chair position that we've had with the city of Flagstaff. And he's come into a new technology, and examples of his work is he finally finished off an area that we were after the windmills in the west to meet the conditional use permit requirements. They had to go through AFA review. However, there were quiet times out there where we were delayed associated with it, and he helped create additional impetus. All the windmills on the Pern Ranch are now by radio signal. As the aircraft comes, it's like that, it's recognized, and then the light goes on, instead of having a whole landscape of red lights that were out there they can see from the North Rim and throughout the region, while we're trying to protect our dark skies. Another area that he worked with is he brought some of our larger big box facilities in Flagstaff, in this case, into compliance by gradually identifying the appropriate people in the corporate offices, gradually working together with them to get them to participate in a positive way of coming into compliance. So I just want to say we have a very dynamic individual that's been hired. I want to welcome on board. I don't think he's out there. I didn't see him in attendance associated with it, but for the sake of the board, thought it'd be good to just bring that to your attention. All of you at some point will have a chance to work together, as we know, with our zoning compliance officer. So, all right. And so, unless other board members want to comment, we need a motion associated with this. Supervisor Horstman, you have your hand raised.
Yes, and I have already been working with Mark, who has already joined in via various phone calls and from his car. He's working very, very busily on behalf of Coconino County. So I'd like to make a motion to appoint Mark Stento as the zoning inspector for Coconino County per ARS section 11-815.
I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman and a second by Supervisor Begay. Any further comment? Not. Oh, go ahead, Lena, please.
No, it's okay.
Okay. You sure? It looked like you wanted to comment there.
No, I made the second.
Oh, you made the second. Oh, I better clarify that. That second was made by Vice Chair and Supervisor Lena Fowler. No further comment. All in favor? Oh,
You have Jay raising.
yeah. So Jay is out there. Okay, Jay. You're muted though. There you go.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. Thanks so much. Mark is out in the field, as he typically is. He's got quite a backlog, having not had a code enforcement staff member for quite some time. But I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing Mark. I do want to also let you know that he still is part of our MIS grant match for the DoD grant that we're working on. So he's still participating in the dark sky elements of his job, and he's also recruiting his replacement as we speak. They had interviews last Thursday that went well. So just want to give you a brief update. Thank you so much.
All right. Great hire, Jay. Very great. Appreciate it. Well, thanks. I have a motion and a second before us. I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? Not opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Now we have item number 15. Supervisor Horst.
Yes, and thank you, Chair. And I do believe actually that Ann Johnson is on with us this morning too. It is my great honor to appoint the Reverend Ann Johnson to the Coconino County Community Action Advisory Board. Community Action Advisory Board serves the county's low-income residents by advising Health and Human Services anti-poverty plans and their projects and programs. The Coconino County Community Advisory Board plays a key role in what started out by President Johnson as the War on Poverty. And obviously that struggle very much continues here in Coconino County. It's my honor and privilege to have worked with the Reverend Johnson on many projects in our community over the past years. Her ministry and advocacy has served our county residents, especially in marginalized populations, for many, many years. Besides accepting the position on CAAB, Ann serves our community on Northern Arizona Interfaith Council and also on North Country Healthcare Foundation and other organizations and nonprofits here as well. And I want to thank Ann for her willingness to once again step up and serve our community where she's needed. Her expertise, her experience, and her compassion to our community is so important, and we are so lucky to have her. And with that, I would move to appoint Ann Johnson to serve on the Community Action Advisory Board for a 2-year period to expire on September 2023.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman, a second by Supervisor Piquet. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously, and we have Ann here. Patrice, I'll give you the floor and introduce, please.
Well, Reverend Ann Johnson is with us, and thank you, Ann, for being here. And if you'd like to say a few words to the Board of Supervisors and to the community this morning.
Sure, I'd love to. I'm really honored to be part of this. I admire this team of county supervisors. You all do a great job. And I look forward to working with you all for the next 2 years. Thank you and keep up the great work.
Thanks, Ann. Thank you for being part of this great team. So I appreciate it very much.
Absolutely, a great team, and welcome on board. Really important area, and your expertise certainly will help out. Thank you, Rick. All right. With that, let's see. That is our consent agenda. Next item that we have is discussion and possible action items. So the next item is item 22. It's consideration and possible action to approve resolution 2021-44, establishing and adjusting and defining precinct boundaries in Coconino County for 2022 elections. And so we'll start off by turning this over to County Manager Steve Peru. Steve.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will, of course, punt it right over to our County Recorder, Patty Hansen. Of course, she'll give background on the statutory process or the deadlines by which precincts must be selected and designated by the Board of Supervisors for the 22 election cycle. So it's my pleasure to welcome and to really appreciate a colleague who's worked very closely with our office and GIS on all things election related. So with that, I will just ask, with your permission, sir, turn it over to Patty Hansen to present the item for this morning.
All right. Well, welcome, Patty.
Thank you. Chair Ryan, members of the board, and County Manager Peru. I know it's an exciting time for us in elections. We're starting a whole new process, and it's been great working with County Manager Peru and his team. So I'm going to share a slideshow with you. So I will try sharing my screen. Okay. And can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Let's see if I can get the slide to move. There. Okay. Today we're going to talk about precincts, and usually it has been that precincts are done at the end of the redistricting process. But several of the statutes were changed because of the delay in the census numbers coming from the US Census Bureau. And one of the deadline dates was missed last year by our legislation. And so it's a requirement under state statute that the Board of Supervisors establish precincts for conducting the election in 2022 by October 1st, which is this Friday. And the thing to keep in mind with voting precincts is they're established for the county to administer the elections. So it's different than redistricting, which is based upon a different criteria. Electoral districts are what's being redistricted. That's the legislature, Congress, and the Board of Supervisor districts. And so they're different from precincts. Now, we may need to do a realignment in December, come back to the board and ask you to make some adjustments to the precincts, because as I mentioned earlier, normally precincts are established at the end of the redistricting process. And because the congressional, legislative, and Board of Supervisors districts are not done, they may draw some lines that require us to make some alterations to our precincts. There are rules in statute for drawing the precinct boundaries. They cannot cross congressional, legislative, or board of supervisor districts. And so that means you can't have half the people in one precinct voting for one member of the legislature and people on the other side of the precinct voting for another. I think this was established to ensure that there would not be mistakes made in issuing the wrong ballot to a voter. And again, remember, the size of precincts are based on the number of registered voters. It's not population. And so the guidelines that we use for establishing our precincts is we look at the number of registered voters in the precinct. We subtract the number of people on the permanent early voting list called PEVL, though that may be changed because of legislation, called an active early voting list. But we subtract that from the number of registered voters because we're assuming the people that are on PEVL are not going to come to the polling place to vote. They've been mailed their ballot. And so then we look at the number of non-PEVL voters, and that would be if we had 100% turnout, the number of people that would be coming to cast their vote at a particular polling place. And in your packet, you have a spreadsheet that shows those numbers for each of the new proposed precincts. Another thing we look at is each precinct needs to have an accessible polling place within the boundaries of the precinct or near the boundaries. And so some locations, we just can't find a accessible polling place in it. And one of the changes we're making addresses this issue. We also look at the distance that voters need to travel to a polling place. For example, one of the things we're gonna ask for an adjustment is there's people that are living in a Fort Valley precinct that we would like to move into Parks because to vote into the Fort Valley polling place, they would have to drive through Flagstaff and up north to the Fort Valley polling place. So we're trying to correct anything like that. And we try to not make a lot of changes to existing precincts. The one thing I haven't found in the 30 plus years I've been doing this is it's really confusing for voters to have their polling places change. So we're just making minor tweaks to our existing precincts. There's different ways that precincts are used. We use them for laying out our ballots. Each precinct has its own ballot style. And the races where candidate names need to be rotated, it's precinct to precinct. So for example, who's running for city council in Flagstaff 1, the candidate 1 would be first. Well, going to Flagstaff 2 precinct, their name moves to the bottom of the list and candidate 2 moves up. We report our election results by precincts. And as I mentioned earlier, it establishes our polling places. We regularly report in accordance with state statute 4 times a year, the number of registered voters in each of the precincts. And it's also used for the election of the political parties, their precinct committeemen that are the people that run the political parties in the county. We currently had our last year 71 precincts, and the proposed precincts that we're bringing to you will reduce it down to 66. And part of the reason for this is we had 66 polling places in 2020 for our elections. And we're getting rid of some split precincts that were our precincts that had to be split to create 2 precincts because of legislative district lines. So I'll go through these. As I mentioned, in 2011, we did have to split some of the current precincts we had because of legislative redistricting. So the map with the purple lines are what we're proposing for our precincts now. The blue line, and it's hashed in some places, and the hash doesn't come through very good. But for example, Vort Valley, this was split between legislative district 6 and 7. So we had to create 2 precincts. Well, we had both of those precincts vote at the same polling place. So what we're suggesting is to put it back together as 1 precinct. Over on the one on the right, this is another split because of the legislature. The big area here is Schultz 51. And originally we were going to suggest that you name it Schultz 51 for the entire area. The hashed area here is what we call Timberline Fernwood. And it's been pointed out to me by a couple people that instead of naming it Schultz Precinct, we should probably name it Timberline Fernwood Precinct, because more people are aware of the Timberline Fernwood area than Schultz. So that's a change in your packet that I'm suggesting, and I apologize I didn't get that done in time to have it changed before the materials went to you. So when you make your motion to approve, if you would mention that instead of having a Schultz 51, we would have a Timberline Fernwood 51 precinct. If you agree with that. Okay, we're also combining a couple other splits that were created because of the legislative redistricting area. The map on the left, Donny Park, the area that is west of the highway, it was what we called Mountain View Precinct. And there's not a lot of registered voters there. The area to the east was Donny Park. We're suggesting making that entire area again Donny Park. Again, they're voting at the same location now, so it would just be a name in the precinct, not necessarily in the anything that would confuse the voters. Also on the right, we have the Kaibab North Precinct. It was split because of the legislative. So we had a Kaibab North and a Kaibab West. We're suggesting we put it back together and call it Kaibab. And there's a little area up to the north that I don't know why it didn't, the precinct didn't follow the Havasupai tribal lines, but we're saying let's follow their reservation lines. Okay, then we're going to clean up some boundaries. And this is one in Flagstaff. It's Flagstaff 11 and 19. Currently, Flagstaff 19 is going north of I-40 up to Route 66. And this area here has the motels, the super Walmart. So it's, I think, about 15 to 20 registered voters. We think it makes a lot more sense to have them be part of Flagstaff 11. And part of the reasoning for this is when you're doing your redistricting for the Board of Supervisors districts, currently district number 2 has Sunnyside and Southside, and it would make a lot more sense to have it, if you keep it that way, continuing that way. Otherwise, it would come together at a point, which is really not, and it's hard to make an argument it's contiguous, and this just makes sense. Also, the people that live here won't have to go across under and or over the interstate to get to their polling place. Cleanup up in the northern part. We would like to follow the Fredonia Moccasin and Tuba City School District line between Fredonia and Botaway precincts here. Currently, it's following a canyon rim. We think it makes more sense to follow the school district line, which I think is on the opposite side of the canyon. And then down in Grand Canyon, this was a legislative split. It followed the rim of the canyon, and we're suggesting you go down that we follow the river. So one side of the river will be in Fredonia, one will be in Grand Canyon precinct. And right in the middle down here is a little jog that goes over across the river to Phantom Ranch. The people living in Phantom Ranch hike out to the south rim of the Grand Canyon. We don't want them to have to hike to North Rim and then drive or take the snowmobile, I guess, to Jacob Lake in the winter and then drive to Fredonia to vote. So, and then over on the west side in Havasupai precinct, we're saying to bring the border over. Nobody lives in this area, no population or registered voters, but to follow the Grand Canyon Unified School District line instead of the line that I think again was Canyon. So in the parks area, the hashed line is the current precinct. We're saying take it over to where the purple line is, and that's because it will match the school district boundaries between Maine Consolidated and Flagstaff Unified School District. Now, this does affect a few homes. Nobody is registered there yet, but there's population because there are a few houses. And we want to make sure that these people don't have to drive down to Parks, get on the interstate, go down into Flagstaff and north to vote at the Fort Valley polling place. This is also cleaning up an area down in Oak Creek Canyon. The boundary lines were following canyon rims, and we're suggesting that we change the precinct lines to follow school district boundaries. So it would follow the Sedona Oak Creek School District boundary and then the Flagstaff Unified School District boundaries. Again, no population or registered voters in these areas. Now, this is one of the combinations we're suggesting because there just is not an accessible polling place for precinct 18, which is currently around Christmas Tree Estates. It's here in the northwest area, and it's a very small precinct. These people, registered voters, have been voting at the mall for the past 10 years. So we're saying, let's just combine it with what was Flagstaff 26, which is the bigger area, into one precinct. And we think this makes a lot of sense. Now, this goes down to where Flagstaff will have 25 precincts instead of 26 precincts. So that's why we're suggesting to name it Flagstaff 18, even though the big area was Flagstaff 26 originally. And I have brought this to the attention to the city. I have spoken with Stacy Salzberg, the city clerk, so she can make the mayor and city council aware of this. So that's kind of a quick overview. I'm sure you're thinking like what Ellie is thinking right there. What? So I'd be willing to answer any questions or hear any comments from you.
Right. And so, and if we do anything beyond this, no matter what, we need a decision so that we can comply with Friday's deadline associated with this. Just a comment of note. I think this is my third time going through this. Patty, I respect your recommendations. You're always looking at it from a mechanical perspective, community perspective, and have logical solutions associated with it. And I think I'm seeing that again as far as this is concerned. The only piece I was wondering about, and it'll be an ongoing discussion, is with the opportunity of having voting centers, potential consolidation occurring with that. Did you wrestle with that idea, or what are your thoughts on?
Thank you, Chair Ryan. Yes, I should have brought up Flagstaff 15 is a very large precinct. That's the Sunnyside area. And we're hoping to be able to make the Coconino High School a vote center for 2022. Currently, they've been voting, prior to 2020, they were voting at the King Street in the Ponderosa room. And that room now has been repurposed and is using the EOC. So it makes sense. We need to work that out with the Flagstaff Unified School District. We moved several of our polling places because of COVID to schools and the gymnasiums for social distancing. And unfortunately, I think it means that, or what it looks like right now is that's going to be something we're going to have to consider at least through the next election. But yeah, we would like to have a vote center on the north side of town and centrally located. So thank you, Chair Ryan.
Mm-hmm. But at this point, not a consolidation associated with it.
That's correct.
Okay.
This is the current precinct 15 lines.
Okay. All right. Other board members, I saw Judy bubble up first, so go to Judy.
I think, thank you, Patty, for making this presentation. I think that, we really need to, right now they're confusing with these lines, the dotted lines and the lines that we were, that she's talking about. I think it would be very appropriate to try to untangle some of the lines to reflect, the school district lines. That way, it would be just the one line versus the two lines that we're trying to struggle with. And then also people are traveling a long ways just to vote. And, we shouldn't be doing that to our voters. We should be able to make it more accessible and nearby. And then, so for that reason, I'm just thinking it's a well thought out plan. And I feel that, we need to probably move in that direction as a board. That way, we probably give or take, but, the numbers probably change also. But, nonetheless, we all serve all the county residents. So it really doesn't matter to me. I just want to make sure that we're not confusing our constituents and people that vote out there. So basically, that's my comment. And I thank you so much for the report, Patty.
Thank you.
Supervisor, question, please.
Yes, and once again, Patty, thank you. We're coming right down to the wire here, so I really appreciate your time and attention in getting to this, as well as your thoughtful recommendation. And I agree with Supervisor Begay. The whole idea here is to try to organize and to help administer our elections in order to make it easier for people to vote. And that's what this Board of Supervisors is about, is to preserve our democracy, to make it easier for our residents to be able to get to the polls and to exercise their rights. I appreciate your involvement on that so much. And I think it makes it common sense. I think Chair Ryan said it well. You always provide us good common sense approaches on how to get this done for the betterment of our whole county. And so I really, really appreciate that. I think it makes a lot of sense to follow school district lines for obvious reasons. I mean, that's a community in and of itself. And it makes sense to go ahead and follow those lines as an organizational structure. So thank you very much for this input. It couldn't come at any closer time. So we really appreciate your expertise and your suggestions and recommendations. So thank you.
Thank you. If I can make a comment, I should have pointed out earlier, Holly Roth in our office has been working with GIS, and they have done the bulk of this work identifying these areas and coming up with ways to make it better. So they deserve a lot of kudos for their hard work.
Thanks to them as well. So please pass that on from us.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Geronimo?
Sure, I just want to say thank you for the presentation. The real alignment to the school district lines does make a lot of sense to me, and I appreciate the presentation and the work that's gotten into it, and know that it's a handful. And so thank you to you and all your team for great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patty, and thanks for meeting with us individually as well, and really taking the time so that we do understand. And the proposal really does make sense. Like when you're at Phantom Ranch in November, and most likely you're not hiking out towards the north. Even on the south rim side, the last mile is usually snow. So just knowing where our citizens live and the distance on how they and where they vote, I think it's well thought out, the way that you have you've redrawn the map, and then just making that a lot clearer for our voters, especially when there's so much misinformation and just this the trust that is being eroded out there on our election. It's just very important that we make sure everything is clearly stated out there on where to vote and how to vote. And I know you do such a great job and working with our communities, and like an example, on Navajo, the voting places are in one building with the Navajo election. You've worked really hard with each of our local communities to make sure that the voting places are the correct places. So anyway, just want to thank you and your team again. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Lena. All right, so for the sake of the board, this is an action, but 2 points to make. One is in the action, we need the resolution number included in the action. The other point of note, as suggested by Patty, is to call the precinct Timberline Fernwood 51, and changing the Schultz to the Timberline Fernwood 51 on there. Steve, did you have one last? It looked like you waved your hand.
I'll do it after the vote, sir.
Okay. All right. So would anybody care to make the motion on this? It might. It would be probably easier to read it from, and here I'll suggest this, and you can make the motion associated with it, that the board approve resolution 2021-44, establishing and adjusting and defining the precinct boundaries in Coconino County for the 2022 elections, And note that the Schultz 51 name will be changed to Timberline Firm with 51. So I need a motion in that order.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Horstman. I need a second.
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Begay. Any further comments? Not seeing them, other than Patty, excellent job. Really appreciate it. So I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and Steve?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, as Patty indicated, this is for precincting, not for redistricting. And so this afternoon, we'll have a conversation on redistricting at the congressional, legislative, and local level. But an important item to note is that the precincts that you've adopted just now, those new lines will be used when we do our redistricting locally. Because again, normally there's a process that would normally happen with a different sequence, but just given the fact that we had delays in census as a result of COVID, we're doing it this way. So again, point being is that the new precincts will be used for the precincts as we consider redistricting at the local level. I also want to note that again, to credit Patty and her predecessor, Candy Owens, the elections function has been provided by the recorder's office as a result of a contract that actually we put in place back in 1997. I served as the elections director from 90 through 97. And during that time, just based on the work, constitutional work the recorder had in the area of elections, it made sense to combine them. And actually that's what happened for some time during those years in many Arizona counties. Over the last few years, though, it's kind of reverted back to counties having separate elections functions that are actually the responsibility of the Board of Supervisors. They always have been, but in this case, through a contract with the recorder, they assume the elections function. And so we are transitioning back to a separate elections function from the recorder's office. It's a phased approach. I want to appreciate Patty and the team. We'll be transitioning it through, of course, through the 22 election. And then for the 24 election, it'll be, of course, the sole responsibility of a separate department. Of course, Patty Hansen will always serve of counsel, just given the fact that she has such deep knowledge in the area of elections administration. She's a national expert in that area. So, but we will be transitioning, we'll be making an announcement next week about the leadership structure of the elections department. But also we currently, of course, have team members in the elections function at the recorder's office. So the transition, I sort of want to acknowledge all their good work throughout the years in serving the elections function through the recorder's office. But again, we'll be making the transition, certainly appreciated all the work. And then also, when I was the elections director, one of the most important thing that we needed was mapping. I really want to call out our GIS department. They are phenomenal. And, whether you're a party or a candidate, the first thing you ask for is the map. And I can see the smiles here because that's so important. And, if you look 30 years ago in the area of GIS then and the technology that we have today, that certainly has gone light years ahead. So again, I want to make all these kind of tail end comments, but the point being is that with the new precinct lines, we'll be using those for redistricting purposes, and you'll hear more on that after lunch today. Thank you, sir.
All right. All right. The next item is item number 23, and that is a consideration of appointing our next chair or vice chair. And I actually, I went away on vacation. We've been working through summertime, and I had a little bit of a backup of lists. One example would be a generalized list of duties with the chair and the vice chair. What I want to suggest is that we just put it off for a meeting or two, just to give actually Steve and I a chance, and Steve in particular, a chance to put this information together and just table it for now, unless anybody has desire need to move forward immediately on that.
Mr. Chair, I can make a quick comment on that. Several months ago, after I arrived, we had a board retreat, and this was an important topic to begin to create description of the role of chair, vice chair, and member. While statute certainly calls certain functions of the chair and of course as a member, there's a lot more beyond that. And so we certainly, our intention at the staff level is not to create such a detailed set of guidelines, of policies, if you will, but if you will, guidelines that future board members as well as future chairs and vice chairs can look at. We have some excellent examples, Sonoma County, but we also know that as members, individual members, you may have through your travels come across a county example that maybe if you could have your district director forward that to Lindsay and myself. So Lindsay and I will be the team on creating the guidelines, and we'll be bringing this information back. First starting with some general topics to cover within the guidelines, and then as we begin to draft a little more content, we'll be constantly checking in with all of you probably during roundtable to make sure that the policies, or at least the guidelines or the language of the content, if you will, is within the scope of what you were envisioning. So again, it's a staff work that we owed you, if you will, from the retreat, but of course, given all of the other competing issues we've had to deal with, it got set aside. So thank you.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion at this time.
We could do it in a motion, or we could just table it, either one on that. You like, but go ahead, Judy. Yeah.
I'll do a motion and a tabling.
There you go. There you go.
Okay.
Make sure it's made out of oak, okay? There we go.
I make a motion that we table item number 23. For the topic was to appoint a chair and vice chair, and to serve the beginning October 5th, 2021 and ending July 1922, possibly to the next board meeting, couple board meetings further up or something like that. But I want to make that motion that we table them.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Begay, and I heard a second by Supervisor Vasquez. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm seeing. So, can you acknowledge by voice for Lindsay's record?
Yes, I second the motion.
Okay. Any comments? Not seeing comments, we'll go ahead and call the motion. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye. We didn't need to make a motion or take action.
Yeah, and so in either case, we have the opportunity to go ahead and have it later on.
I think board chair,
Yeah.
this item was put on the agenda for consideration, and we need to make we have to make a motion of some type. Thank you.
So
We have a motion and a second and a vote, so I think it's done.
we've already moved on, and we can talk about that later on too. All right, so that's item 23. Item 24 is a presentation and discussion and update on the Stronger as One Coalition highlights in the state mental health and well-being.
Mr. Chair, could we take a 2-minute?
I was going to. Yeah, exactly. Those of us that can't get off screen because we have to stay with the business, we need to go take care of business. So why don't we take 5 minutes, come back at 10:25, okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Well, it's
Hey, Patrice.
You're, all right, let's just check and make sure. I see Patrice, I see Judy. Let's see if we have Geronimo and Lena back. Can you guys come up on screen just so we can see you? Okay, there's Geronimo. And check on Lena. Okay, she will be coming soon, but we're already a little behind, so I'll go ahead and I think we should get this going. So we're going to go to Stronger Swan, and I suspect Erica is going to have something to say here, but we'll go to Steve first. Steve?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I wanted to give an update on the work of Stronger as One. In the title, as you see in the agenda, State of Mental Health and Wellbeing. Erica is with us, also Carrie Bloom and other members of the executive committee for Stronger as One. But without further ado, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Erica for presentation. Thanks, sir.
Erica?
All right. Thank you very much, Chair Ryan, members of the board, County Manager Peru, and to the members of the public who are here today and who are so engaged with our coalition and so passionate about the work that we do. So again, my name is Erica Shaw. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm the program manager for the Stronger as One Coalition. And I am honored to take up a little bit more of your time today with the board to talk about the work of our coalition, where we are in the state of mental health and well-being here in Coconino County. So as a brief refresher, who are we? Who is this Stronger as One Coalition? This is just a brief snapshot of some of the organizations who are critical partners of ours. We have many more, not enough room on the slide, but just a quick glance at who we are and whose voices we try to elevate and how we try to connect members of our community through our coalition. And so in the spirit of that reminder and that refresh of the coalition and our goals and our mission and our vision, I wanted to remind all of the board members and the public the mission of the coalition, and that is to build a culture of knowledge, compassion, and action for mental health and well-being so that our communities can be stronger as one. And that mission is intentional in that it is broad enough that it creates enough space for our coalition to adapt and evolve and pivot to meet the needs of our communities, to adjust as we face changes in the context of life as we know it through the COVID pandemic, and also the uniqueness in all of our communities throughout Coconino County and through the region. Because as a coalition, we represent a multitude of organizations, of individuals, all with different lived experience, with different service capacity and with different needs. And so we understand that to our core in the work that we do in engaging with communities and elevating the voices of folks who live in those communities and folks who are members of different populations across our really diverse region. And then also our mission, at the end of the day, our mission is to serve as a conduit for convening sustainable community-based collaboration where all of our partners engage honestly and respectfully and with trust for each other so that we can foster innovative, collaborative solutions to ensure all individuals experience optimal health and well-being. And again, we are so fortunate to have such engaged partners who bring this wealth of diversity and expertise and service provision so that we can adapt and live up to that mission and vision. And who are some of those members? I wanted to provide a reminder that our Executive Leadership Council, who is effectively our governing body for the coalition, is comprised of the City of Flagstaff, the Chief of Police, Coconino Community College, Coconino County and our Sheriff, Flagstaff Unified School District, Northern Arizona University, the Health First Foundation for Northern Arizona, and the NARBA Institute. And those organizations and the representatives on behalf of those organizations are many of the drivers of the coalition. They help to be that decision-making body to shape and guide our mission, our vision. They help to leverage the resources we have to provide the connections so that we can flourish as a coalition and meet the needs of our community. And another component I wanted to really highlight today is our commitment as a coalition to youth leadership. Stronger is One's committed to the full integration of youth leadership into the structure of our coalition. And I pull that forward because we don't want this to, we never want to have young people feel like they are just a token, right? That tokenism, and to create programs for young people without their voice would be really setting ourselves up for failure. So we are committed to understanding, hearing from, and learning from the experience of young people, the wisdom that they bring to the table, and really integrating them into our leadership structure and into all of the decisions as we propose innovative solutions informed by their experience. And ultimately, our coalition originated out of a concern for the experiences of youth. And so that was way back in 2018. And over the course of these past 2 going on 3 years, 3 going on 4 years of the coalition's existence, we will continue to prioritize youth voices as we have throughout the course of our operations in this region, especially as it relates to all decision-making that impacts the well-being of young people. And that's going to be a theme that you're going to hear today as I continue through the presentation. So what does our actual collaborative work look like? These are the core tenets of what we are trying to do as a coalition, promoting youth leadership in mental health and well-being initiatives. And that has been consistent through all of our operations, elevating youth voices, hosting a teen club, focus groups, having multiple youth-focused events, and continuing to engage young people in our leadership structure. Promoting knowledge of mental health resources and their availability through a variety of trainings and resources we have, expanding opportunities for mental health education throughout our region. We also focus on supporting the well-being of professionals serving others in crisis. This was a priority back in 2018, and it never has it been more important than now as we see all of the folks that are so dedicated to serving community experiencing the vicarious trauma that this pandemic has brought about. We also are grounded in promoting messages of belonging and kindness and hope, both in the messaging and the resources we share, in the events that we hold, but also in the ways we conduct ourselves within the coalition with that spirit of openness and communication and collaboration. And then also at the end of the day, we are committed to responding to the evolving needs of individuals, supporting well-being, and then also identifying the various barriers to health, because we understand that as a coalition and as a community, we can't address one component of well-being or of mental health without understanding the barriers to access for all of the people that we serve. So with that framework in mind, I wanted to take a moment to reflect on what we've done. What does this look like since 2018 when our coalition began? Well, in that time, we have trained over 6,500 individuals in mental health first aid and mental health curriculum. We've only had 1 to 1.5 staff members for a large majority of that time. So I think that number really shows you the commitment of our volunteer instructors, of our organizations that are engaged with the coalition, and the willingness and the desire from the community to engage in these different events and to have this training accessible to them. We have expanded to over 300 coalition members, both individuals and organizations. We have over 70 mental health first aid instructors that have been trained in our region in Coconino County and in some of the 4 surrounding counties, the 5 northern Arizona counties. And what I'm most proud of, I think, for our coalition is the partnership building and the foundational connections that we've been able to build through our youth events, our community events. These collaborative partnerships with folks who are committed to that same mission and vision that we have for the coalition has been critical in positioning our coalition where we are today, in bringing folks who are like-minded together to serve our community, and specifically to focus on young people and vulnerable populations, including our veterans and LGBTQIA+ populations. We have hosted summits and events and bringing our coalition members in, and we've had amazing turnout because people want to connect, they want to innovate, and our partners have shown this selflessness in developing these solutions and sharing their experiences so that we can best understand what people are going through in our county and better inform what we do and how we view our response as a coalition, as a community at large. And so from there, what do we know now? We have this body of work that we've been doing with our partners, that we've been delivering these services and these conversations that we've been convening to learn from those incredible partners who are doing this work day in and day out. Well, the picture is somewhat challenging, right? The status of mental health, how do we distill this down into one slide? Well, if you'll bear with me, I'll try to share it with you, what we've learned. We had a strategic advisory group for our youth-focused service providers last week. And that's been the culmination of, as I mentioned, focus groups for our young people to see how COVID has been impacting them, a youth summit, our teen club that started out as focus groups and continued meeting for going on 2 years, really engaging youth to understand better what they're experiencing. And from those meetings and that feedback we've had, we know that there's been a significant increase in support calls in schools. During the first 7 weeks of school, suicide incident reports in schools are double the pre-pandemic numbers. The pandemic has been incredibly hard on our young people and the families and the people who serve them. In many cases, our youth are suffering in silence. There's this sense of, and the real experience of isolation, of significant family challenges when we introduce all of the multitude of additional stressors that the pandemic has brought about. Trauma, grief, and loss, they all contribute to this growing youth mental health crisis. And children are experiencing these mental health challenges younger and younger. We're seeing suicide attempts. I'll share some national data around that, but these suicide attempts and these real crisis situations are, young people are experiencing them younger than 10. And that's a trend that is incredibly worrying. And we want to acknowledge that and address it. The CDC released a report. They've done a lot of studies on the mental health and well-being of different populations over the course of this pandemic. But in May of 2020, emergency department visits for suspected suicide attempts began to increase amongst adolescents aged 12 to 17, but especially girls. During February to March of 2021, suspected suicide attempt emergency department visits were 50% higher among girls aged 12 to 17 than during that same period in 2019. And among boys at that same age, suspected suicide attempt visits increased over almost 4%. And so these are, they're really concerning, right? We understand that there's a multitude of impacts that young people are facing. And that doesn't stop with young people. The experience of adults throughout our communities has been significant. They face significant challenges. As many of you likely know, you're likely hearing these directly from your constituents or experiencing them directly yourselves. But some more data to just put some attempt to put some numbers behind this, that over 40% of adults in the US reported struggling with mental health or substance use in late June. And those numbers continue to go up as the pandemic continues to stay with us, as we continue to face additional challenges, additional crises, natural disasters, all of the unfortunate realities of life. But when we layer all of those stressors on, it really drains our resilience and our capacity to respond to those. And some of those additional challenges that people in our community face are some barriers to well-being, are that we live in a mental health provider shortage area that's classified by the federal agency, HRSA, and it makes engaging with care difficult. There's often long wait lists. Again, those increase in stressors that I mentioned that exacerbate existing mental health challenges, but have created new ones. When we think about moral injury and vicarious trauma, disenfranchised grief, all of these different experiences that are new for many people as a result of some of the challenges that we're facing. And also, barriers to housing can really significantly destabilize individuals. When we think about the experience of being a human on this earth, we have basic needs that we need to meet: our safety, our housing and shelter, food availability. And when we can't meet those needs, or when those are threatened, or we have a challenge there, then it becomes incredibly difficult to address many of the other components of our lived experience, including our health and our well-being, because we have to prioritize and triage those needs. And then just to look at the rate of death by suicide here in Coconino County, in 2018, it was 33.5 per 100,000 deaths by suicide. In 2020, thankfully, that number has come down some to 28.1 per 100,000. And these are preliminary numbers to some extent, but that number is still incredibly high. We still face so many significant challenges, and it's really important to have that backdrop and understanding of the whole experience and the ways that mental health and the challenges that we face in pursuing sustainable overall well-being all come together. So it doesn't have to be doom and gloom from there. I share that to fill in the context of the experience of individuals in our communities here in Coconino County, so that we all can be operating from that same lens and that holistic understanding of where we are and what we need as a community. So what I would encourage is that we all share this same lens, as I mentioned, and this foundation that is consistent in the work that we do as a coalition. I mentioned those hierarchy of needs and this continuum of health and well-being and mental health. And so ultimately, this diagram, I could talk about this all day, but I'll try to keep it brief, is really an attempt to capture the diversity of experiences that we have as humans and the multiple facets of our lived experience and the ways that they are inextricably connected. The 8 dimensions of wellness are physical, social, occupational, financial, environmental, spiritual, intellectual, and emotional elements of wellness. Hopefully they resonate with you, because those are dimensions of our experience as humans. Well, all of those are directly connected to our mental health. Where is our emotional well-being, our social well-being, and our psychological well-being? And again, along this continuum, these components are also connected to the social determinants of health, our access to education and the quality of that education, our access to healthcare, our neighborhood and built environment, our economic stability and social context. If you just pause for a moment to think about these different components, it makes sense. None of us exist in a vacuum, and none of the components of our lived experience are in a vacuum. We know that when one thing goes wrong or we experience a challenge, it can bleed over across the different domains of our life. And so when we keep this continuum at the forefront, ultimately, it means that when we support people across the domains of their life and we address the barriers and the challenges for their mental health and their well-being overall, then we understand the interconnectedness of our service continuum, and we enhance the capacity of all of the rest of our services that we provide as a county and as a community. And we ensure that people are going to be in a better place to access those additional services and address all these different domains. But it starts with understanding that human experience and the ways that all of the services we provide are connected and impact one another. So where do we go from there? Keeping that lens at the forefront, the foundations and priorities for Stronger as one. And as we see the context of where we are and the challenges that we face as a community, understanding that mental health is health, that it is an essential component of our overall health is critical. That COVID has created a crisis for our young people and for youth mental health. In every call that I'm on, this topic comes up because it is true. We have to take care of our young people to ensure that they will grow up and they'll have the space to be full, healthy individuals with the capacity for resilience to overcome the challenges and the stressors that are inevitable in their lives. Also, that youth leadership is essential in addressing this crisis. As I mentioned, that's critical to our coalition, and we want to continue that in all of the elements of the programming and the proposals that you'll hear as we move through this rebuilding phase from the pandemic and with that influx of funding available. Also, that innovation and collaboration and integrated solutions are going to be the key for us to meet this crisis and heal our community. And then also that those integrated and innovative solutions require resources, and it is an upfront cost, but the benefits long-term will reverberate throughout our community and be preventive in so many different domains across the services that the county provides and the outcomes of individuals. And so I wanted to take a moment on this next slide. I'm going to turn it over to Carrie Bloom, who is a member of our Executive Leadership Council, to share a message from that governing body for Stronger as One. With you.
Thank you, Erica. Good morning, Chairman Ryan and members of the board. We really appreciate the opportunity to share with you the situation we're in and the excellent work that's been done over these last couple of years. And thank Erica for her leadership for this coalition. We wouldn't be able to be here today if we had not had Erica's skill and leadership. So thank you. We met over these last couple of weeks with multiple partners. One with this youth advisory group referenced earlier, where there was such a clear message: our youth are suffering in silence, and it's really up to us to now respond. And then yesterday we met again with our Executive Leadership Council, and you remember that this is made up of really a multi-agency, cross-discipline group of people. It's law enforcement, it's funders and philanthropy, it's educators. We've been talking to people from juvenile justice and the superintendent of schools. We've got health leaders and behavioral health people involved. And there's one really clear message: our kids are in trouble. And we have really a once in a generational opportunity to do something and to make a change. The really good news is that we have the fabric, we have the coalition that is able now to respond. There's clear understanding of the priority, there's clear commitment to respond, and we've got the variety of services and access to young people that we can create an effective response. We're going to need your help. And as you consider your distribution of resources through the Recovery Act, we urge you to please pay attention and remember that our young people are in crisis and we need to help. And Stronger as One has that capacity. We're able to step forward. The executive leadership endorses this idea, yet I believe you'll hear more about it later. But we've all come together and we're really clear, and we really ask you to join us. So thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. So from this, I wanted to share a few concrete examples of this is really important conversation. We appreciate your time today. And so you may be saying, so what can we do? Well, our ask of you today is to continue supporting mental health first aid training for county staff. We have that capacity internally. So we've been partnering with departments, but to continue that rollout across the county will help embed that culture within our county, even more than we already have with all of the commitment that we've had from county leadership and from our departments. And then that concrete component, expanding mental health resources to meet that current need. And we have a strong foundation that's ready to meet those needs, and you'll hear a proposal shortly from HHS, who's been a phenomenal partner. That's a collaborative proposal to create a concrete program that is designed and has the flexibility to meet the needs of young people across Coconino County in the variety of communities that we have here, in partnership with the Stanford Center for Youth Mental and Behavioral Health and Wellbeing. So we'd ask that you consider creating these new resources and supporting the work of our coalition by really investing targeted funds and keeping that framework of the interconnectedness of these interventions at front of mind during this unique opportunity to make lasting change. I think we stuck with our time limit. We tried really hard, so hopefully we did, to keep you on track. But if you have any questions, please let me know. And thank you again so much for your time and consideration on this critical topic facing all our communities.
All right. Well, thank you, Erica and Carrie, and I know there are more people behind that. But next up, we have the potential questions for the board. Actually, Steve, I'm going to turn to you and just have you make comments on this.
Well, and thank you, Erica and Carrie and others that have been really part of this initiative for several years now. And so when we'll have more discussions when we get to follow-up discussions from the ARP discussion, but the focus was to talk about what the work of the initiative has been for the last few years since it began. Of course, the work in the mental health first aid has been very much needed and very much appreciated. It's been had a great impact on an issue that unfortunately in some areas has grown. So we do have certainly I think the obligation to stop and reflect on what has been done in the past and to identify what can be done in the future. And then also when we look at mental health, mental health as a general category, so many programs that are offered by county government are so connected to various age groups, dimensions of our community, you name it. And so when we look at, especially, and I always kind of go back to the work of the criminal justice system, so much of the work that having more resources, whether it be, community or through the schools, are needed because anything we can do to support our citizens early is going to have that opportunity to provide I think a more positive roadmap going forward. So again, as an organization, yes, county government, we're subdivision of the state. We follow our statutes, but this county has always been well known for the humanity that we bring to so many things, and being the social service provider, the public health provider, the criminal justice provider. So there's so many things that counties do that provides the opportunity for us to really get in deep with the communities in a lot of different ways. So again, appreciate the time. And so with that, I know, Mr. Chair, you have board members who would like to make comments as well. Thank you.
Okay. Turn to our board. Looks like Supervisor Bushman raising her hand. Go ahead, Patrice.
Yes, thank you, Erica, and also Carrie for your presentation on Stronger as One. Many of us have been involved in Stronger as One and has seen the good work and the collaboration and coordination you have done with so many of our nonprofits here in Coconino County. I've been involved also with Coconino Coalition for Children and Youth in Virginia, who's done such a great job of carrying the same message that you, Erica, are bringing with us here today. And I so appreciate your advocacy in this area. I'm sure there is not one person who is on this board or is listening here to this board meeting that has not been affected by mental health challenges, either personally or through family and friends. It is just such a sadness that Coconino County has such a huge percentage of youth mental health issues and death by suicide. It's just, it's heartbreaking. And obviously, Coconino County has always taken a strong stand to try to be that social service provider within limits and to work our partnerships and our coalitions, such as Stronger One and the great partnership you have with so many of our nonprofits. I think it's important. I think it's part of the role we play as local government. And I so appreciate you bringing this to our attention. I look forward to our county manager's presentation when we look at ARPA and ARPA funding, but certainly this is an important role that we play as local government officials here to help our community and all the members of our community. And certainly these are our most vulnerable. So youth are our future. And thank you for bringing that to our attention, the needs that, and what your advocacy for Stronger as One. So thank you very much.
Others? Supervisor Vasquez.
Sure. Well, first off, I just want to say thank you for the presentation, for giving us that overview and better understanding of the network that's there and the support that's there for our community. That's really encouraging, but we still have a lot of work to do. It was encouraging to see that the suicide rate had gone down over those 2 years, and kind of alarming that 2021 numbers started looking like they were going up again. And so, we just really want to be supportive of our youth. This is a interesting time we live in, and social media and things like that have just made it more complex for teenagers than it was when we were that age. And so, you know, being patient and knowing how to respond is really important. And I think it's really crucial, all the training that you've been doing both internally and out to the community on how to deal with some of these crisis situations. And you know, it is a concern that we're a mental health island, or, you know, a shortage of providers. And so we want to look at how we can invest as a community, both as a county, as a city, and as partners, in ways that we can help provide some of that service that our community is lacking, that and is so sorely needed. So please keep up the good work, and we will continue to do what we can to contribute to the solution to this, to ease the pain and suffering in our community. Thank you.
First time I muted myself. Getting back to my old tricks here. Supervisor Piquet, Judy.
Thank you for the presentation. I solely support, you know, anything for our constituents as far as mental health. And I know the students, a lot of students are really taking it to heart, you know, with a lot of things that are happening in this world. But, you know, I just want to say thank you for promoting their leadership, youth leadership and mental health and the well-being initiatives that are being coordinated by the group here. And then also expanding the opportunities for them, you know, for mental health education and services out there. I think it's very important that we continue to do that for them. And then also, I know there are some barriers to that. And I think as far as the barriers, you know, we really need to, in order for everything to work and fall into place, you know, the barriers have to be dealt with too. As far as, I think one of the ones that you mentioned was mental health provider shortages. And then the other one was housing, because if that doesn't go hand in hand with that, then, you know, there's going to be a crack in or a loophole in it, in the plan. So I just wanted to say thank you again, you know, for doing this presentation. It gives me a better insight as to what, you know, what it's about. And I'm really surprised at all the partnerships that are here and addressing a stronger one activity. So I just want to say thank you again. And I know that other board members would like to elaborate also on what I have to say. And I do agree with the other comments that were made. Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Fowler.
Yeah, thank you. What I'd like to know is the locations and where these services are provided, who's providing the services, and how's this the dollars that you're requesting from the county, how is it going to be used? It's a general overview that was provided. So I'd like to find out more. If there's students that are, or youth that are in need, and there are great needs out there, and who do they contact, and what kind of information can we provide them? And when you say the whole county, what does that mean? And you only, the partners that you showed were just the Flagstaff region. So where else in the county are you working, and who are you working with in those locations?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Today, of course, was the overview, and even when we get to the ARPA discussion, it's going to be a broad overview. But to all the board members, you know, the goal and the direction is going to certainly be, how can we serve the entire county? I think that it's oftentimes that we look at the populated areas, because when we do look at the populated areas, they do have resources and nonprofits that are there. But in many ways, when we're looking at in areas outside of populated areas, the need is even more so, because there's not even that basic safety net of supports there. And so, you know, certainly I want to just commit to the board that the discussions that, and, you know, we're not going to be deciding this today. So the dollars There's a total, but certainly all of the providers in terms of details. All we will be doing though is looking at how we are able to deliver the services countywide. And I've had to look at how we respond countywide. Surely as individual board members, you represent districts that are countywide, but also as an organization, it's not only important that you as individual district members and county members have this priority. It's staff too. And I can assure you that the entire county, all of the departments, leadership, constitutional officers, and look at what we can do countywide. And so we're not looking at this, oh, the board wants. No, we want this as well. We need to be able to look at how we're delivering services countywide and acknowledge in those rural areas, it's even more of a challenge because there's not, as I said before, there's not even that basic safety net of providers there. And so we have to create alternate ways of delivery. If we have to put professionals in a van and drive them out to areas to get that done, we certainly will. And we certainly know that broadband also is limited in some cases and just in terms of coverage. So to your point, Supervisor Fowler, the details are important. And then from looking at the details, who's been doing what, how are those dollars going to be spent? But the focus and the priority is going to be in terms of how best can we serve the entire county, not only those areas that are more located closer to the populated areas.
MA Chair Ryan.
So,
Yeah, hang on a second. Let Lena still has the floor. Go ahead, Lena.
so I'd like to, so Erica, I guess we'll have to meet on that. So I do have some more questions.
We'll be meeting with each of the board members to get your thoughts on all of the projects that we do.
Okay.
So.
Well, that's good. And, I think that, mental health is an issue that our county's been dealing with. Our public health and our public safety, our law enforcement, our detention center, it's filled with mental health, and this has been such an issue. And all these years, and it keeps coming up, and that's where I think it is very important, and I really appreciate your work. But I just want to make sure that we are, in fact, going to be covering the whole county, and that's where these the reaches. Yes, that's reaching some of these communities is going to be. It is difficult, but we have to make sure that those efforts are made. Make sure that the organizations that on this coalition is really committed to doing that, and so I just want to learn more about what are your thoughts on how that's going to be delivered. We've had these discussions for many years now, and so I'm just want to make sure it's there. So thank you.
If I could add, Chair Ryan, County Manager, just a quick comment. We will absolutely follow up, Supervisor Fowler. We have had really positive, exciting success, I think, as a coalition, delivering trainings up in Page in collaboration with partners up there out in Fredonia, and with different coalitions that have kind of cropped up. The Creek Valley Coalition, kind of in the Northwest region, kind of spanning both Coconino and Mojave, apologize. And our intention with utilizing models and resources that exist for some of the messaging we're hearing is one-stop shops that youth really need and want, and integrating that across existing service providers as well. But all of this planning that we are trying to do is with the focus of bringing that to communities in the ways that they want, and innovating from models that don't fit Coconino County. right? Models that were in Australia or in California are fantastic resources to use, but we have to adapt them so that we can meet those needs. So that is absolutely the foundation for all of this work that we're trying to do, and we will follow up to talk through that. So thank you very much for raising that.
Thank you.
And then quickly, the supervisor works in, but we're going to need to move on, Alyssa. Patrice.
Yeah, thanks. And I just wanted to, again, acknowledge that Coconino County can't do this all. It's way beyond our means in so many different ways, not only just in terms of resources and in terms of individuals. We really do need to rely on our partnerships and on the foundational basis of that what we have created across the county. And one of the things that I am so pleased with Stronger as One, and I remember the inception of Stronger as One and why the inception of Stronger as One was to really work on building these partnerships and this coalition all across the county. And when I take a look at the names of those that are part of this coalition, whether it be the Coconino County Guidance Center or whether it be the Coconino County Children and Youth, our HHS, I think it really shows an intent to create those partnerships and collaborations all across Coconino County. And you're right, rural parts of our county are many times underrepresented. Primarily, quite frankly, it's a matter of resources sometimes. And I think Stronger is one, and I have to credit you all for really doing your outreach. And I think that Supervisor Fowler is correct. We still need to look at that outreach and make sure that we are meeting the needs all across Coconino County. So, but I really appreciate your and your coalition's strong work working and building these kinds of partnerships with our other nonprofits. So let's get it done, and I'm looking forward to the details and the programs as well. So thank you.
Yeah, just quick comments from me would be just glad you're bringing it out to each of us, just to get more interpretation associated with it. The other piece is absolutely on the continued mental health first aid training, working on that. I think we all support that. It's so important. But I haven't managed the clock very well, and so we need to move on. And our next item is the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA or ARP. And Steve is going to present on this. And we got documents this morning as well to reinforce that, right?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. First of all, I want to just say I'm back after being out for over a week or two with COVID. And this experience, of course, has certainly raised acute awareness of what the reality of COVID is all about. I want to thank everyone here at the county for sending some good thoughts and messages. All your thoughts and messages worked. So if you see kind of what may appear to be a freeze frame, and I froze up, I may have actually physically frozen up. So you'll just need to kind of just, because one of the lingering effects, of course, is fatigue, and it's kind of a fog. And so for that reason, I have a number of team members here to help present this item. Sue Brown, Lucinda Andriani, I want to also Siri Mullaney, of course, Erica Shaw is on the team, Alan upstairs in financing, the entire finance team is part of the team as well. Erica Philpott in HR is also going to help us out on the team as well. So again, a number of individuals, but I want to jump right to the PowerPoint. An important point to make is today there's a lot of information that's being provided to you. We certainly know that with that information, we also, of course, need to have the opportunity to absorb it, to study it, to ask questions. We'll be setting up individual briefings with each of you to go over the material in more deeper detail. But again, today is not a decision point, although we are going to want to come back at the end of the month on October 26th and get a decision from the board on the material that we presented today. And when we get into the slides, there's a couple slides that kind of show a little bit of a roadmap going forward. So again, with the first slide, it's been certainly a team effort. As I said before, we're going to cover a lot of information and coming back to you in the subsequent meeting to get some decisions made. Next slide. So the overview that you see on the slide now, you can just see here, and I'll just go through it very quickly because you've heard the information before. ARPA established the State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund. Funds are needed, as indicated here, to provide relief to state, local, and tribal governments to enable them to continue to support the public health response and lay the foundation for a strong and equitable economic recovery. ARPA funds have specific eligibility guidelines and clear reporting, and I just realized that I'm doing the slide that Siri should have been doing, so I apologize for that. I'll get to the end and give it back to Siri to see if she needs to tag anything on. Timeline period of performance you see here, 3/3 of 21 through 12/31 of 26, and then the obligation by 24. And then, of course, the expended and all work performed needs to be completed by 2026. And then I'm going to turn it over here to Siri to talk about what I missed and then talk about the reporting requirements, which are great. Siri.
Thank you, Steve, and Chair Ryan and members of the board. So Steve did a great job presenting it. Actually, I don't have very much to add other than, of course, we're talking about a few different funding sources today, but specifically when we're referring to ARPA, you know, the real message is that there are those specific eligibility guidelines and reporting requirements, meaning we do have restrictions on the use of the funds and we're required to report on it. And there is also, of course, a provision in the funding that if we are not spending them for eligible purposes, we would have to return those dollars. So we've already been fronted half of the dollars associated with the ARPA funds, but we do have to show that we are using it for those eligible purposes. And we do have staff in the finance office, Al in particular, who is charged with keeping us up on reporting and making sure that anything we do with the dollars is done in accordance with the funding requirements. Thank you.
And then that's back to me. So the funding categories you see in front of you, supporting the public health response to COVID-19. Again, as the county, as the public health authority in Coconino County, the responsibilities are great as it relates to the county's responsibility for that. Also, addressing negative economic impacts that have been created as a result of COVID. So the impacts to individuals, families, and also a business component as well. So that's included as a category. Replacing public sector revenue loss, and so government services. And so, of course, during COVID, the economy was very going in the wrong direction, if you will. And of course, governments, as a result of their reliance on sales tax, was experiencing the same thing, just based on the economy going in the wrong direction. So replacing public sector revenue is part of the guidelines, and we're going to provide in the presentation, when we speak of that, how we are going to be using those dollars more actively as opposed to replenishing fund balances that may have been lost as a result of revenue loss. And so that's an important part of the category. And then also investments in water, sewer, broadband, and broadband infrastructure. One of the important notes here that while we are not going to, at this point in time, the staff does not have a specific allocation or a program identified for broadband. We do definitely see that as an opportunity when we look at the federal infrastructure bill that's coming down the pike that has, as part of it, a specific area focused on broadband. So it's not that the need is not there. We just feel that as a result of the infrastructure bill that apparently, hopefully may be acted upon this week, we'll be able to look at some focused funding from that. Okay. The next slide, these are the funding framework, funding principles, and we brought these to the board several weeks ago. Again, we began the discussions with the board as we were ending or trying to look at concluding the county budget discussions back in May. And so back then, of course, you can read through it. I'm not going to read through every one, but it just highlights the framework in terms of the fact that, of course, American Rescue Plan funds are one time. There's a beginning and an end to it. It came to us in 2 batches, if you will, or tranches, and you see the amounts here. Board of Supervisors adopted a process and a timeline that supports the successful allocation of the investments. And you can see that this is an important note because that's what we've created in the several meetings that we've had with the board, is the creation of a framework to do this by. The decision-making process goes slow to go fast. And, you know, admittedly, there may be some individuals and that may feel, when are we going to get to some decisions? And we felt that, of course, creating the framework, the content, the context was important. And so having that done, we're getting to that point. But in order to kind of go slow, to go fast, that's what we've been doing, is building the framework. The funds are directed, are direct funding to the county and therefore should be targeted to support the county's highest priorities, whereas additional funding, potential funding, is less likely to be competitive and or provide opportunities for more project or funding source alignment. Again, just looking at the types of funds or the types of investments we can make with ARPA and identifying some of the county's highest priorities. And you'll see in the recommendation packages that you were provided with is that we are looking at the county as a provider of services. We are responsible for public health. We are also, of course, a key player, not exclusively though, because we have a lot of great nonprofits that work in the social service space. And then, of course, criminal justice, but then also a discussion on mental health. And so those are categories that we'll be providing some caution with to you today. Again, looking at funding, internal and external strategic partnerships and external partnerships. We'll be looking at that to have those discussions during the month of actually in the month starting the end of October, going into November. And then I think a couple other points to make. Consider opportunities to invest in revenue generation. You know, that's probably, when we were looking at drafting this several months ago, this may have a different take on it, although that when we look at revenue generation, we certainly are not looking at this as a money-making opportunity, but how do we then look at supporting various sectors of our economy so that they're well positioned? I think an example, when we look at the equitable economic recovery, that presentation was made to you a couple of weeks ago by Erica Shaw and Chris Pastors. It really looks at how do we provide an equitable opportunity for all communities to participate in the recovery. And so there's some supports that can happen there. Funding must have the capacity to be obligated. And obligated is a term that is still being looked at to see what does that mean to us. You know, from a funding standpoint, contractual standpoint, we may have to seek additional guidance from Treasury to see what we can do after 2024 based on the funding that needs to be spent out completely by 2026. So again, that's something that we'll be looking more into. And then, of course, this speaks to what we just talked about: strategic investments consider provision of services throughout and across the county. Again, getting back to how we deliver services countywide is important, just looking at the COVID impacts there. And then finally, looking at the county will support project that address systemic inequality and contributed to the increase in severity of impacts. So looking at the pandemic and what's the impact on marginalized communities, low-income communities, low-income communities, those that may have been impacted more than others, certainly is going to be looked at in terms of equity. Okay. The next slide, some of the themes and priorities. Again, COVID response, top of the list for obvious reasons. And then from there, county service needs as a provider of various services in those areas that we spoke about. That's an important theme and priority. And then mental health, behavioral health, criminal justice, well-being, the nexus and the continuum. And so really looking at all of the opportunities that we have when we talk about mental health, because there are certain opportunities, some opportunities they're going to hear more about in the coming weeks that we did not know about 3 or 4 months ago. I know that there's some great opportunities that are coming from some of our criminal justice departments, also from the sheriff's office as well. And so I'm going to kind of let that at that point, because there are a lot of discussions in identifying what the continuum is and how do we connect the dots as it relates to mental health and behavioral health. And of course, our criminal justice caseload. We, of course, knew as a provider of criminal justice in Coconino County that COVID had big impacts on our caseload and the case flow. And so today, and of course, in the decision package, you will see a proposal that identifies some of the work that we feel is important for the county to manage the criminal justice caseload. I want to credit, we called upon 2 individuals that have deep knowledge of Coconino County and the criminal justice system, a retired Judge Jeff Coker, and of course our retired court administrator Gary Kersmark. And though they helped by interviewing all of our CJ departments and constitutional offices on the COVID and the impacts of COVID. And so the feedback that they've received has been invaluable. But I also want to thank our CJA partners and our officers in those areas for participating in the interviews and the conversations, because again, a lot of information is important, and the detail was important. And, you know, on this side of the street, those individuals are subject matter experts in that area. And so we rely upon their professional information back to us. So again, really appreciate the criminal justice information that came back. And here I'm going to turn it back over to Siri to go over the numbers, which is a good thing to do, I think. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve. So members of the board, as a reminder, during the budget development process, we had many requests that we had categorized as a potential use of ARPA funds. The guidance was still emerging on that. And so we had many items where we continued the fiscal year 21 budget and then continued the discussions into fiscal year 22. At our last meeting, we presented recurring recommendations of general fund investments. And today we're really looking at the other funding sources, including ARPA, and what is available for one-time investments. So you'll see on your screen really what all of those resources are. The first one being the county's $27.86 million ARPA allocation, of which we've received half and are committed to receiving the other half. $853,000 of this was set aside off the top for program administration. This is really staffing to ensure that the funds are being used appropriately and being reported on in a way that makes sure that we don't have to repay any funding that has been allocated under ARPA, and that everything is an allowable use and can be administrated, whether it's for hiring additional staff or for contract management. So the remaining funds of ARPA is the 27 million you see in front of you. That has been broken down into 2 categories. One is really everything else, anything that is under one of those ARPA eligible or more strictly defined purposes. And 9.2 million has been calculated as the county's eligible revenue loss for calendar year 2020. We are able to calculate revenue loss on an annual basis. However, we took the fiscal year 2020 amount that we have confidence in because we've passed that time frame and are recommending that the county's revenue loss be set aside under the revenue loss provisions of ARPA. It gives a lot more flexibility for these dollars. They can really be used for anything eligible for ARPA as defined by the Act, or they can go into the general fund to address other needs of the county. There's really very limited things they cannot be used for, but in general, they can be used for additional investments that might not otherwise be covered under the more strict uses of ARPA. In addition to the federal dollars, we have one-time fund balance available. As you recall, in the fiscal year 21 budget development process, the board elected to take a very conservative approach to forecasting all the unknowns, all the uncertainty of fiscal year 2021. The budget for fiscal year 2021 was being developed around March 2020, April 2020. If you think back to that time frame, there was a lot of uncertainty of how COVID would affect the economic situation of the county. Would it lead to a recession? How would it impact our revenues? Therefore, we did take a very conservative approach to fiscal year 2021 budgeting, including increasing our vacancy savings, asking departments to hold back on expenditures. And indeed, we did see revenue impacts during the first quarter of fiscal year 2021. But fortunately, the recovery came more quickly than originally anticipated. There was a lot of pent-up demand for spending in retail. And while we still had seen significant impacts to travel and tourism related industries impacting our sales taxes, there was a boom in construction and some of the retail spending that led to our revenues coming back more quickly. So at the end of the year, we have ended fiscal year 2021 with fund balance available for one-time investment of 3.9 million. So all of those dollars were put together into this puzzle that you'll see in terms of the recommendation moving forward. And after all of those dollars were looked at and allocated through the different programs that you'll see in the recommendation coming up, there's still an unallocated general fund balance available of 2.7 million. And really that 2.7 million, when we're looking at all of the dollars available, helps us with kind of our margin of error or our contingency. So not all of the dollars were recommended for investment currently. It does allow us the flexibility to, as we move through time, as we move through the ARPA funding, to move things around, determine what the most appropriate funding source is, and deal with any unknowns that may continue to come up. For example, some of our mandated payments have been increased as a result of COVID and the impacts to our expenses. We just have some uncertainty there. And so the team felt it was best to leave unallocated fund balance again for those contingency type purposes. So what you see is an allocation of funds with kind of a cushion or an unallocated amount of $2.7 million. Moving on to the next slide. Then for the ARPA specific requests, there was a funnel process really that took place to determine, first of all, is each request, does it fall under ARPA? Is it eligible for ARPA? Or is another funding source appropriate? As a reminder, we did bring forward the non-ARPA recurring service improvement requests, or really those budget requests from departments that wouldn't fall under one time and wouldn't fall under American Rescue Plan Act funding. And those were brought to the board on the 7th. Then everything remaining was really put through the funnel of one-time availability. And is it ARPA appropriate or is it fund balance? And so they were categorized into one of those categories. So you'll see coming up that there are ARPA specific recommendations, and those are based on departmental requests that came through the budget process, as well as other emerging requests or other emerging investments that are tied to the county framework and the county funding principles that were presented earlier. And then there's things that are not eligible for ARPA, and those are being recommended through the revenue loss funding and through the additional fund balance that we have as a result of ending fiscal year 2021 in a more positive position than we had originally anticipated. And then, of course, as a note, we continue to receive requests for external investment of ARPA, and so that will also be discussed as part of the funds and the recommendation for the ARPA funding and what that bucket looks like. So I'm going to turn it back over to Steve for our next slide.
Okay. So the recommendation development, as Siri kind of provided some intro to, the initial focus for ARP funds has been or was recommended to be focused in on COVID response as the public, as a primary public health entity here in Coconino County. And so that's the first category. And then from there, we're looking at a secondary focus to be looking at some of the needs that were impacted or in support of COVID. And so looking at, of course, the recurring theme of mental health needs that have been, of course, expressed across the county, across multiple domains or sectors or dimensions of the county, but also with included in this would be also the criminal justice area. And then the final area, when we look at that, would be looking at external partnerships with the recommended allocations of the remaining funds for, as I indicated, community projects and partnerships. So that's kind of more in terms of the recommendation development process we've used. From there, if we can go on to the next. So these are important pieces, of course, when we look at ARP funds are predominantly going to be recommended for COVID, HHS, criminal justice in alignment with the ARP guidelines. But having said that, we also are looking at additional opportunities on the horizon. So the infrastructure bill, there's also a human infrastructure bill, and we're looking at a variety of grants, both federal and state. And of course, you've seen just based on the agenda items that have come before you for action, There are a lot of different programs in place right now. Looking at health disparities, we're looking at a lot of different opportunities. And so we're really looking at all of these as potential revenue sources for a number of different programs. And so it's important to just note that while we're talking about ARP today, we are still receiving and eligible for, and in some cases we're the grant recipient, and then from there, we're granting out to nonprofit partners some of the work, especially as it relates to some of the health disparity programs we've seen. So again, a lot of activity happening in this space or this arena. Also from there, the fund balance, of course, is one time and represents one-time resources and will be allocated as such to both ARP and ARP ineligible projects, service improvement requests, et cetera. And of course, in red, ARP and fund balance are one-time funding. And so we certainly have, I think, an unprecedented opportunity. Of course, we'd never want to have to experience this type of an event that creates this unprecedented opportunity for the revenue. But nonetheless, we do have an unprecedented opportunity to look at a major infusion of federal funding that, of course, needs to be invested through ARP guidelines, but also with regard to our one-time, with just recent, our sales tax activity here at the county has been better than expected. Of course, that also goes with just the fact that as a county, we have budgeted very conservatively for several years. And so all this provides the opportunity for a one-time investment of one-time funding that is not federal funded. These are county funds that we're going to be making recommendations on as well. Next slide. Again, I think this is another roll-up of the number of requests, the amount of the requests that come in. So total service improvement requests through the budget process and ARPA funded requests, total over $63 million. And certainly, certainly that provides a lot of opportunity to look at how then do we prioritize. So the recommendations that we're providing to you now and through the month of October total about $30 million, which includes, of course, ARP funding, revenue loss funding, but also the one-time funding that we have identified through our sales tax activity. And so again, on the revenue side that is not ARP, we do have additional funds there. ARP eligible recommendations at this point are 13.6. Of that, HHS and superintendent of schools over 8 million. And then criminal justice investments for caseload purposes, we're looking at 5.6 million. From there, of course, in addition to that, we have the revenue loss and the fund balance together, over $10 million. And I want to go back to that because another important point to make is that for the revenue loss, while we could, in terms of the ARP guidelines, use that to replenish revenue loss, that's the intent, we are taking those dollars and putting those dollars into direct service. And so through the recommendations that you'll see, it's not that we are replenishing our fund balances, and in fact, we are actually investing additional because again, that provides county services to the public. So that, of course, would be the revenue loss and the fund balance, and then from there, as we go down to how do we then create partnerships with various organizations, groups in the county for some of those programs and services that the county may not directly provide, but that work is best done through the nonprofit sector in a number of different areas. And so we have an allocation of over $5 million that's recommended for that, a pool of funding for that purpose. And then from here, I'm going to turn it over to Erica to go over what I think is going to be a very telling graphic. Erica?
Thanks, Steve. So as Steve mentioned earlier, one of those recurring themes that we saw across all of the different departments and the conversations that were had throughout the county, and even with external partners as well coming in, where is this mental and behavioral health nexus. And so this graphic was really an attempt to try to express the multitude of ways that and access points between individuals and the organizations and entities and service providers, and the ways that mental health and behavioral health and the well-being of individuals serves as the foundation for how those interactions occur, what needs there are, and the ways that the services that are provided can either be enhanced by incorporating mental health supports, or that the needs can be exacerbated by those individuals as they engage with this continuum. And so every service provider, every organization, every system that exists in our county is inextricably connected to the mental health and behavioral health of individuals, because we're engaging with whole people in these different spheres. So when we look at health and human services, community and clinical service providers, the criminal justice system, our community as a whole, the economic stability of our community, and some of the significant challenges that continue to be identified, particularly addiction, substance misuse, trauma, and resilience in our community. All across all of these different domains, mental health and behavioral health challenges and significant needs were identified as a high priority that baseline need to be addressed, but also the impact of COVID across these domains can't be overstated in terms of the ways that sometimes individuals have been destabilized by those different stressors. And so again, really the main theme that we've understood is that addressing and supporting mental health, behavioral health interventions across each of these domains will really enhance the services that we provide. And in all of the different domains here represented here and others throughout the community, they represent an opportunity for understanding the ways that we can serve as a continuum with a multitude of access points for individuals to share resources, to help folks navigate the challenges that they experience and that manifest in different ways. And also understand the ways that the interactions between individuals and our organizations are impacted by stressors they experience, serious mental illness, substance use that they're dealing with, substance use disorder, and really keeping that front of mind as we think about how can we best invest across all of these domains to address that enhances the services we can provide.
Thank you. And then, so Mr. Chair, we're going to go right into some recommendations, but just as much as they are, fresh news, fresh information for the board, since this is hot off the press, if you will, from the staff work that we did up until yesterday. It's also new news and new information for departments. And so just as much as you'll be receiving, of course, or you'll be looking at this and absorbing and asking questions, we'll have the same from some of course, our constitutional officers and departments within the county. So I'm going to be turning this over now to Lucinda, who's going to go over the first batch of recommendations, and then we'll pivot back over to Sue. Lucinda, you want to go ahead and start, please?
All right. Thank you, Steve. Good morning, Chair and board members. I think as we walk through this, just a little bit of background. One is that this is an extremely challenging process. As Steve noted, we had over $63 million in requests. And I think that both represents and is a tribute to the departments and their desire to always improve the services to the community. And really want to acknowledge that and some very good thinking and processes that have been put into place. So this is difficult discussion, difficult decision process in making this recommendation. But we all worked as a team together and with the resources that we have to identify what we believe will be the most impactful for the community in light of COVID and the other issues that are confronting our communities right now. So with that, this first list really focuses on health and human services, as well as superintendent of schools. I'm going to walk through and make a few notes, share a few highlights relative to these, but I want you to know that the next set of list Sue will cover, which focuses on criminal justice and ARPA eligible proposals that were made, both SIRs and requests that are ARPA eligible. We identified as ARPA eligible and are recommending from the criminal justice system as well. And then we'll come back. I'll then close out looking at the recommendations utilizing the revenue loss and fund balance funds that
some may or may not be ARPA eligible, but utilizing those funds. So with that, I'm going to jump in here. The first line up here is, as Siri mentioned, is program administration. And I also want to note, not only does that include, of course, the important process of reporting and managing this very large grant management process, but also some of those funds have been allocated to human resources to address the impacts from the staffing and other effects, both of COVID and as an effect of the recommendations that are being recommended. So then moving to the second line here, COVID expenses. These are really direct COVID expenses, and a few smaller scale tools and things that HHS needs to continue to be in fact impactful in that arena. They've done a tremendous job, and obviously we can see with what's happening in our community right now with the numbers that work must continue and is expected to continue. I'll drop down to, you'll also see an item below, and I want to note that those that are bolded are the ones that are recommended. So if they're bolded, they're recommended, and also indicates that under recommendation as well. If you drop down to an item, a request identified as pandemic team, both that COVID direct expenses and pandemic team really will form our capacity to continue to respond not only to this pandemic, but other associated issues with health and what might be future pandemics as well. And so important to understand that these funds will ratchet down over this 4-year window of ARPA funding, and that we looked at integrating the grants that HAS has secured and is competing for, and the funding that they've already been allocated. So took a big picture perspective to end up with these numbers. There are also 2 requests focused on senior services and related to both Meals and Wheels and senior nutrition. And then importantly, was so well discussed by Erica and Carrie earlier, and then in that model that Erica just showed, funding for a pilot program that will really focus on this alcove model, and which is a model to address youth mental health and behavioral health needs, again, across the county. The identification of like service centers and teen centers, youth centers in each community that'll really be focused on what are the issues in that community, what does that community identify, what the needs are. And I think that was well discussed earlier. Very excited about that. You'll also note there that there's a mention of deflection and diversion relative to the criminal justice system. Again, a long-held need, and Sue's going to come back and discuss it. But this specific recommendation is to the directed largely at this youth program, but there'll be a separate recommendation relative to deflection and diversion. Then also relative to our youth, the superintendent of schools had made several requests for ARPA funding, and we've identified approximately $750,000 to be directed toward a set of programs. Certainly, we're all well aware of the impacts that have taken place on our youth, as was described earlier relative to mental health, but there's also been significant social and learning impacts that have taken place as a result of COVID. And she and her team are developing some important opportunities to address those needs. So excited to look at those opportunities. Lastly, want to note that when you took action to approve the FY22 budget, You did approve a 1 FTE for the Public Fiduciary's Office for a case administrator. As you're well aware, they've been heavily impacted as well by COVID, trying to take every measure they can to protect the clients that are within their service area, you know, that they're responsible for, that they serve as guardians for. And they've been very challenged given the COVID dynamics. So with that, I think that covers those requests. And I'll turn it over to Sue. Thank you.
You're muted, Sue. Sue, you're muted.
My apologies. Good morning. I think the big thing in terms of the ARPA eligible criminal justice recommendations was that it was a very big funnel. And part of that funnel and our review of it was to integrate all of the asks that came in as SIRs, that came in specifically as ARPA requests, and then came in from the report from, as Steve mentioned, retired Judge Jeff Coker and retired Court Administrator Gary Kirschmark. We took all of that information and put it all through the funnel, integrated it. So we feel it. So for departments looking at this, if it doesn't look quite as you wrote it, it's because it had to go through many different iterations, but we were very careful to make sure that we addressed everything. So very quickly, for the clerk's office, there's recommendations for 4 court technicians and 2 admin spec 2s. There was also a recommendation for law library improvements. The courts has graciously stated that they could see some use of law library space for the clerk's office as well for these additional staff. You'll see a Superior Court, a new division for a 2-year pilot, including some courtroom technology. We have some ideas about where they could be housed, but that part of it would be to be determined. The courts had also made initially on their ARPA request, they also had started talking about mental health and what we should do. And though it's not funded here on this line, it is below on the second page. Again, through all of the ARPA asks, the SIRs, we started to see this huge theme. And part of what we wanted to do as we made these recommendations, as we built them, is make those connections and ensure that from birth through aging, whether you are in the criminal justice system or not, through superintendent of schools, juvenile and on, that there would be mental health resources available in all corners of the county. It was very important for us. And you see here how it fits all of the criminal justice departments. Flagstaff Justice Court, some additional assistance there, including help with audio systems. We felt the phone system that we could find something within our current resources. The Public Defender's Office, 2 admin spec 1s, 1 investigator and 1 attorney. The County Attorney's Office, a media redaction specialist, a civil legal assistant, and 1 intake specialist. In addition, a legal assistant for recovery court. We do need to look at that one. We believe that there was an item back in June that we need to compare and contrast to that one. County attorney increase in general fund operations. That was also included in the general fund. County attorney 2 intake specialists. You see that there was 1 intake specialist included up above. Next one. For adult probation, we are recommending 1 caseworker and 2 pretrial services workers, as well as assistance with urinalysis contracts and modification to electronic signature software that can help them greatly. One of the things we did not fund at this time was a collective impact facilitator. Juvenile, a proposal for triple P parenting, non-detention alternative HALO, and transition schools, we did do recommendation for, and we didn't renamed it, excuse me. We believe there was a renaming of this program from the report that we got from Judge Coker and Mr. Kirschmark. So you see the funding and recommendation above. For the legal defender, again, increase in contract attorney budget that came through the general fund earlier. For the sheriff, the detention officer compensation, we are recommending utilization of jail district funds. And also for a video courtroom build out at the jail, we're also recommending jail district funds. For the CJ system as a whole, for connections to those mental health resources and to see that continuum of care for mental health, diversion, addiction, and 60-day addiction programs, we're recommending for those connections up to $1 million. And then for additional CJ modifications that would allow more court services to be held virtually, an additional $200,000 as well.
Okay, so we'll switch over to Lucinda.
So now we'll turn to the revenue loss and fund balance recommendations and go to the next slide here. And so again, once again, those that are bolded are recommended. I'm just going to highlight, a few here out of the list and primarily focus on a couple up front that really impact all departments and the county's ability to be able to provide services. So one important element here is recommending a significant investment in facilities. This investment would focus on improving the heating, cooling, ventilation systems. As many of you may or may not be aware, many of those systems are at the end of their useful life, and we're expecting them to not be able to continue to perform over the next 3 to 5 years, or even sooner. Some are way beyond their expected life. And so we understand and know that those costs will impact the county over this period. And I think we believe it's very prudent to be making this level of investment in those facilities, so that, again, we can continue to provide services and have people in our facilities to provide services. So, and I can tell you, having worked on lots of these projects over my career, that if you have to do it when they fail, it will cost you at least 30 to 50% more. So by being able to plan these projects and implement them effectively over the next several years, we're going to, in effect, save money that we would have likely had to spend if we wait for them to fail. Very similarly related to IT, as you're all well aware, Matt Fowler has put together a great plan in terms of maintaining and improving and addressing security and other issues with our ability to utilize technology. And we identified that as a very crucial need, again, to be able to continue to support service provision. And I want to note that of that 4 million, 2 million will be focused on what we're terming digital transformation, meaning continuing to be able to provide services through digital platforms, as well as our team members being able to use digital platforms to enhance their productivity, to enhance their service delivery, and meet greater needs across the entire county. As noted earlier, we are not recommending specific money for broadband infrastructure. The significant funds are coming through the infrastructure bill, which is expected to be voted on this week. But we did recommend money toward hiring a consultant to support Matt and his team with those investments. Likewise, we also know that the infrastructure bill and potentially other bills are looking at additional infrastructure support for water and sewer. And we did identify some funding that could be used to support these important projects at Parks and Recreation. So as everyone knows, a significant investment's been made by the county to provide sewer to the park now, and we need to begin to transition all the facilities there over to the sewer system as well as the new water system. That's very important for the for our ability to provide services at Fort Tuthill particularly. Then we've identified a set of recommended funding for some key items requested by the sheriff's office relative to search and rescue vehicles, as well as taser devices. That kind of rounds out that list. And you can see there were others, but those are the recommendations. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucinda. I know we have a hard stop at noon for board appointments, but I want to finish the last couple slides, and then, Mr. Chair, with your permission, if we could come back at 1:15 and begin with board comments on ARPA before we begin redistricting, so the board is not rushed in their comments.
All right, that would be good.
Okay, so the slide, of course, the slide is another roll-up of what we just went through in terms of the recommendation, the categories, the revenue loss, and then, of course, the external funding for a pool of funding for the external partnerships. And then the next slide. So the remaining process timeline, of course, back when we go forward, October 5th, coming, before then and through the end of the month, we're going to be having a conversation, individual briefings with you to answer all of your questions that you may have regarding the proposal. And so the discussion when we come back on November 5th to receive more questions from you all. Of course, we'll also have additional opportunities to debrief on the criminal justice and the mental health categories that we presented today. And then we want to also provide the opportunity to present a compensation strategy that we would be utilizing non-ARPA funding for, but is definitely connected to the county's ability to retain and recruit staffing countywide. And so again, looking at that as an important presentation on the 5th. The 26th, this is where we would like to have a board decision on what's been presented to you today, answering your questions throughout the month of October. On October 26th, though, coming back to you with the decision on what we've presented so far today. And then, of course, beginning the discussion on the external projects discussion that's going to take place through November. So again, having those discussions begin for the external pool or partnerships to the end of October and then going into November. And then from there, Mr. Chair, next slide. Another roll-up of what we just talked about, and then of course funding. We just went through this, and then finally, just want to briefly. I know we're like 2 minutes away from a hard stop, but that would be the conclusion of the presentation, Mr. Chair. But again, after lunch, if we can come back and receive your thoughtful reactions, comments, questions, so the board doesn't feel rushed in the remaining minute and a half.
Come on. Trying to hit that microphone and I keep missing it. So that's great. That gets us to a point of potential hard stop. And just to note, reiterate your point, Steve, we're seeing this for the first time, all of us. It gives us a chance to, think it through. We'll have a chance to comment after lunch, but we'll have additional time between now and the next time that you're brought back to also did you really think about this right? How about this? That kind of thing. The one other piece is just a note, as you had noted earlier, we will also have an opportunity for you to have staff go out and visit with individual board members to help, further understand or hear from them as you go through on that. With that, though, we're at 11:59. And so we do need to do a hard stop. We're scheduled to be back at 1:15. Opportunity for comments at that point. So let's go ahead and recess, and I'll see everybody back at 1:15. Oh, there we go. Dun, 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 dun. I had the wrong set of headphones on there. Okay. So, how are we doing? There's Steve. See Patrice. Let's see Geronimo. Okay. Ta-da. Let's see, there's Judy. And do we have Lena out there? Not seeing Lena, but we're hitting on for a couple minutes.
I'm there. I'm
Oh,
there.
there. Oh, good. Fantastic. Fantastic. All right. Well, let's bring this meeting back to order, stepping out of recess and continuing. We were having the American Rescue Plan Act recommendations, just getting a first view associated with it. And we were going to come back and get comment from board. Before I go there, Steve, did you want to add anything right now?
No, sir. Just feedback from the presentation earlier today. Thank you.
Okay. So let me just reach out to the board and see what responses would be. I'll just go through. Let me just do the numerical piece. Start out with Patrice comments.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Steve and staff, for this report. Very helpful to break it down. And first comment I want to make is I really appreciate the county staff's recommendation that we really look at this one-time money, this once-in-a-lifetime money, that we're looking at this for direct services and rather than revenue loss and fund balance replenishment. So I think that's the way that we serve our community best and can use this one-time money the most effectively, and quite frankly, for the way it was intended when it was passed by Congress. So I want to compliment you all on that. I think that the community should be very proud of what the county is doing with their money. And I look forward to continuing discussions on this. I know that you had talked about external community project and partnership discussions. I think that's absolutely important. As we indicated, we, the county, play a part as a social safety net for our community, but we can't do it all. And we need to look to our partners and our nonprofits to work in conjunction with us to try to help provide the services and necessary services for members of our community. And I don't know if you have any thoughts, Steve, on how you're going to do these external community project partnership discussions, or if you've come up with a timeline any more than what you provided us.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Horstman, throughout the last few weeks, we have been receiving a number of proposals and ideas and suggestions. So we're going to be putting those in a format that provides the opportunity to see the organization, the type of request that's been made, the amount of funding, and then also looking at the broad spectrum of needs and sectors to see, there might be some areas that are just completely, under represented in terms of feedback. So we'll kind of do an environmental scan to see what are some obvious areas that we received absolutely nothing in, and then maybe doing some targeted outreach in those areas.
Okay, thanks. Two comments I would make with regards to that. Number one, and I think this has been brought up every member of the Board of Supervisors at one time or another, housing. It is such an essential crisis here in Coconino County and really across Coconino County. Again, that's something that needs to be solved with numerous partners and numerous parties at the table. But that would be number one. And number two, I would ask for consideration for our parks and recs and primarily Fort Tuthill. And, as when we talk about thriving communities and healthy communities, we really do need to be looking at public spaces, parks and recreations. And there's all kinds of studies out there that talk about how that increases the vibrancy and the health of a community. And I haven't seen much there. I would ask you to really take a close look at that. I think it's an important part of what we as the county provide for our residents. So those are my two comments, Mr. Chair, and I look forward also to sitting down and talking one-on-one with the staff on the behavioral health and crisis response pilot program and deflection and diversion. I think that's, for all the kinds of reasons that we discussed this morning, is really important. And I look forward to getting some specifics and some particulars on that. So again, thank you. And this is exciting. It's really exciting to be able to move forward in something like this. So thank you.
All right, District 2, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. First off, I'd like just to say thank you, team, for a great presentation, and it was very clear, and it was good to see the process, and to have some details is very useful at this moment. So I'm excited, knowing where things are getting split up. I did like the idea of the recommendations for the distribution between HHS schools and criminal justice. I had the opportunity with Supervisor Begay to be at the Justice 2040 last week, and mental health was definitely a conversation that was prevalent. And so I'm really excited and encouraged to see that these recommendations will help go in that direction to invest in those kind of needs. And so I also really appreciate these community partnerships, and I'm looking forward to having those conversations with folks, and also on an individual basis, but also in group basis. And I agree with Supervisor Horstman on the needs with affordable housing. We need to see how we can have most bang for our buck, but get all these different critical areas with this funding. And so I'm really excited, because that gives us an opportunity to partner with different City of Flagstaff, different organizations and community partners to do some of the different areas that we need to invest, including some of our flood mitigation stuff, some of our areas that I didn't see on here, and I'm sure is part of other funding opportunities. And so my one question would be, based on what we have thought coming down the road, what are things that we can invest in now with partners to get the process started? For example, environmental impact study for a drainage system or whatnot, or if we wait until, say, the infrastructure bill or one of the rules from those bills come, we're waiting 6 months. But if we start doing something now in terms of that impact study, when those rules of how to apply that infrastructure funding come in, we can actually start moving further along. And so now we're not dragging our heels 3 to 6 months as I watch this ARP process kind of play out. And there's some real needs and some infrastructure stuff that we do need to be thinking about. And so I just want to, just kind of pose that question is, what are those kind of things that we can invest in now that can have impact for future projects down the road? Knowing that it's not going to solve the issue, it's just going to help get us in that right direction. But other than that, great presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Vasquez, when we look at the legislative intent of ARP and the guidelines that we received, there is not an exact correlation between what ARP can be doing and what the flood mitigation needs are. Now, that is on the programmatic basis. Yes, definitely, when you look at the individual impact basis, there may be, of course, some opportunity there, but I just want to kind of make sure that that's really upfront, that we don't see a direct connection all the way. And we've been looking, to assure you, we've been looking at that also. At the same time, we're looking at the county match for any kind of federal funding that would be coming in. So we would be looking at all those opportunities. And so Lucinda, you want to quickly add to that? Just brief, because we've got Lucinda.
Certainly, I can just briefly add, I think there is some opportunity. We are supposed to be receiving some additional funding related to, but tangential with ARPA. And so if those funds do come forth, those are really potentially could be directed at flood control and, and that type of kind of public lands initiatives. So we're hopeful that will be coming forward, and we can then address those kinds of issues. So won't be able to do everything with that funding likely, but it could make a substantial difference in addressing museum flood issues. So
Great, thank you for that clarification, because I've been getting questions about ARPA funding towards that, so you just explained it for me. So thank you very much. I appreciate the clarification.
thank you.
All right, Supervisor Piquet. You're muted, Judy. Oh, there you go.
Okay, I concur with what the previous two board supervisors have said, and I wholly support what they're talking about. I, for one, I'm thinking here, sitting here, thinking there was a pilot early mental health intervention in youth bill mental health services in the courts for diversion and treatment. I'm not sure. We just talked about this morning mental health services, you know, for this morning, and we did a proclamation for the suicide prevention, and on here the recommendation comments under recommendation, it says no program requests submitted. And I'm wondering, you know, if this is, if I'm reading this form right, it says ARPA eligible criminal justice recommendations, and it's listed there as mental health intervention. I'm wondering why and how and where it fell between the cracks, or who was responsible in trying to get something requested and submitted. So that's my question. So I'll have someone answer that first.
So, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Begay, Sue Brown can address that from the request that came in. And I think that was also actually included in another grouping, but go ahead, Sue.
Thank you, County Manager Peru. Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Begay, if you look on the far right of that particular line, it says to look to the next page where there is $1 million to support that type of program for criminal justice in the courts. It's on the second page. That notation was on the first page, and then there's $1 million for it on the second page.
Okay, so that project that was listed, intervention project is under CJ system, and then $1 million has been set aside for it.
That's correct. There's a number of different factors in that allocation, but that project was intended to be all wrapped into one. Yes.
That doesn't even seem enough, you know, to me, because we have a lot of services, that mental health services that we need to provide even to our veterans. You know, our veterans are out there, and I always advocate for the veterans. We you know, they've done everything for us, and yet we're not really doing too much for them at all from what I see. And they're out there on the streets, you know, and they don't even have housing and things like that. And mixed, and it just really is sad, you know, because like I always say, you know, they were out there in the front line, and we're sleeping over here and watching movies, going to movies and doing whatever we want. And yet they're, you know, they don't even know if they're going to come back or not. So that's what I'm looking at. And I want to really see, as a board member, I really would like to see services like that, you know, for people that have mental health, because it does develop into mental health. You know, there's some of them commit suicide. Some of them, you know, they just give up on life, and they're out there roaming around on our streets. And what do we do for them? You know, and so I just wanted to ask Steve and your staff, you know, to really push those and make some programs out there, you know, a one-time seed, and then kind of look for grants, you know, to further that and to help and let it be known that, you know, we're right behind them and we're supporting them. So that's the one that really stood out. Otherwise, you know, I believe a lot of this is for like a lot of positions. That's been approved for or recommended at this point in time. I solely support everything that's on here, and it's not going to be for everything that we need. So, and some of them are for like technology and stuff like that. So things like that, I just wanted to bring that up. Rural broadband. I think that's really something that we really need to look at, especially out there in the remote areas. And yeah, we have like SpaceX going, we have certain things going, but that only covers, to a certain point. But what about the rest of the people, out there? They're out there and they don't have access to things like that. So, but we need to really look at that. So those are the two areas, some areas that I was thinking about when this information was being presented to us as board members. So but as they say, there's more fundings coming down, there's more, and then there's contingencies, or there's cost sharing, or a lot of other stuff that comes along with this. So I just wanted to say that, and I thank you for the presentation. Anytime there's funding involved, it's going to give you headaches. It's going to, really get you to thinking and, about where to put money, especially if you have limited fundings and stuff like that. So I just want to say thank you, Steve, for you and your team for putting this together. But I would like to add those other three areas that I think is very, we really need to help, people in the rural communities, and also anybody within Coconino County. I just want to say thank you, Dan.
We are capturing all of your comments as follow-up notes for staff. So we're taking diligent notes here on everything you're saying. Thank you.
Let's see, Vice Chair Fowler. Nina.
Yes, thank you. The budget, I am happy that we're able to really look at across the board. I have the school districts. Didn't the school get their own funding from direct funding also?
I'm not familiar with, the type of federal funding. Every sector, I think most sectors, not every sector, did receive a version of it. Ours is focused on local governments and tribal nations. But I'm putting that down as a question to ask on the school side.
I don't believe she did not receive separate ARPA funds. We know that.
Right, the school districts.
Yeah, the school districts themselves, I don't know that, but the superintendent did not receive.
Okay, and then the courts also, the Superior Court, their state courts. So I would think that they might be able to provide funding from the state to the courts. And how are the states, since these are state courts, then shouldn't we get the state to fund some of the activities for the Superior Court?
So, Madam Vice Chair, in Arizona, it's a consolidated state county court system.
I know it is.
And so with that, yes, we'll ask the question, but in terms of
so I think that, we have been having discussion on, opening up another court. And I know that's been ongoing, but, I think that when it comes to, some of the expenses, I think we need to turn around and ask the state if they can help us with that. Now, the superintendents also from the state, I thought the superintendent's offices received some funding, or was to be funded. But anyway, maybe I'm wrong on that, but I just bring those two up. Then and the other is, we have we allocated our budget, and we have these new dollars, one-time funding that's coming in. Those, if they're being used, I guess, for this year's one-time funding for the next maybe 2 years as their I was trying to figure out, okay, here's ARPA fundies coming in. When we say we have identified these projects in these departments, does that mean that they're getting the dollars, or does it go into general fund? And so that just becomes part of our revenue loss that has come in, the $9 million that is going to go to the county. Does that just become part of our general funds? Is that how it's being set up? And then there's some that are going directly to the departments. I guess those are some questions that I need to, when I sit down with you, I'll be able to ask you more of those questions. There are some questions on some of the departments that I'm really looking at right now. Trying to go back, since we just got this, I need to go back and look at our budget book that I was trying to go back and look at that and what you are presenting now here. And I haven't gone through all of it yet. So yeah, I do have some questions on how you're transferring what we had gone through to this sheet right here. So I do have some more questions, but I look forward to sitting down with you and being able to look at that. And then the thread of the mental health running through the various departments, it looks like, I have some questions on that also, that thread that is running through there. Thank you.
All right. And then I guess I would be up next, but I'm going to move us on also. So just quickly, this is a first read for everybody. It gives us a chance to visit with staff, just as was noted by Lena. It's a chance for us to get into further questions and discussion. All in all, I like how it's linked up. I still need, similarly, let me make a cognitive relationship where the nexus is between different pieces to help me understand it better. I do see a lot of them and how they align with, we already had these discussions also when we were doing budgets, but what does that become? So those are big pieces. Area of concern and yet area of opportunity. For the sake of outside agencies, I want it to be specific to community, what we're coordinating. We're a service-based agency, and a lot of what we're doing, there are other agencies that have their own opportunities that they can get money. And I want it to be so that there's synergy between each, but we're not just this big windfall. It's not that. We have $60 million worth of requests, and we have $29 million, give or take a little bit, of money available. So just because you want to popularize or provide an opportunity for what you do, if that's the case from another agency, I don't think we should be focused that way. Ours is, where's the alignment? How does it fit within our mission? What are our opportunities of that partnership for these different themes that we have going with it? I like the comments of various board members. I too was looking at the Parks and Rec piece. I'm glad we're focused on bathrooms. It's definitely an area of need that's been out there. There is that economic development component where we have an opportunity, and or I'm curious a little bit further, but that's more of my detailed question. I can worry about that later. A lot of good input. I'm sure you're going to get feedback from various departments, but I think Steve, you probably, any last comments on this one, or just watching our clock here?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, what we'll be doing is we've captured several comments, all of the comments and questions that you might have when we do individual briefings. We're going to put that in the form of an FAQ, if you will, so that we can provide some cross awareness of some of the questions, and then we will include that when we come back for a check-in. I know we're doing a check-in on October 5th, and then for from there, we're actually coming back on the 26th, but we'll provide an opportunity to do some feedback on questions so we can inform you all of the answers to your questions and observations that leads up to the decision on the 26th. So.
All right. Okay, so we're a little bit over here, but we need to step into next item is item number 26. This is a discussion on the possible direction to staff regarding redistricting maps and an update on the redistricting process. Steve?
So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to be looking with, we're pulling some folks over into the panelist role. And so I'm looking at, on the attendee side, Gary Husk needs to be pulled over. Jose Rivera needs to be pulled over if he's not already there. Janet Regner needs to be pulled over. Just give us a moment, Mr. Chair, I just want to see. Zubin Kotor, he's been pulled over. Do we have Jose on here yet?
Jose's with me, Steve.
Okay. That's why I couldn't find him. So, Mr. Chair, we do have all of our presenting team with us here. So with that, I can go ahead and start. I'm going to be sharing my screen, so let me get that pulled up while I do this very quickly. Okay, are you able to see my screen?
That's a yes.
Okay.
Unmuted, yes.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, members of the board, want to we'll be talking about today state, congressional, and county redistricting. The redistricting levels we'll be covering. You see three maps in front of you. The first, of course, the legislative map, next the congressional map, and then finally the county map. And so a couple of just bullet points with regard to the redistricting process. But first, the consultants and staff with us today. So congressional legislative, our consultants, Jose Rivera, Janet Regner, Gary Husk, Zubin Kotor, and myself. And so we've been working on the redistricting at the congressional and the legislative side. And then on the county side, Helen Costello, Margot Neff, Nathan Wren, Patty Hansen, Holly Roth, Claire Harper, Sue Brown, and myself. And so we have two different staff efforts happening here based on that particular area of redistricting. On to the next slide. So again, a little bit of background. The results of census determines federal funding for many programs, of course, as well as allocations and grants to states and local governments. And so census figures are used for a number of different public purposes, as well as private sector businesses in terms of projecting population growth, et cetera. Of course, the process occurs every 10 years. Today, I'm participating in my fourth redistricting effort. So you can do the math and you can really see how old I am. From there, the population data is used by states to draw legislative and congressional districts to comply with, of course, the constitutional mandate that districts be equally populated. Some numbers for you. So the population in Arizona, according to the census for 2020, 7.1 million. And across that, when you look at the 2010 population, it was 6.3. And then in Coconino County, the population is 145. And back in 2010, 134. So definitely you've seen some growth in Coconino County. In terms of the districts themselves, at the state level, we have 30 legislative districts, and we have 2 representatives and one senator from each of those legislative districts. And at the congressional level, 1 representative and 2 senators, of course, statewide. So 1 representative per district and 2 senators statewide. The states, of course, as well as local governments, we're expecting the census information by the end of March 2021. And you'll recall earlier today when Recorder Hansen was talking about the re-precincting process. And as a result of COVID and the delay in receiving the census information to summer and now September, we are under a fairly compressed timeline in order to have our work done in order to adopt districts for the county by December 1st. And of course, later that month for the state and congressional. Independent Redistricting Commission. And so this was formed, the process was formed as a result of Prop 106 in the 2000 election. By the passage of Prop 106, redistricting duties were removed from the legislature and given, of course, to a 5-member commission with 2 members from each political party and 1 independent. We do want to note, of course, that the membership of the Redistricting Commission changes every 10 years. For this particular round for 2020, we do have a member of Northern Arizona who's a commissioner, Derek Watchman, who, of course, many of us have worked with in our county roles here. Using census numbers, the commission will create mapping, which is happening right now for the 30 legislative and 9 congressional districts. And again, they also then need to be populated equally with a plus or minus variance of no more than 5% up or down. Process is taking place now, and public input, of course, is currently being received. There's the federal requirement to adhere to the Voting Rights Act. And then, of course, the anticipated completion for at the state level and congressional is December. But what is typically the case, there are court challenges to the results, and so that will impact some deadlines going forward. At this point in time, I'd like to ask Jose Rivera and the consulting team. Jose, if you can lead off just the discussion, if you can go through the schedule that we see in front of us with regard to the IRC work from the grid map 1. So if you could, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. What Steve has in front of you now is kind of like the review of what's going to happen until the final map is drawn. We had the grid map. The way it works is like before anything starts, they have to come up with a grid map, which is only responsibility is making sure that each district is equal population. They started the grid map drawing it on in McDowell and 19th Avenue at the State Fairgrounds. And then it's all computer generated, and it starts going around the state counterclockwise, just filling in population until they have 9 congressional districts and the required number of legislative districts equal population. So that came out. And on the 15th, and they went out for comment. So what's been happening right now is everybody's been making comments about the grid map in terms of what they like and what they don't like, and maybe drawing maps. The commission has not started drawing maps at all yet, aside from the grid. But they've encouraged people to draw their districts and their maps based on the criteria that's contained that Steve just talked about. The commission is going to start drawing maps starting on the 4th. They're going to start having public sessions we'll start listening to maps as they start asking questions. Their plan is to have a draft map done by the 15th or to the 22nd. And then at the 22nd of October, they hope to have a draft map. Between that and October, on the 28th, when they do the draft map, before we go that, right now, so they will have a draft map and they'll start adding all the other criteria that's contained in 106 and also in the Voting Rights Act. They're right now, they have a mapping tool, which is really impossible to use. We've been working on it really hard, trying to draw both a congressional map to see how it can benefit Coconino, and also legislative maps to see how it affects Coconino. And we'll show you that in a little while. But we have been working in it. I went to an IRC meeting this morning. So far, they've had 20 maps submitted to the IRC. Was it eight congressional maps and 22 legislative maps? They're all over the place, and they've been drafted by a number of people. One of these maps, and when we get to the maps, remind me, Zubin, so I can talk to him about how some of these other maps are drafted. So they've been having grid map meetings throughout the state so that people can talk about the grid and what they want to do. They've had one up in, and what they have is they have a regular meeting and then they have satellite offices. They've had one up in Window Rock, in Casa Grande, in Scottsdale, and Prescott was last weekend. There's a whole bunch of them going around. The most important one for us is the 7th, of October. As you can see that on Thursday, October 7th, they have one of these grid map meetings, not grid map meeting, but mapping meetings here in Flagstaff. It starts at 4 p.m. And it goes on till the end. The main location is Surprise, Arizona. That's where most of the commission will be. Then they have satellite locations, and that's where you see Flagstaff, Cesar Chavez, and San Luis, and Cayenta. The satellites have been working spottily. The Window Rock meeting that I tried to attend, they never did get it online. They didn't even get it on. They didn't even have a transcript of it till the very next day. And it's been, and as you get more rural, it becomes more and more difficult to get any of their information or any from their meetings. Window Rock is just the reservation has just been a horrible place for them to get any information. I don't know. I anticipate that the Cayenta meeting, they're having a limit of 25 persons on site. It's going to be very similar to the Window Rock meeting. And in the places that are having the most difficulty getting the meetings are the ones that they're limiting participation, like Cayenta. They got very little information on the Navajo reservation or any other place, and they're limiting the number of people that could participate in it. We hope that when we have the meeting in Flagstaff, that we will have already presented a map that on legislative and congressional, and that we have at least one speaker that can speak into the development of the maps and how best to defend Flagstaff, Coconino County particularly on it. And there's some issues that we'll talk about when we get to the map in terms of when it comes up at Flagstaff. After they draft it, there's going to be a dog and pony show in terms of public review. They're going to take it out on starting at the end of October, going through November and all the way up to December, having different meetings. And they hope to have a tentatively approved map by the 14th of December. We're all wondering whether we're going to be able to meet that or not. We'll see. And then the last two are the cleanup route request and the commission request. We won't have anything to do with it, but they hope to have it all done by the 22nd of December. I think it's going to be really, really hard to do that. They're going to have meetings. They talked a lot about meetings because the two main complaints that they've had from everybody is the impossibility of drawing maps with the tools that they have on the IRC site, and two, the inability of the IRC to go out to every members of the community. One of the commissioners today stated that they were working on the first, and the second one they were a little kind of lost because they agree that they don't seem to be meeting the needs of the minority, and that includes Native American, especially Native American, but also Hispanics. I didn't listen to it, but I saw Janet Rieger attended the Prescott meeting, and also some of the people that attended, both complaints. I mean, how they're not coming out there and how they're not reaching out. And you'll see that when we get to more public comment. But that's basically the schedule. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them to you. But it's the thing that Steve sets up is pretty well.
So with that, Mr. Chair, I can just introduce the next portion. So at this point, of course, with the presentation we're providing to you today, we'll be providing in a moment. And at this point, I'm going to unshare, and Zubin is going to be sharing his screen, we're going to be sharing a couple of mapping scenarios that based on the testimony that each of you provided to the IRC a few weeks ago, we feel closely aligns with that. And from there, based on your direction, and you are slated to provide direction to staff today on the agenda, based on your direction, we would then proceed in forwarding the mapping scenarios to the IRC so that they would be there on time to be considered as the mapping begins to be drawn, as Mr. Rivera indicated. That'll be happening around October 4th. And then at the same time, then we'll also be preparing testimony for the Board of Supervisors to make at the October 7th meeting. And so as Mr. Rivera indicated, the meeting is going to be broadcast from Surprise with a satellite up here in Flagstaff. And you'll recall when the IRC was here before, they were broadcasting from Flagstaff to Tuba City and Page on that day. But in this case, on the 7th, the broadcast will be coming from out of Surprise with the satellite at High Country. I intend to be at the Surprise hearing, to be in the room, if you will. We may want to have a board member at that as well, but definitely having coverage at the satellite meeting on the 7th will be important. So again, for purposes of congressional and legislative, these are the asks, if you will, for staff today. So I'm going to stop my share, and I think we have Zubin teed up as a panelist so he can share his screen. And so, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it over to Jose and Zubin.
Yeah, so we can start anywhere we want to. I think that we've kind of presented the grid map as it was presented by the IRC. If you guys want us to start that again, we can kind of explain it to you. Is that what you got right now? Zubin?
This is the change.
So if you want, if the board wants to look at that, I figured that to save some time, we just go straight to the map that we've adapted from the grid. If that's okay with the board, unless you guys want to go back to the grid. Not hearing.
No, I actually to proceed. Yeah, proceed with the recommended here or potential recommended. Yeah.
Okay, so this is what we've drawn up, and it's on the congressional. We got the congressional on it right now. The difficulty that the initial difficulty that we have, despite the fact that we only want to draw the district that we want Coconino County to do, we have to draw the whole map so that before they'll accept it. And with a 5% deviation right now, it's really difficult to do the rest of the state. And we decided very early in the game that we were going to concentrate on the district where Coconino is going to be in, bring it as close to compliance as possible, meeting all the community of interest that have been identified, and some of the other criteria in 106 and constitutional rights, and then divide the rest of the population as we could. The IRC is aware of this. They encourage this. They have no other mapping schedule. Their mapping is just horrible. Unless you want to spend countless of hours trying to decide how you want to draw the district down in Yuma or within Maricopa County, we figured our best efforts would be just to draw District 2, which is where Coconino County is drawn at. And what you have right now in front of you is District 2, Flagstaff. It's all in the blue. It stretches very far. It stretches all the way to the border in Cochise County. We had a couple of other problems with it because although the population in Arizona grew to about 800, increased by about over 800,000 people, most of that growth was in Maricopa County, Pinal County, and Tucson. If you look at Coconino County, we only increased by, I think, 4,000 from the last population. Steve just had it up a little while ago. And it's not only unique to Coconino, it's unique to the rural area. The rural areas grew a lot substantially less than others, but our districts have got to have a larger population. So for us to find that population just by the nature of the beast, the district has to be larger than it was in the last time we drew it. If you look at the current configuration, it's somewhat similar to this configuration, but it doesn't go into Cochise and it doesn't go into Sierra Vista. We had to go in there to pick up population, pure and simple. So that's where it's at right now. Some of the maps that have been submitted are all over the place. One map has this going that somebody else submitted that I looked at really quickly this morning, has us going not to the east, but to the west, and it takes us all the way to Yuma and all along Mojave County. Prescott includes Prescott and everything else, becomes an unwieldy district the other way. And if you start looking, when you pick up Prescott and you pick up Yuma and all those, it becomes less of a rural community than it is right now. So we can, if you have any questions or if you want to pinpoint anything, this district keeps Sedona whole. It goes into the Verde Valley, and it keeps all of Navajo Nation together. There's going to be we didn't want to bring Prescott in because it changes the tenure of it, and we brought them in further into and that was a testimony of Prescott that Prescott does not want to be in our same congressional district, but Verde Valley wants to be in our congressional district. We brought it all the way down. As you see, we went all the way north, and we brought it down to we included to pick up population, to pick up some other native, to pick up San Carlos and South Mountain Apache. We included, we went all the way to Pinal, but most of it is rural. And it's been the community of interest. We're looking for a community of interest. Was that the community of interest that were expressed there at Casa Grande and those other places is they call themselves a copper corridor and also farm ranching community of interest. So that includes that community of interest, a ranching community of interest that goes into Coolidge. We kept away from the large population centers in Pinal County. If you look at it, it's mostly rural. There's some population that comes in at the very west, what's right over here by Casa Grande. But that's the minimal amount of population that we can pick up. If you go out to the east, we go all the way to the New Mexico border. We look to see go down south now. It's got Safford, that group of people. It includes Apache Junction. I mean, not Apache Junction. It includes Apache County. It includes Navajo County. It includes Greenlee, part of Cochise. All of that's very, very rural. If we're looking as our main criteria, making this as rural as possible, this is what we thought was the most viable one for us. Gary, Janet, do you want to add anything to this? Yes, Supervisor.
Before we do, Patrice, let's just make sure that we get through their presentation on it, if that's okay with you. And then Yeah,
Gary, Janet, do you have anything else? No, I think that's it on this. We have any specific questions? If I missed anything, you guys jump in. Zubin, I should introduce Zubin right here. He's a lawyer in my office, and he's also the handiest person I know in the computer. And he's a lot of this. He's without him, it would have been extremely difficult for us to develop this. I shouldn't be giving him a pat on the back. He's going to ask for a raise after this. But he's worked very hard on this. In fact, he came back early. He's supposed to be in Michigan right now, and he came back early just so he could help us make this presentation. But that's all. That's what we have. I don't think I've missed anything, Steve, or I don't know where Janet or.
No, I think you've got it covered.
Okay. So let's go to Patrice. Go ahead.
So it may just be that I can't read this map or the colors, although I'm not colorblind, I swear. But I don't see the demarcation between the two districts, the Flagstaff district and the Navajo tribe district. the tribal district, Hopi and Navajo.
Okay, are you talking about, are you talking about
You've-
legislative, or are you talking about congressional?
You've got colors for everything except it's blue and blue.
Yeah, so it's it's all blue because it is congressional. It's not legislative.
Okay, so that's why. Okay, got
Yes.
it. Okay. So you aren't trying to do that yet. Good.
I
All
was
right.
I was trying to pull a quick one on you, but
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. I see blue and blue. I don't see any demarcation. So, okay, good.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
had, I actually had to call the IRC because the colors were, you look at the legislative, the colors weren't matching. But we finally figured that out and we got it resolved.
Got it.
And this one actually meets, we haven't submitted it because we gotta have your approval whether you want to submit it, but it meets the criteria of anything else. If anybody wants to look at any see, Zoom is putting up right now all the criteria that needs to be done before they'll accept it. And you can see all the green dots on it, means that they're all perfect.
Okay, perfect.
If anybody wants anything on this map, we can break it down by table if you need to look at cities. We can break it down by table if you want to look at Native American, Hispanic, non-Hispanic, or other tribes. We got a table for that. We can break it down by groups if you guys want to.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to see the population breakdown, the
Okay.
ethnicity.
Sure.
And I'd love to get a paper copy of it. I know we did get the PowerPoint, but this isn't in the PowerPoint.
Okay. We'll be happy to.
That'd be great.
I can send it to Steve, and Steve can send it out to you. I think that's probably the best way of doing it, rather than getting it directly from us. Okay, so what we're putting up right now are the demographics. And it's easier to look at it by percent rather than total population, because that way you can see what it is in percentage. Okay. So at the bottom of your screen, you will see under District 2, and I'll go down from the left to the top. It's got a total population of the total population of almost 800,000. The target deviation is 6,000 below. 6,000 below the equal population. The deviation is, like I told you, the initial thing was 5. We're way below that. So if you go to the right, we'll just go straight down to the right. Total Hispanic on this is 18.66. Total non-Hispanic population is 81.38. That means everybody that is non-Hispanic. The white population on this is 55.6. Black population is almost 2. The Native American population is 20.15. Asian is 1.85. Pacific, is that Pacific Island? Yeah. Pacific Island is 0.19. I have no idea where. I didn't know we had an ocean, but that's Pacific Island. At one time, the Navajo Nation was bringing in, they were allowing the Hawaiian Islands to use, they were incarcerating some of the prisoners from the Hawaiian Islands, and that prisons count as part of this. So that might be why you have some number of Pacific Islands. Then the next one is other, that isn't included in that group, and it's 1.09. And the last one is people that identify themselves as multiple minorities. So like if you have a Hispanic and a Native American and they identify themselves as both, or you have like any other one of those, it's 0.48. So that's the demographics, the total demographics of who's contained in there in terms of racial. Commissioner Fowler, is this enough or do you want something else?
Well, that's good. I want to see how that breakdown. So the non-Hispanic, it's all the rest of the groups in that,
Right.
that number there, 81%.
Combined total of all of these.
Yeah, and if you go back to what was drawn on the grid map, it's not very far from the grid map. We're pretty close to it, and it's not, and the numbers are not very much different than the last redistricting in terms of percentages.
And
so that's I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I guess the next one I like to see is just the political.
Okay. So yeah, one of the criteria that they have is competitiveness, and there's a whole bunch of different criteria they have about competitiveness. The only thing they have right now that we can look at right now is the number of votes that would be cast on past elections by Democrat and Republican. The only way of measuring this right now is the Republican and Democrat, the percentage they have in there. They don't have, as we all know, Arizona in the last 10 years has grown tremendously on other party independents, but that's not how they grade it. But if you look at it, where are we, the percentage, right? Yeah, we're actually, I just saw this same kind of process going with the IRC. We're a whole lot better than they were doing it this morning. Okay, so like, again, if you looked at District 2 and you look at, it's got, under Democrat, it's got a 30.2% of the district is Democrat, 36.78 is Republican. So if you look at just Democrat and Republican, it's leaning Republican by about 4 points. If you bring, and here's what I was telling you about. I mean, if you look at the other party registration, you got 30.30. That's the independents. They're not either Republican or Democrat. If you add that 33.3 to either side, I mean, it changes the figure quite a bit, because that's not saying that either side's going to get all 30 of those points. You can see it. If you look at calm Democratic votes, it's a 45 to 54 district. And those are the different races that they ran, that they ran, how these people would have voted. And I think those are commissioners. The first one, presidential election in 2000, Senate election in 2020, the AGs, and the mining. What they do is, the way that they'll reach competitiveness is they look at the vote that was done by these people at these elections, because that's the most, their statewide elections, and they're also, you can see them by party. Some of them, what weight they give them is a different situation, because some of these people vote stronger party in certain races than they do other races, but you can see that it's still Republican on almost. It's pretty straight Republican all the way across. Although the Senate election in 2020, if you look at the right, it's still voted pretty much Republican. Even though you had senators, it went Democrat in 220, and in both U.S. senators, this district stayed pretty Republican. Any other comments?
Any other comments from the board? I've heard from two of our supervisors. I'll go ahead and throw my comments in on it. It's one of those quandaries. If you don't want to be incorporated into the metro population and have that influence, it just means you're definitely going to have to pick up a greater territory. So as much as discussion was, it's already too big, it's going to get bigger just because of that, because we don't have the populations in the rural area. But it stays consistent with the intent of a desire for a rural district, and as you had noted, you're trying to unify our objectives that we outlined for you, while inputting those into the mapping procedures that the IRC has. So they do make sense in that way for us. The only way I could see a modification in some of these numbers would be if we went into Metro associated with it. So I think it's, from what I'm observing, it's consistent with the goals that we've outlined thus far on this. And understanding, even so, and even if we make this proposal, the commission could go and just kind of completely change this map that's being proposed, but at least we could put this one forward to try and affect that.
That's correct, Chairman. This is not the final map. I can guarantee this will not be the final map that gets adopted by the IRC. But we want this in front of them so they can start reviewing this about what we have, what I think is important. A lot of the ones that I've looked at, other congressionals, most of them include Prescott into our congressional district. There's going to be, I can tell you, there's going to be a lot of. I don't think Prescott will be complaining about this because they don't want to be with us, but I think you're going to see a lot of complaints from Santa Cruz, Greenlee, the southeast area. But there's, to be very realistic, I think it's going to be difficult for them to move anywhere else. They want to be rural, and we're the only rural. I mean, we're the only game in town, really. To be honest, we're the only rural area that we got out there. Otherwise, they start going into population center like Tucson, Pinal, or Phoenix.
All right. So we haven't heard from Geronimo or Judy. Any comments?
Oh, I guess I'd like to say that after reviewing it and seeing it makes sense, we're trying to stay out of the metro areas, and I think the way the lines have been drawn have reflect that. And so hopefully when the IRC is going through and putting in their public comments and compiling the maps, that we get something similar to what has been drawn here based on our feedback locally. So I appreciate the effort on the team, and thank you.
Thank you. I think everybody in this team's worked really hard. They've carried us really well, and we've gotten good advice. And your testimony at the last meeting that we had, and the testimony elsewhere from other places, especially Camp Verde's helped us a lot, because and you'll see that more in the legislative map, but you'll see that that does prove beneficial to us. So before we move to the legislature, I guess what we would like to see if the Board of Supervisors approves is whether we get your permission to submit this map as the official Coconino County draft.
Yeah, I was going to ask that question, but let me just check in with Supervisor Begay. Did you have any comments before we go to that?
Hello.
Yes.
Thank you for doing this presentation. I've learned a lot more, and with the deviations and this and that. So, but I'm really looking forward to see the final audit of it. And I know it's going to take some time, and even for people to review and stuff like that. So this is like the preliminary stages. So we have possibly more time later on, to ask questions and stuff like that. So I appreciate the presentation and all the work that's been put in there by the IRC committee, commission. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
So let me roll through each district. I'll start with District 1. Are you okay for this to be submitted?
I am. I think it should be submitted.
Okay, District 2.
Yes, I'm okay with it being submitted. Thank you.
District 4.
Yes.
And District 5. Vice Chair. And yes, and I too agree with that. All right. Next.
Yeah, so we'll try to submit this within the next couple of days. We don't have any cleanup to do. We just got to do I want to be able, when we submit it, to be able to put in somewhat of the outline areas and kind of identify some of the communities of interest that we have on there, so they can see why we went this way. But hopefully in the next couple of days we will submit it.
All right.
So now, Mr. Chair, we're ready to turn to the legislative scenario
Please.
now.
Mhm.
Okay. So here's the legislative map. And Commissioner Supervisor Horstman, as you can tell, we went away from blue and went to a coffee colored District 6 on this.
So
I love the colors, love the colors.
And I'll say I am the colorblind one, and these colors do work for me.
Okay, good. So there was some unique problems with that are not seen in congressional that do come up in legislature. There's again the grid map. They did the grid map. I'm not showing you the grid map because I would just all I'd do is show you different districts with the population equalized with no other criteria at all. That's not going to hold. As you can see, it's not holding now. So this is the draft that after all the works that we did, that includes population, that included communities of interest that were testified by various people, and that that you all testified about it in Flagstaff and at the other districts, all the other meetings that we have been going to. Idealistically, we would just draw our District 6 and leave it at that. The problem with it is that again, they will not accept it unless it's equal, unless it meets these seven the criteria, those check marks we just showed you, and one of them was equal population with a 5% variance. When we started looking at this, we realized that we couldn't just do 6; that we also had to draw 5 and 7 for a variety of reasons. We originally looked at it at moving 6 and reducing District 5. But our fear was that if we reduced District 5 too much and made it two out of sync with District 6, that they would start grabbing from District 6 to fill out District 5. So we brought District 5 down south to the bottom of the purple, so that it equalized it as close as it could to District 6. The difference, we had to draw District 7 and District 6 because of the Voting Rights Act and retrogression, which I'll explain in a second. So what we did in District 7 is we got all the Navajo Nation on District 7. One of the most impressive or most of the loudest voices that have been heard is that they want to keep the Navajo Nation together, and preferably most of the Native American tribes not in the same district, but they want to keep them together in a district. So if you look at this, the Navajo Nation, we couldn't, if we brought it into District 6, I don't think it'd be difficult holding Flagstaff or it'd be Flagstaff and not the Native American, the Navajo Nation. It fits in better in District 7 than it does in District 6. There's been the complaint we're going to have in that is southern Apache and Navajo counties that do not want to be with the Navajo Nation. But if they don't come in with the Navajo Nation in District 7, then it eats up District 6 and goes all the way, possibly all the way out to Mojave. So, and in bringing District 7 into this, we were able to bring in the White Mountain Apache and what's the other one? San Carlos, and keep him on the Native American soil. This is. Give me the population first, and then we'll go into the other situation that we had to talk about. Just population. I don't want racial. The target population. So you can see that if you go down to 5, 6, and 7, we're all within the 5% variance. They're all underpopulated, but the most it's underpopulated is by 5,400. But the deviation is really within the variance.
Navajo's overpopulated.
I'm sorry, Navajo's. I was looking at the one above. Instead of Navajo's overpopulated by about. And there's a reason why Navajo's overpopulated by about 9,000. there's a reason why that number is going to be there. This as opposed to the congressional, when they get to the congressional, they're going to bring it down to so that there's no deviation. They're going to try to bring it, and that's the first thing that they're going to do on the 4th. That's one of the things they're going to look at, because the law that's been coming out pretty much is that they allow some deviation in legislative, but they allow little to no legislation in congressional. But in this one, they do. We had a hard time meeting the deviation just simply because of the way that Arizona stacked it. We didn't want to go into we did not want to go into metropolitan areas again. And I think we were able to maintain quite a bit of the rural nature of District 6. And even though it's not our district, District 7 remains pretty rural. District 5 does not remain as rural as District 6 or District 7. The highlights on District 6, the grid map right now, it's not going to hold, has Sedona split. We've united Sedona into one city. I didn't want to have to send an email to Ireland saying, gee, Chairman, Sedona's been split into 2 different districts. We still want you to enjoy your vacation. So it picks up Sedona, and then we looked at come back over to District 6. We picked up as much of the corridor, the I-10 corridor, I-17 corridor, as we could up a little right there. We picked up as much as we could. That we ended up going all the way out. We picked up all of Verde Valley. We had to go all the way up to Camp Verde. There's been good testimony from and it really fits in here more than the congressional. There's been good testimony from the Verde Valley, even at the meeting that Janet just went to, how they want to be with us and not Prescott. That helps us in terms of community interest. It helps us in presenting that to the IRC, how they want to stay with us and not go with them. And it fits in with our watershed. It fits in with our rural nature. It fits in with our timber. So I think those are all good points that we'll bring up to the IRC again. So let me tell you a little bit about District 7. I know that District 7 is not in our district. This is where no, go ahead and bring racial in right now. So there's when our first presentation, when we made our first presentation to you, we told you that the Voting Rights Act had been gutted quite a bit, that there's no longer Section 5, which is somewhat good for us because if they still had Section 5, they'd have to submit all these maps to Justice, and it would take this deadline that they have would never adhere to it. So Justice no longer has to have pre-clearance on that. Section 5 really has no applicability on this, but Section 2 still remains. And Section 2 means that they want to be able to maintain the covered protected groups to maintain as much of their identity as possible, and they don't want to retrogress. So if you look at what was the equivalent of District 7 in the Navajo Nation, last time they had almost a 63% Native American on this district. Ours is 52.31.
The grid map was like 20%.
Yeah, the grid map, which doesn't take anything but population, did not take into this. Only had a 20% on it. I think that by the time we all think, I keep saying when I use the imperial I, it means Janet and Gary also and Zubin. It's District 7. There's no way they're not going to be a minority majority district because they gotta maintain the Native American vote. They will not be able to meet the 63% vote because if you think Coconino grew very small, very little, the Navajo Nation grew even less. So for them to maintain the 63%, I don't see how they can do it just keeping the Navajo Nation in one. We can make it above 50, and I'm sure they will make it above 50, but there's no way the law will be able to make it up to 60%. And we even tried looking at a district that included every Native American tribe, but we had problems with contiguity, with them being close to each other, and keeping the metropolitan areas out of it, because once you start bringing a metropolitan area, the Native American numbers go down. And this is the best we thought we could do. I'm sure there'll be some other people that will come up with other numbers. But I think this is what we can, what is a feasible way of doing it. It's 52.31. District 7, there's no question that District 7 will be, it's not competitive, it will not be competitive. It'll be a minority majority district. Either under this iteration or somebody else. If you go to District 6, well, let's go District 7 to show just the voting, yeah, just to show you District 7 how high it's going to be. So if you look at this District 7, it is with Democrat, it's 43% 0.35 Democrat. So this is definitely, it's only got 26.62 Republican and 26.5 other. So it's definitely a minority majority district, and it's definitely a leaning Democratic district. It may go higher than that, and it'll qualify. They were a minority majority district last time, and I think they'll stay as a minority majority district this time. Can you learn the other relationships to see how they would have voted the last time? Okay, so I'm running the races that they ran the last time. You could go all the way across, and it's
Republican, Democrat.
Yeah, it's pretty straight Democrat all the way through. If you look at the presidential race, it's 53. In the Senate race, it's 55. One, and governor's race is 53.52. So it's a pretty heavily Democratic district. Do you guys want me to run this through on District 6? I think it's going to be Republican. But let me run it through District 6. If you look at the one above District 6, it's 51.6 Republican. It's 49. It's close. This is actually a pretty competitive district. The way it's looked, if you look at it, it's right near, they're within a 2 to 3% variable between Democrat and Republican. The Coconino County, I mean, the District 6 may actually be one of the competitive districts if they keep this criteria. And that's one of the criteria that they have under 106, which would help us push that into the IRC. Yeah, if you look beyond registration, but look at the voting patterns, I think it's a competitive district. And that's one of the criteria they will look at in terms of who won what. All right. I think that's it, right? We took, as you notice, at one time we included Greenlee County. Was it Greenlee or Graham? One of the two counties in there.
Whatever's down here.
Right, whatever's down there. That little purple spot, that dark blue spot, and that just brought us over over the variance. They would not accept this. One of the acceptance thing.
Yeah, I just did that.
No. Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay, so you see all of it meets all the integrity tests that they have on it. So they'll accept this map. And Janet, Gary, anything that I missed? Have we lost Gary somewhere?
I'm not sure, but you've covered it all, Jose, very well.
Thank you, Janet. Yeah, and again, I want to kudos to everybody that worked on this. I mean, we've all traveled the state, and we've listened to, we really paid close attention to the community of interest that were expressed in all these areas. And when we drove it, we try to do District 6, but there's no way you can do it without touching 5 and 7. There was one last thing that I wanted to say. Oh, so they have like, God, hold on, I'll tell you. If anybody's interested, they've actually mapped out all the community interests were expressed through all the different places, and they're way over 300 communities of interest, and that's one of the things they're going to be looking at the November 4th meeting is a big is big issues rather than minor issues. At the November 4th meeting, they've been instructed and they've agreed to just look at major issues on this map, and like in terms of splitting counties, splitting cities, taking care of Native American issues. They're not going to go into let's move this corner here, let's move that corner there. That'll be down the line, but they'll reach that at some point in time. We did not do that in ours to affect it one way or the other. But that's it.
All right. So then we're going to, any final comments before we swing into the board?
Nope, I think that's it.
Okay, so we'll bring it back. And again, you're asking if you can submit these maps as part of the question, but just initial, response that we get from board members, again, being through this process, watching it, key components are lining up to the intent of what the redistricting commission is doing and trying to hit those key points to keep it whole. But also, as I'm taking a look at it again, you're hitting on and having incorporated in our objectives of what we were setting out for, protect minority majority district as best as possible, try and inhibit the retrogression from occurring associated with it, keeping communities of interest together. So as I look at that, you've achieved those objectives. Let me just turn to other board members, see if we have comments. Now, because they have the display, I can't see y'all, so you can kind of pipe up that you want to. Actually, I just scrolled down and I saw Patrice raising her hand. Go ahead, Supervisor Hurst.
Yes, thank you. And by the way, I know this took a bit of dancing to come up with, and I thought the legislative maps looked very good in terms of keeping communities of interest together. And the most important thing, in my opinion, is so important that Flagstaff is in one legislative district. So I'm really glad to see that worked out with 6. And also then number 2, even though District 7, I think it's important that the Navajo Nation has their own district. So I think job well done. The intent and purpose was accomplished. It'll be very interesting to see what others come up with. And I'm afraid we're going to get some pushback on 6 and 7, but I do think that you all have done a great job. I'm definitely in favor of having this go forward.
All right, let me just go through numerically like we've done. Hieronyma.
Yes, so I'd just like to say that, again, I'd like to support what my colleague just said about the effort to protect communities of interest, and I think that's reflected in this new map. And I too am interested to see what are some of the other proposals out there and see what we end up coming out with. I think this is a good plan and serves Coconino County appropriately. Thank you.
District 4, Supervisor Begay.
Let's move on.
Okay, you're okay with submission?
Yes.
Okay. Vice Chair Fowler, District 5.
Yes, so thank you. It is difficult to come up with a map And so this, I think this works. Navajo Nation is kept whole. I know that Navajo and Native Americans, they like to have at least over 60% in their population in their district, but I don't know how that can be done. And you know, when you think back, the census count, the delay in the census count, the process that was put in place and then it was shortened, all of that has a huge impact on these redistricting right now. And in our region, just right then too, we NGS shut down, Peabody also was closed, and those are real impact into our population loss. So with that, you know, now here we are, our districts are growing and geographically, and we're losing population. So I don't know how else we can, redraw, and that it would be better representation. And so I do support that right now. Thank you.
Okay. And just from my comment, I too, you know, I noted that you used the objectives, but yeah, I agree with the board. Let's submit these. Again, we know it's a work in progress. We'll see how it moves, but trying to match up to the objectives of what we asked for, as well as what the IRC is trying to do, is you know, it's a good step on this. Turn it back over.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Steve.
So Zubin, you can go and unshare your screen and I will go back and do mine. But as I'm doing this, I do want to just to say a couple comments to appreciate the work of our consultants. You know, our process 20 years ago, 30 years ago, would entail us attending and sitting through hours of testimony. And of course, with our consultants being located in the Valley and Northern Arizona, for Janet in the Verde Valley, they're being able to attend all of the sessions, but also being able to interact with staff has been very important. And certainly they have key relationships that would certainly that certainly helps in our advocacy role when we're putting together a position that we feel best suits the needs of Coconino County based on the guidelines that you all had consented on earlier, but also from the feedback. And so really just want to appreciate the work to date. There's still, of course, much more to happen, many more meetings to attend. And so going back to the slide that I shared earlier, you know, we did receive mapping scenarios, we did receive and provided feedback that you just did, and then we'll be preparing testimony for the board so that we can look at providing testimony at the October 7th IRC public meeting. So again, so Mr. Chair, again, appreciation to the consultant team, and with this point, we're going to transition to county redistricting to see if our consultant team didn't have anything final they wanted to mention before we move on.
No, Steve, when you get a chance, we got to figure out how we present it. I mean, I don't think you want us to present it. We want to have representative, you know, county to present.
We'll be the board.
So when you're through with all this, let's talk and we'll see how we do it. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
And Steve, this is Gary.
Thank you for all your help.
This is Gary.
Go ahead, Gary.
Thank you.
Oh, there's Gary.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Steve, if we can identify, or the board can identify one member to address. I know before we had all 5 members address the IRC. That's probably not the most effective way of addressing this. So if the board can identify who they would like to serve as that spokesman, Janet and I will begin working with him or her to create the statements that we feel the IRC should hear.
Okay, will do. Thanks, Gary.
All right, thank you, Chairman.
So
if I can ask one more time too, if we can get this in the maps in writing, a paper copy, it would be very helpful. So
yeah, we'll do a paper copy. Also, we have a list of cities and towns within District 6 and 7 that you'll be able to look at as well. So we'll send that to you later on today.
And then I would just propose, just so that you would know, is that Chair Ryan present this on October 7th.
Okay, and we'll work with his his
Yeah,
schedule and everyone's.
Yeah, and we'll check in with the rest of the board on that, but well, actually, we probably should do it right now. Is that okay with the rest of the board if I do that? Because we're coming up on October 7th pretty soon.
I'm good with that.
Okay, Geronimo, Judy,
Okay,
Lena,
Yes.
okay, all right. And, you know, obviously always inclusive, anything that I'm providing is from the board. One point of note before everybody hops off, and it's more for public consumption. When we get to the Board of Supervisor redistricting, we will have a fully incorporated, that's when we make a decision as a board on district boundaries. And so that part of the process, we will incorporate a public process for the sake of our public and make sure that we get input from our public on that.
Okay.
All right.
So I'm going to then proceed with your permission, Mr. Chair, onto the county redistricting. So let me go back to sharing my screen. Okay, you should see a slide, county redistricting. So we're transitioning from legislative, congressional to county. Board of Supervisors, Coconino Community College District are divided into 5 districts. Both follow the same district boundaries. The 2020 population, you can see here, 145,101, divide by 5. So you can see the ideal population size per district is 29020. And when you do the plus or minus, of course, you can apply the plus or minus variance on that as well. The process has just begun in identifying communities of interest. I've spoken with each of you and your board district directors to identify within each of your districts what are those communities of interest that are located within your communities of interest, knowing that there are communities of interest that transcend or span the entire county or different areas. So that's in progress now. Public outreach, of course, will begin in October, and it's going to go through November. And I imagine it's going to go through mid-November. Our statutory deadline for this process is no later than December 1st. And so we should probably be prepared, and I have with the clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, have reserved dates going into November 23rd, November 30th. In the event that we need to have a board meeting for the final adoption of those districts, the district plan. And so again, all that's in progress now. I'll remind the board the criteria, and this is actually from the criteria that was adopted back in 2011, the guidelines for redistricting, and you can see this here, draw districts of equal population based on census, and then again, using the 5% deviation, less is better. Do not dilute voting strength of racial and language minority groups, preserve the ability of majority minority districts to elect representatives of their choice. And again, when considering ability of districts to elect minority representatives, the voting age population should also be considered. Preserve communities of interest, and then going on from that, districts that must be compact and contiguous. We can use census blocks as district boundaries, but we are going to be using precincts as our building blocks for that process. And again, earlier this morning, the board adopted at the recommendation of our county recorder, the precincts for the 2022 cycle. A couple other things in terms of do not create a substantial long-term negative effect on any specific political party. Political parties should have a fair chance to influence the political process. Base the new plan on existing districts to the extent possible. And of course, what impacts that is population growth in certain districts that compels us and requires us to make changes to those district boundaries. And of course, taking into account current incumbents in the drawing of the district boundaries. So again, that's the reminder of the criterion that was identified. These are statistics from previous decades. And so you can see the population by district over the years 90 to 2000 to 2010. And this is, I emailed this PowerPoint to you earlier this afternoon, so you have this with you as well. And then this is where we get to have some fun. So I'm gonna, in 2 seconds, turn it over to our team. And we have GIS, Margot's on, Nate's on, Helen's on, Patty's on as well. But this is a dashboard that provides you all a very visual look at your districts by district, and then of course population, voting age, and then the registration. And so I'm going to stop here. I'm going to stop sharing my screen because I want to ask Nate and the GIS team to share. Hang on a minute. Let me get out of it. I'm going to get out of it. Sorry about that. I just stop the share. Okay. So I'm out of it. And Nate, are you going to do a little bit of walkthrough here?
Yes. Thank you, County Manager Peru and members of the board. What I'm going to demo quickly here is the 2 applications we built for internal use. Oh, sorry. I didn't hit the share button. So I think you can see now. So we've got 2 applications. One that you're viewing right now, we can, as Steve mentioned, we are using precincts to reassign to different districts to arrive at the new supervisor district boundaries. And this application that you're viewing is using the new precinct boundaries that were approved earlier today. So that's why you see some kind of inconsistencies with the previous supervisor boundaries, because they've been redrawn. So how this will work is we can walk through scenarios. We can click a precinct, reassign it a value, and this is obviously just for demonstration. And this will update on the fly and reassign that precinct to that district. And if I click on a precinct, you'll see the so these precincts have population numbers and voter numbers have been aggregated from the 2020 census block numbers. So as you can see here, total population, voting age population, and breakdown of demographics and active voters by party affiliation. So what will happen, now you're seeing the dashboard, the other tool we'll be using. As I reassign, and I know this is already updated, as we reassign precincts to different districts, these numbers will update on the fly. And how to read this, these are, District 1 row, you read these by rows. You're seeing the population from the 2020 census currently from District 1, the way the precincts are assigned. What these lines represent in these bar graphs is where the county supervisor district numbers fell under their current drawn boundaries. So these lines across the bar graphs won't move, but as you readjust the different precincts to different districts, the bars will move. So you can see, for instance, District 2 there's a loss in non-Hispanic white population based on the readjustment of precincts. And so you have total population, total voting population, voting age population, and then active voters by party affiliation. And those will adjust on the fly as we reassign precincts. And back to this, so once a scenario has been built out that reaches the requirements for redistricting, we can save out scenarios and preserve them, and then later compare them and even share them on the public website for transparency and for the public to consume, to see what's happening. I think if anyone had any questions, or I can turn it back to you, Steve.
Nick, can you do me a favor? Go back to the original dashboard before we move from that. I want to just point out So based on the dashboard you're now seeing, you see all 5 of the districts, and you see the target range down below the large numbers. So the target range, of course, 27.5 to 30,471. And then if we look at each of the districts, then we're able to see what within that district are we overpopulated or underpopulated. So with District 1, you see the max population is 30,471. The current population is 32.3. So we do have an overpopulated district there. Going on to District 2, 28,638, that actually falls within the range of population when you look at the deviation plus or minus. So District 2 is within range. Go to District 3. District 3 is overpopulated by almost 2,000 when you look at the max population and what the current population is. So District 3 is overpopulated. Go to District 4, we're going to be looking at the minimum. So of course, the target population on the minimum is 27,569, and the population is 26,266. So it's underpopulated. And then finally, District 5, looking at the minimum population of 27,569 and the current population of 25,9, it is underpopulated. So again, at the district level, you're able to see the work that needs to happen. Now, it's not to say, and this is something that we need to keep in mind for districts that may be within the range, it is probably not possible not to have some changes to a district that is within range because we have to achieve balance. And so sometimes it is a domino effect. So let's just say, in this case, we need to lose population from District 1, and there's no other place to do it because we need to work with contiguous precincts or contiguous districts. Then it becomes, of course, a necessity to actually go into a district that may be within range in order to affect the change beyond that. So again, it's a challenging process because while we're doing all of this, then we're taking into consideration communities of interest. We're looking at the very same things we were looking at with congressional and legislative. We need to make sure that we're not doing that either, and that we're following the guidelines that were originally set by the board. So again, it's a very dynamic process. It creates, provides the opportunity for the staff to get very good at identifying some of those priorities within each of the districts. We're also then having to fold into this process the fact that this is also a community college district process. So working closely with CCC, because their district governing board uses the exact same districts that we do. So again, we need to take into consideration that as well. I'm going to stop, Mr. Chair, if you will, and maybe the board may have some questions.
All right, questions from the floor.
There's more to present, but I'm going to just do a check-in now.
Chance to pause, seeing the tool. I saw Patrice with her hand up. I can't see everybody, so let me know if you have comments. So go ahead, Patrice.
And by the way, this is a very impressive tool, whoever put this together. Excellent, very impressive, and going to be very helpful for us. We have been playing around, as you know, Steve, with maps and numbers, et cetera. And it'd be great to be able to utilize this very powerful tool to do exactly that. Is there a way we can do that, Steve, or meet with you or tell us what we can do to get access and really take a look at this?
Right. So the tool does require some training, and so what we'll be doing is working with each of the districts to look at scenarios based on your input. And so once we go through all of the districts and create some scenarios, then we are going to consolidate into mapping scenarios that we would then take out to the public. And so I know that we are not going to be meeting on the 12th of October. We are going to be calling a special meeting for the 19th because we may even wait till the 26th. It depends on schedules and process, but the quicker we can identify district scenarios Then we can bring those scenarios to the board so that we can then get some scenarios that with your approval, we can take out for public comment, similar to what the IRC is doing right now at the state level. So again, definitely to your question, Supervisor Horstman, yes, you'll be working with the technical team to create some of the scenarios that would be, of course, taking into consideration each of the priorities and communities of interest within each of your districts.
All right, others, questions, comments? Not seeing anybody. Go ahead, Steve.
Okay. Let's see, Nate, do you want to, is there another part of this? Because there's also...
Yeah, I think we'll switch over to Margot so she can,
okay, great.
For the public website.
Thanks, Nate.
Yes.
Let's see.
Thanks, Nate. Thanks, County Manager Peru. Good afternoon, members of the board. I want to present today what we're showing, what we put together for the presentation of the redistricting to the public. So this is a website joint effort between GIS and Public Affairs. So if you have questions, any of us can answer. The sections are listed across the top of the site. And I'll just real quick go through the sections that we're presenting and go a little more into the map in the middle. So what is redistricting and the impacts thereof, and relisting again the rules that we're following to do redistricting here. And then a section on the number changes from the 2010 to the 2020 census and why the district lines need to change. So showing a public rendition of the tools that Nate just presented for the staff and Board of Supervisors members' use. Summing up at the district level, the stats of the 2010 numbers, the 2020, the change, and the percent change to illustrate what we'll need to change to get in that same target range that we just went over. So this is the public version, a little less detailed, but it is accompanied as well by some statistical demographics. And we have population demographics by district, and they do have a little legend for which category each of these bar graphs represents. There are also population demographics by voting age and by registered voters by party affiliation. So much of the same data on the staff tools that Nate presented, but more a little simplified for public consumption. So this is to try to bring this redistricting process to a little bit of interactivity for the public. We do have a holding place here for the redistricting scenarios that we'll be creating with the individual Board of Supervisors members and compiling into some scenarios for presentation to the public. We have a little description here about the precinct-based redistricting and the fact that we are using precincts in order to try to obtain those numbers of equal representation. There is a little image here of some maps that we've created that are downloadable here below on the precinct-based redistricting map. It allows any member of the public to download a PDF of these maps. We're calling them coloring sheets. It's the same process that we'll be going through at the staff level, only it's a little more stationary. It's not interactive, but it does list all of the the voting precincts as approved this morning with their population numbers with the 2020 census. So by coloring in, the various districts, you could obtain a scenario like the ones we're going to produce on the staff side. There is a mention here of the state of Arizona redistricting process that's concurrent, just to try to circle back for everybody that there is also work being done simultaneously by the Independent Redistricting Commission. Then follows a timeline of the process that we're working through. And I just heard there from Steve that we're changing this to the 19th. not the 12th. So, the timeline is subject to change and it is noted as such, and it will grow as public meetings are added. The next section is FAQs, just 2 at the moment, but can grow as we get questions in. To illustrate the difference between the precinct changes and the district changes, and then also to reiterate the rules that the redistricting process has to follow. These rules are also listed on the little downloadable coloring sheets that we've created so that everyone has those as a point of reference as they think through the process. Then the last sections are resources pointing to the county elections page, and then also a section on contact information. And this will start off the public affairs process to get public feedback on redistricting. So there's contact information listed here, but to go further into the public affairs section, I will turn that over to Claire. Is Claire on?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Margot. So we'll just touch briefly on this if you want to continue sharing your screen, Margot, and I can just talk on it. For the contact information, we have set up an email address, which is the redistricting@coconino.az.gov. After we have your approval and we talk this through, we will go live with this webpage, and then we will work with communities of interest in your district to set up meetings, whether that's virtual or in person. And we really want to encourage the community and our county residents to give their feedback and let us know what they would like to be taken in consideration during the redistricting process.
Thanks, Claire. So, Mr. Chair, first of all, just a really great appreciation to the staff for putting together the website, to GIS for putting together the mapping. Certainly, it's great to have Patty Hansen as a co-pilot on this, given her experience in redistricting. But I think just as looking forward, there are some folks on this call today that are going to be doing the redistricting 10 years from now. It won't be me, but it'll be others here. And this is good because it really is an evolution of technology and public outreach. Of course, with COVID being what we have today, a good portion of our public outreach is going to be virtual. So hearings and putting together the technology to do what we're doing today is going to be part of that. To the extent that's possible to do in-person public hearings, we will certainly be doing that. But again, I think given the reality of where we're at today, it may look a little differently in terms of the public outreach piece. Important to note that for all intents and purposes, the website that you see today is ready to go live. We are ready to begin to receive input through the redistricting at coconino.az.gov. We will, of course, then start working with you on getting your input. So, Nate, is there anything else, or Margot, did you want to share? Because I can pull back the screen to me real quick.
That's what we have for today. Thank
Okay,
you.
so why don't you unshare, and then I'm going to reshare back. See, Nate, you can start. You can unshare your screen, or Margot. There you go. Thanks. So let me go back and just conclude real quickly, and then we'll certainly open it up for questions. And so as Margot indicated, the contact information is live, so we will have that that email for input. I think it's kind of cool to do the downloadable coloring sheets for people that want to. We have the precincts, the numbers, all of that's there. We have target populations, et cetera. So the public can certainly look at this as a guide. And then let's just kind of wrap up with process. So again, we've received the information. We are in the process of working with each of you to identify stakeholder and communities of interest. We're prepared the presentation material. We finalized the online website and the materials. We're ready to begin receiving an initial public input. Of course, today we provided the tool that provides the population, the ethnic voting age for registration by precinct. And then looking at the 28th through October 12th, probably extending it out a little bit more because of schedules, but with our discussions with each of you to create mapping scenarios that we would then be taking out to the community in a public outreach process that may be more virtual this year than we'd like it to be. But again, all this wraps up into a December 1st redistricting deadline. And so, Mr. Chair, I'm going to stop my screen and listen to you all with questions and comments.
Okay, let's turn to the board and see if we have comments with it. The first comment real quick is, kind of reiterating, really good tools. I like them. They're simplistic, but comprehensive. So you need additional detail associated with it. By the same token, you have frequently asked questions, which I know we build upon. As people submit, there'll be one that there are more broad questions. And so we have those that have the potential of being added to the list. So you have, well thought out pieces. Nothing's perfect when you start with it. And if we have to adapt, we'll adapt. But all in all, really appreciate what you have there. Walk through it. Comments from board members. Patrice?
Yes, first of all, very impressive. And I'm very much looking forward to getting that precinct match by population, something we've been trying to get our hands on for a while. So that's wonderful news. And I want to thank all of the folks from GIS for all of their work on that. So, and that website, that is very cool. And we were talking, I was trying to go on the website to see if it was live yet. And so I know it's not, but it's coming soon. And thank you for all your hard work on it. It's going to be very, very helpful as we take a look at this moving forward. So thank you.
All right. I'll just roll through it. Geronimo.
Sure. Thank you for the presentation. It's good to finally see some solid numbers for our districts, because that's the one piece we haven't seen yet. And so I look forward to being able to work with the software and kind of see what the different scenarios look like once we can play around with it a little bit. So appreciate getting those numbers and looking forward to the future conversations about our redistricting. Thank you.
All right. Judy.
Yes, I want to thank everyone for helping us out, to understand the redistricting process and making sure that, we're following the guidelines and also the dates that, we have to work with. I think it's going to go at a fast pace, but I know that, the staff can bring it together. And so I just want to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to take a look at what's going on right now and what has been accomplished so far and what needs to still get done. And I'm looking forward to the end result. So thank you very much.
All right. And Vice Chair, Leah.
Yes, that was a really fun presentation. I think you guys are just playing around over there. So it's the website, just the tool, even public engagement through the website. I just think it's great. And the more that we provide, do presentations, I'm sure we're gonna do some, a couple of the Zoom meetings, town halls to explain some of those things. But anyway, it is really good. Thank you so much for all your work that you've done. You simplified it, and that's what we need. So thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, that wraps it up on our end, but I just want to let Trey know that since he's going to be responsible for the redistricting process in 10 years from now, it's all yours, Trey. right after this one. So, Mr. Chair, back to you, sir. That concludes the staff presentation on this.
Okay, and just, again, for public consumption, you can see we have a tentative schedule that may change, but all in all, our staff is responding with tools so that we can get comment and still work within the window that we have to work within. It's not as big a window as has happened with previous processes, and yet it's a workable way of accomplishing the tasks that we need to do to fulfill this. So that's really good. So actually, we're pretty much on time here. I would suggest.
If I may, just real quick, just to point out, we've got CSA coming up.
Yes.
We've got WIR. And so that timeline, I'm assuming, will have to be stretched out just because we have two large conferences that are coming up that fall right in the middle of that timeline. So.
And yeah, we are accommodating for that. And so we'll probably be stretching out the scenario presentation to the end of the month. End of the month is a very popular time. So Mr. Chair, I know schedule wise, we have a hard stop for two of our supervisors at 4 o'clock because of the Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood Small Area Plan presentation that's happening later this afternoon. So we're certainly ready to move on to the agenda.
Steve, I would suggest, again, we need to pause for a bio break.
Yeah.
Just take 5, but then hop right into it after that.
Okay. Well done. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So if you're all coming back, if you bubble up on screen, so we know you're out there, helpful. All right, there's Kim. Hey, Kim. Hi, Geronimo. Yay. I felt like I went in a time void. Nobody was there. All right. You out there yet, Patrice or Lena or Steve? Geronimo, you and I, Kim. We're just going to have to carry the county.
We're here. We're here.
I'm here.
Oh, you go. Oh gosh. Hey, my brain's still adapting from the time over in Europe. It's 12 o'clock midnight right now. All right.
Hey, I think.
So looking for Patrice. Did I see Patrice out there? I saw Lena.
Yeah, she's here.
Yep, there we go. Okay, so Geronimo's here. All right, Steve. So we
Sure.
have COVID and we have a little bit on legislative too.
Yeah, so I'm just going to jump right over to Kim to provide the update on COVID and everything related. So, Mr. Chair, Kim, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chair Ryan, supervisors. Good afternoon. Have a fairly brief update today. So we'll just walk you through some of the information you're used to seeing, as well as a few of the updates of late breaking news that has come in since yesterday. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. The vaccine and vaccination and COVID positive case data, as you can see here on the screen, we have continued to kind of stay at what we're calling a plateau. We are still in the high transmission level at over that 263.6 cases per 100,000. And our percent positivity remains in the moderate level at 7.4%. The COVID-like illness has gone up a bit as well and is sitting at 7.4%. You can see on the screen there with vaccination rates as per the ADHS website as of yesterday. Coconino is at 58.5% in terms of fully vaccinated residents in comparison to the state at 57.9%, and of course Maricopa and Pima being reflected up there just for comparison. This information of that 373 cases, that was as of the weekly report and data through 9/18. On the next slide, you will see the, as we like to show, just in terms of the epi curve over the course of actually the entire pandemic, and then looking ahead where we are likely going to be finishing out for the week ending September 25th. We were, as of last night's report, at 289 cases. So again, kind of maintaining that plateau. I expect that to go up a little bit more as well, but kind of holding steady around that same high transmission rate, at least for the next few weeks. Next slide. The testing continues. This is something that is really encouraging. The testing continues to be at very high numbers. which we like to see. And again, that's in thanks to all the different partnerships throughout the county. That is of last week, almost 5,900 tests that were conducted for COVID testing, and that's countywide. And that's where that 7.4% transmission rate comes in. And we just really appreciate all the options for testing, and we continue to work on others and have had a couple of additions coming in since we last spoke. One of those being Embry Healthcare that has a drive-through operation out behind the mall there, providing both PCR tests as well as serology and other rapid testing. Those other tests outside of the regular PCR tests do come with a cost. Some of those are covered by insurance, some are not, but the actual just regular COVID test for that PCR result is also free out there. And we are working with them. They should be opening a drive-through location in Page here within the next week or two at the Coconino Community College location in Page. Next slide, please. Or sorry, you can go back. Thank you. So the biggest news as of this week, and that have been rolling out since last week and then started as one thing and kind of changed again on Friday, is of course the booster dose approval for Pfizer. As hopefully all of you have seen, we have put out in clarifying press releases. Our communications team has done a phenomenal job at getting out social media and website information as well. But again, the following groups are approved to receive the single booster dose of Pfizer. If they have received their first 2 doses of the Pfizer vaccine in at least 6 months after their primary series. And the folks who should absolutely, if they have received Pfizer vaccine, get a booster dose are people over 65 years and older, and of course, residents in our long-term care settings. People aged 50 to 64 years with underlying medical conditions should receive a booster shot as well, if they've received the Pfizer vaccine. And people 18 to 49 with underlying medical conditions may receive a booster shot of Pfizer based on their individual benefit and risks. And what we say to this is that we encourage anyone in that category to consult with their medical provider to determine if they should, at this point in time, be receiving their booster dose. Also, people aged 18 to 64 who are at increased risk for COVID-19 exposure and transmission because of occupational or institutional settings may receive a booster shot, a Pfizer booster shot, again, based on individual benefits and risks. So just to be clear, because of that this was approved specifically for Pfizer, we are not authorized to provide off-brand or mixing of brands for booster doses. So here at Health and Human Services, as well as our partners at PMG who are providing vaccines, both on the NAU campus location, as well as other pop-up settings around the county, are not offering Pfizer boosters to individuals who received a different brand of vaccine in their initial dose series. And until that is authorized by the FDA and CDC, that is how we need to be proceeding. With that being said, next slide, please. Wanted to just, in closing out the Pfizer specific information, as you're all aware, the full FDA approval for 16 and older was granted on August 23rd. Currently, we are still awaiting the 5 to 12-year-old approval. What I will say and add that's not on this slide is that Pfizer, as of yesterday, did submit their data to FDA for the 5 to 12-year-old studies. They will be submitting separately, hopefully in the coming weeks, is what is quoted, for emergency use authorization for that age range. So we anticipate seeing something in the coming weeks regarding that 5 to 12 years old for Pfizer vaccine. And then, of course, additional studies and time that they're looking at early winter for the 2 to 5-year-old. They're still doing studies on those younger kiddos. Next slide, please. As for Moderna and Johnson & Johnson vaccine, want to be real clear that Moderna and Johnson & Johnson are also submitting information for and studies related to booster doses. They, of course, have been operating for Moderna under an emergency use authorization for 18 and older, which we continue to administer, but they have submitted to the FDA for actual approval with the FDA for 12 and older. We just don't know the time frame yet. Again, the FDA has been moving things quickly, so we're hopeful to be hearing something on that as well in the coming weeks for 12 and older for Moderna. The younger ages are still in trials, and Moderna did submit an emergency use authorization earlier this month for booster doses that is being looked at by FDA. So we anticipate hearing something on both Moderna and Johnson & Johnson. They have released their data from their phase 3 clinical trial on boosters, which had very positive results but they have not yet applied for their emergency use authorization. Again, we anticipate a lot of that coming here in the coming weeks. The third doses that you all are aware of, that continues to be something that we are administering both for Pfizer and Moderna for those who are moderately or severely immunocompromised and have received their 2 doses of Pfizer or Moderna. And again, that comes with that specific list of what was considered and is considered severely or moderately immunocompromised. And when people come to our locations for and request a third dose, they are asked to sign an attestation attesting to having one of those specific immunocompromised diagnoses to receive that third dose. All of the other things for the boosters with respect to underlying medical conditions, folks need to just consult with their healthcare providers, and if it is they fall within the criteria and have received Pfizer and it has been 6 months, they come and let us know that they are there for their booster dose and that they have an underlying medical condition. There's not an attestation to sign related to the booster. Next slide, please. So of course, boosters have been a big hot topic, but I would be remiss if I didn't say that our primary focus will and continues to be getting those initially vaccinated who have not yet been vaccinated. We are averaging across the county about 1,000 vaccines a week, and in terms of new vaccinated folks who are coming and starting their series of vaccines. At about 1,000 a week. We, of course, continue to have recurring events at our King Street building from 10 to 1 on Wednesdays and from 3 to 6 p.m. We extended those hours and made the afternoon hours that started last week. Actually, I think the week before last. And we're also offering flu vaccine at each of these recurring events as well here at HHS. We also have on Friday, we have hours from 8 to 10 a.m. that are specific clinic for those ages 65 and over only. So we are specifically advertising that to that population and sharing that information. They can come and get their COVID vaccinations, their booster doses of Pfizer if they are eligible, and their flu shots. That is special hours for seniors. And then we open at 10 o'clock till 1 p.m. on Fridays for everyone else in the general public. We do have a couple of exciting pop-up events going on this week. On Thursday, the team's going to be in Blue Ridge. That's always a popular location. We have taken flu vaccine there every year. They're going to be providing flu vaccine as well as COVID vaccinations and booster shots. So we expect that to hopefully be a good turnout there in Blue Ridge. And then on Friday, October 1st, we're partnering with North Country Healthcare to put on a clinic for Flagstaff Unified School District at Coconino High School. So that's going to be from 2 to 4:30 p.m. We're partnering with North Country so that we can bring and provide Pfizer vaccine and have all of the vaccines there, and hopefully capture is probably not the right word, hopefully be able to provide vaccine not only to the high school age population, but also parents and anyone else who may be interested in receiving a vaccine on that date. The additional update that I have is we've been working with PMG, Premier Medical Group. As I indicated, they've been providing the vaccines at the field house. They continue to provide field house hours as we have rolled into fall. Those are on Saturday and Sunday from 1 to 6 p.m., open to all of the public. All 3 vaccines are available during that time. And then we're excited to announce, in partnership with them and working alongside them as we're trying to get other times and locations, especially as we roll into booster dose administration. The Elks Lodge this Friday, they're going to be holding an event at the Elks Lodge from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. And right now, this is a one-time event with the intent that if there is good turnout, and as we're going through boosters and other things, to hopefully turn that into a regular recurring event. Next slide, please. This is just the flyer that went out. We shared it with Flagstaff Medical Center, as well as with all of our liaisons to let folks know that this is an additional vaccine location that is going to open on Friday with early morning hours from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Last few points I want to mention to the board and just draw your attention to around our keeping schools safely open. I just want to give a huge shout out to our team here at HHS, as well as all of the schools, school superintendents, their nursing staff, all of them who, administration, teachers, parents, and the students for the work that they have been doing around mitigation efforts in the schools. Mitigation is working in our schools. And I say that because we are managing the outbreaks that have been occurring. As of yesterday, we had about 10 schools with open outbreaks across the county. And when I say that, it doesn't take much to be an open outbreak. It can be 2 positive students in a classroom or in the school can be an outbreak. And the teams, our schools, investigations teams working with the schools directly, and the parents and others have done a phenomenal job at continuing to manage this in a way that allows the schools to stay open and the kids to be there in person, and then identifying who does need to be out, of course, for isolation with positive cases, and then quarantine should they be a direct exposure. I'm excited with respect to the latest yesterday with the court decision regarding the mask mandate in schools. So we will see how our schools go forward. I know many of you have probably seen in the media, many of our schools in Coconino County had indicated that if that court decision came out not allowing for the mask removal of the mask mandates to go into effect, that they intended to make recommendations to their school boards that the masking mitigation stays in place while we are in our high numbers. And so we're hopeful that that will continue, because it is data driven and proven that those mitigation measures are working. We continue to administer Bionex Now testing kits to the schools. We've distributed over 2,400 of them to our schools, which then they are allowed to pass those out to parents to take home to administer to their children, should they be under quarantine or suspected exposure. And of course, continue to work with the schools about other testing opportunities, the pool testing and other things. We have a handful of our schools participating in that pool testing as well. And just continuing those conversations with our schools and the state, of course, Department of Education, in how we can remain open. And again, just a huge thanks to everyone. And lastly, kind of underneath that umbrella, I would be remiss as well is to not speak about our collaboration with NAU. We continue to participate with them on a biweekly basis, a health team, talking about the mitigation measures that are in place and where outbreaks may be occurring. NAU has been phenomenal in sending us information when they have identified concerns in order for us to put information through to Arizona Department of Health for required testing to be implemented in places and dorms and other things where outbreaks might be occurring. And that has proven very beneficial and is working. And I was on the call with the NAU administration yesterday. I just want to assure you that regardless, actually it was Monday, I think. Well, I guess yesterday was Monday. Wow, it's only Tuesday. That they, despite what the court ruling was going to come out, NAU, just to be clear, the universities under the executive order were able to continue to maintain their mitigation and masking despite what that outcome would have been. And so clearly they intend to keep doing that as well while we are in high and substantial numbers. And we just really appreciate all the work that's going in from all of our partners around the county, because we wouldn't be sitting in as good of position as we are, and not to make light of our high numbers right now, because they are still high and it is a very serious situation, but it could be so much more serious than it is. So we're grateful for that. And I think I covered the other things. And the last thing that I wanted to end with is flu season is here. And so while I've been talking all about COVID, we have flu shots. We have flu shots here at our HHS clinics. All of the pharmacies, our Vera clinic, doctors' offices throughout Coconino County, and our healthcare centers all have the flu shot readily available. Please, please, please make an appointment and get your flu vaccine. It is absolutely important that everyone does that so that we don't add to respiratory illnesses that are preventable, or at least made far less worse if we don't get our flu shot. And then the final point I would like to make is that all county employees are invited to come to Coconino, to our Health and Human Services, the County Health and Human Services building during our drive-through clinic hours at King Street, as well as the public, and receive your flu vaccine. We have a really cool setup going on where you drive in, there's a little triage. You tell them if you're there for your flu or your COVID vaccine, and they'll direct you into a neat little parking spot. The team has it down to a science. It's so efficient, and you will be in and out of there in no time, and hopefully protected from the flu and or COVID, whichever you're there for, or both, because you can receive both of those vaccines at the same time. So with that, that is everything that I have, and I will pause for any questions or comments from the board, and I'll give you back some time.
All right, that's good. Well, thanks, Kim. Comments or questions from the board? Oh, looks like I have Supervisor Horstman popping up. Go ahead, Patrice.
Yeah, sorry, I've been popping up a lot here today. Kim, thank you as always. You know, it's you and your staff are doing a great job. I'm just so disappointed that the vaccination rate has just plateaued. I mean, you know, you talk about 1,000 a week, which is fabulous, but the numbers, it's just the percentage we're just plateaued. And I know that's a disappointment for all. And we're doing what we can, all of us, which I so appreciate, to make sure that that is available to the public and that vaccine is readily available from so many different sources. So I really appreciate your continued efforts on that. I know you don't have a crystal ball, but I'm going to ask the question anyway, because it's what I'm asked all the time. Most of us up here in Northern Arizona received the Moderna, and people are wondering, is there any estimated time frame on when those booster shots may be made available up here?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Ryan, Supervisor Horstman, for that question. And we're getting all of that question as well, and rightfully so. Every indication that we have is that they have submitted their information and that it is under review. We hope to see something in the next few weeks. I'm going to say few weeks because it could be next week. It could be, you know, towards the end of the month. As the rate things are going, I'm going to remain optimistic that it's going to be sooner than that. Just knowing what things keep being submitted, the information that's going forward, and the fact that also Moderna has also then submitted information for the full FDA approval for 12 and older. So I think there's multiple things. And with the Moderna, it was really getting a little bit more data regarding clinic trials around what the appropriate dosage is for that booster shot. So I
then-
expect it to come soon, and we'll be ready when we can give the Moderna booster as well.
And that you just put your finger on my second question, and that is the booster the same strength as that third shot?
So what Moderna, so the Pfizer dose is, it is the same dosage. What Moderna has been doing with a lot of the studies, and if you read some of the research, and I won't get into that in detail here, but they are really looking at what is the appropriate dosage that you need to maintain those antibody levels at the appropriate level. And so they are looking at some lesser dosages. It doesn't mean that that's where they're going to land. At the end of the day, it may still be the same, or it may be they've looked at half doses and really looking at what is the appropriate dosage to maintain the appropriate antibody level and defense, to prevent severe illness and hospitalization.
Thank you.
Mhm.
There we go. Get off mute. Looks like Supervisor Vasquez. Go ahead.
Sure, I just wanted to say thank you for the report and great job to the team, to all your efforts on education and vaccination. And we got to keep plugging. I had the pleasure of being tested about 2 weeks ago, came out negative, but went through the process at the field house. It wasn't too difficult, and I appreciated the folks at NAU helping me through that. It was a little scary. Believe it or not, that was only the second time I've been tested since the beginning of everything. And so it was kind of a new experience for me. And so I appreciated going through that and, fortunately being negative. Just want to keep, encouraging your team to keep plugging and plowing through. It is difficult. We need to continue with our social distancing and our, wearing our masks and doing the things to make each other stay safe. And just keep working together, be patient with each other, and we'll get through this together. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Very quickly, also, I think we also want to, of course, acknowledge we have an employee reentry COVID team made up of representatives from all of our departments. And so we are continuing to have good conversations and really receiving their insights and recommendations. And so certainly is just as much an external conversation as Kim is, but Kim is also driving the internal conversation along with Erica Philpott and others in the team. So really want to make sure that our team members here within the organization receive information, have any questions answered, all of the above. So just wanted to loop you in on that too. Thank you.
All right. Let me check in with Vice Chair. Do you have any comments, Lena? Hope I saw you go blue. Oh, that's me with my mouse. Actually, yeah, I'm a once a week visitor to the field house, and just let y'all know, in order to get back in the country, I had a mandated test 72 hours prior, actually 48 hours prior, in Ireland to get tested and be negative, just to get back here. So, but yeah, well worth having the opportunity to go to the test. And as noted by everybody else, preventative is critical. Vaccines are so important, and we need people to do that. So we encourage everybody to help us out here and help protect everybody else out there. Thank you, Kim, as always. And I know you got all your staff behind you there. So from all of us, thank you to everybody. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Steve.
So, Mr. Chairman, we're going on to the next item, talking about typical legislative action activities at this time. Since we have CSA coming up this week, starting tomorrow afternoon, I've asked Trey Williams, also Claire, to just provide a brief update on the preparation for the CSA meeting. And also on the 12th of October, we have the WIR, Western Interstate Region, happening, RAC and other activities happening. So not necessarily today, but we will be working with staff. Trey's going to be attending, a couple other staff, so making sure that the board members in attendance that are staffed as well. So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it over to Trey.
Thank you, Steve. So I just wanted to be sure, we have a hard stop at 4, correct?
So let's catch that for half a second here. I know Geronimo has to leave, Judy has already left, but we still have a quorum. And I wanted to check in with Patrice and Lena, because I would suggest that we spend a little bit more time on this legislative piece. I think we can do a little housekeeping that might enhance what we have with our materials and where we are. Are you okay with that, Patrice?
Yes, I am, and I would appreciate that, although I hate to go forward without Geronimo and Judy, but maybe we can have county manager fill them in on what they've missed, so.
And we'll have an opportunity, as you know, when we go to legislative, just to get together and, have an update, who's carrying which piece, how are we carrying it, that kind of thing. And then let me check with Lena. Are you okay with that, Lena?
I'm good, thank you. Yes.
Oh, fantastic. All right.
And Chair Ryan, I just want to let you know I am going to stay on for a little longer because I would like to get prepped before tomorrow's conference.
All right, fantastic. Okay, so Trey.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for clarifying that. I wanted to make sure we had enough time so you all were sufficiently prepared for the Legislative Summit. So as you're aware, CSA will hold their 2021 Legislative Summit beginning tomorrow through Friday in Prescott at the Prescott Resort and Conference Center. This meeting, as you're all aware, is the meeting where CSA adopts its legislative agenda and discusses and adopts policy proposals, priorities, and resolutions. We wanted to provide an overview of the schedule for the summit today, the CSA Coalition priorities for consideration, and the 2022 submitted legislative proposals, along with feedback we've received from county departments. Before I go into the schedule, I just wanted to recognize our staff, Claire Harper, our management analyst, for her hard work on preparation for the CSA 2021 Legislative Summit and these legislative proposals. Our department has been in transition as I came on board yesterday, so she's done a really great job researching each proposal, soliciting feedback, and preparing materials for the board and the leadership team in our department. So today I'll be going over the schedule, and then I'll go over the 2022 CSA Coalition priorities for consideration, and then Claire will provide a brief overview of the submitted legislative proposals, which there are 14 of those. And they're also categorized. So just to start for the schedule, the summit will begin tomorrow on Wednesday night. The welcome reception will begin at 5:30 on the Sunset Patio. That is outdoors from what I understand. And then at 6:30, we'll have the CSA dinner. The Yavapai County Board of Supervisors will host you all, your colleagues, and that will be in the Goldwater Ballroom. And just so you know, all of this information is going to be in the books that we've prepared for you. So just know, you'll get it in that format as well. And then on Thursday, the day begins at 8 a.m. So registration will begin. That's going to be in the foyer by the Goldwater Ballroom. And then at 9 a.m., they'll begin the work session. And so they'll have a call to order at 9 a.m. And then they'll begin the work group session. It's a facilitated policy discussion. So they'll cover stuff like the legislative context. What's the current mood and environment at the legislature right now, the political environment? What is the state and county revenue picture? What's the fiscal picture for the state as well as for counties and what that means for us? They'll also talk about the emerging issues that we expect to see this session. Then we'll have a discussion of the coalition priorities, which I'm about to go over. And then after that, we will have a CSA priority issue advocacy next steps. So basically, they'll just give an overview of like priority issues for CSA. And then after basically following that discussion, figuring out what the priorities are for CSA based off of the feedback from you all in the discussion. And then from there, they'll move into a discussion of the county submitted legislative proposals. Lunch is at 11:45. Then we'll go back into the work session at 1:30 p.m., which will continue the discussion of the legislative proposals. And just so you know, that's the work group facilitated discussion is the opportunity for you all to speak with your colleagues about the feedback that our departments have provided, to learn more about their proposals, and then to also solicit support for our submitted proposal. And then Thursday night at 5:30, we'll have the reception, which will be hosted by Yavapai County. That'll be on the Sunset Patio, which is the same place for the welcome reception. And then at 6:30, Yavapai County will give their hosted dinner. And that's going to be in Granite Mountain and Ikamoa room. And then Friday, 7:30 a.m., the county caucus breakfast start. We were thinking, and of course want to discuss this with you, Chairman Ryan, and then other supervisors, how whether you want to get together sometime on Thursday or, like after the dinner, before the county caucuses, so that we can debrief on the work group discussions, and then also prepare for the county caucuses and how you all would like to conduct those, and any points you'd like to make, any priorities you would like to express to the group. And then from there, at 9 a.m., the work group session will continue if necessary, if there's anything that wasn't addressed or concluded from Thursday. And then the CSA Board of Directors will then have their meeting, and that is when the formal board action will occur to adopt the 2022 legislative priorities for CSA. And then they're looking to adjourn by noon. Before I move on to the 2022 CSA Coalition priorities for consideration, are there any questions on the schedule or any discussion you wanted to have on meeting and debriefing and ensuring that we're prepared going into the work group sessions, as well as for the board meeting on Friday?
So Patrice, wave your hand. Go ahead, Patrice.
Yeah, I do think it would be good for us to meet after the hosted dinner, even if it was just for 30 minutes, just to kind of make sure we're all together and on board, if you will. I think that'd be an excellent idea, Trey. And number two is, I know I had Julian put together a notebook for me, but this may be not the latest and greatest. So I'm assuming there's some notebooks available for us to pick up. Is that correct? And if so, where?
That is correct. That is correct. And what we'll do is, following this meeting of this presentation, we will deliver those to you all. So that way you don't have to walk across the hall, but we'll get those delivered to you. Okay. Some of you may not be here.
Yeah, I'm at my house right now.
So you can pick those up. I'll discuss that with Claire. You can pick those up at the Public Affairs Department or in the county manager's office. I'll have to work with Steve on whatever works for you all. We can accommodate you all.
We'll get them to you.
Yeah, we'll get them to you.
Thank you.
So just I'm going to follow up kind of discussion piece on that. I would suggest that we, if we have the opportunity, even for 15 minutes prior to reception, it's trying to do it after the dinner. You'll find that I don't think we'll be very functional at that point. It would have been a long day for one, and then the other piece, this is kind of a unique year, and we're trying to play quick catch up. I went through the packets, and I think we can start to shape them now, but we might need a little bit more time. I would suggest in the morning on Thursday, if they're starting at 9 o'clock, if we had something ahead of time, just to refine them. If we went just based on what staff says in these packets, we would oppose all our fellow counties, and not, I'm being a little sarcastic, but that's not how you go into these. What can we negotiate? What are better, language approaches? Or, maybe our staff might be opposed to it, but might be a good idea, but maybe it's permissive language, and then we don't have to do it. That these kind of things, I think we can modify and create those subtleties so that we don't create a conflict, so that we get the votes that we need to have when we need to push our stuff, and we work together with the counties. So, I think it would make sense if we, let's say something like 8 o'clock, we're supposed to get together at 9 o'clock on Thursday. That provides us enough opportunity. And it gives you guys a chance to work together on this, Trey and Claire. Just take a look at, minor subtleties, that kind of thing. Right,
do you want to meet at 8 o'clock then, Chair Ryan, on Thursday at 8?
I'm suggesting that it provides enough time, unless you see it as a conflict, Trey.
And not at all. And so if it works for you, Mr. Chair and supervisors, we could meet at 8 a.m. right outside of the ballroom. And then what I'll do is I'll work with Craig and the team tomorrow to find a space for us to meet at 8 a.m. And, you know, even if an hour should be enough time. And one of the things I totally hear you on what you shared, Mr. Chairman, about the feedback from staff. And then, of course, being strategic on the feedback we give and the positions we take on these legislative proposals at the summit. And so that's one of the caveats I was going to give before I went into the coalition priorities. So definitely hear you on that. And that is something that we understand and definitely want to be sensitive to and responsive to.
Lena, I think you were, did I hear you commenting, Lena?
I was thinking that what we could do is just, we could have breakfast together and have a, like Thursday morning at 7:30. That was my thought.
Mr. Chair, yeah, we'll work with staff, but you know, if we can consolidate a breakfast and a meeting gathering earlier, that'll help. And I know Claire had been looking at some breakfast options. So, but again, if we can, you know, do it around food, why not?
Okay. All right. So, and this gives you a chance. You're giving us a packet. We'll have refined stuff. It gives you time to look at that and see what we need to do with it also. All right. Back to you, Trey.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to go into now, and as I said, you know, we are sensitive to being strategic on these legislative proposals. And so the first thing I'll go into is the 2022 CSA Coalition priorities for consideration. So first, they will, CSA has a priority to engage all legislation and proposals adversely impacting county authorities and resources. This is something that they have ongoing, but this basically just allows them to take proactive measures whenever they know of a proposal or a bill or an idea that will potentially negatively impact county authorities and the resources that we depend on to do our work. Any questions on that one? The next one is to prevent additional state cost shifts. At 2 counties, as you all know, the legislature is a fan of cost shifts. 2 counties, there have been many throughout the years. So the ones that we will address, they'll address as part of this coalition priority for consideration. Number 1 is the increased share of JP salaries. So whenever they are deliberating this one, that's one of the ones that they will address. The other one doesn't impact us, but it's the ADJC, which is it's the fee for the operation of the Arizona Department of Juvenile Corrections, which totals $8.5 million for Maricopa and Pima counties. That was repealed for us in the fiscal year 20 budget. And then the other one for us that is also later on, which I'll cover, that other cost shift is the fiscal year 22 probation budget change. So what they did this year was the state funded a retroactive salary increase from fiscal year 2019 to 2021, and then a prospective increase in fiscal year 22. And that included language that requires counties to absorb any additional costs that exceed the appropriation for fiscal year 22 forward. So they'll fund the prospective increase for fiscal year 22, but any other increases to probation officer salaries will be our responsibility. So what CSA says is the actual impact of this will depend on how many counties provided pay raises and then how the administrative office of the courts chooses to allocate their appropriated funds, because whenever the state funded those salary increases, they funded it under the Supreme Court's budget. And just a few more information on that one. And if it's okay with you all, I'll absorb this into the court's funding issues, probation pay increases one, so I won't cover that one. But moving forward, CSA indicates that the administrative office of the courts plans to annually request a 2.5% increase in their appropriation for the next fiscal year. And then what we'll need to do is monitor the legislative progress of that funding request by AOC to the legislature. And then if it's not funded, counties will be liable for any salary increases adopted pursuant to the recommendation of the presiding judge. So if the presiding judge makes a recommendation for salary increases, this is a potential cost shift for us in that we will be responsible for that additional cost. Any questions on the prevent additional state cost shifts to counties or the court's funding issues, probation pay increases?
Not seeing any. Go ahead, Trey.
Excellent. And then, so the next three are actually resolutions. So the first, what will happen is they will propose a resolution for the board, and then the board will consider that resolution. And then that's just an overall request to the legislature and to the governor, consider the issue and the details of the issue as envisioned in the resolution. So the first one is a resolution from CSA urging state leaders to leverage federal resources, regional and tribal partnerships to complete critical, I meant to do the transportation one, to increase ongoing resources for state and local investment in transportation infrastructure. So as you all know, counties are woefully underfunded in our transportation infrastructure from the state. And so what this resolution would do is it would encourage the governor and the legislature to increase ongoing investment in state and local transportation systems by way of an increased state gas tax, annually adjusted for inflation to reflect current transportation funding needs. There has been efforts over the past few years to increase the gas tax via bills. So this is a resolution to support that effort. The other component of the resolution is to establish tax parity between gasoline-powered vehicles and alternative fuel vehicles, for example, by charging an additional registration fee on those alternative fuel vehicles per the recommendation of the Transportation Funding Task Force, which was passed, I believe they met in 2018 and made recommendations. So this is per the recommendations of that task force. And then they would also resolve to allocate any additional one-time resources using existing distribution mechanisms for transportation funding. So if there are any one-time state resources or monies that the state finds, then they are, what CSA would like to encourage them is to use the existing distribution mechanisms for transportation funding so that counties can get their fair share of those one-time resources and increase transportation investment. And lastly, the resolution would also include a measure to oppose the reduction or diversion of existing transportation revenues. So we're already working with less. If they take even more away, that makes it even harder to dig ourselves out of the deficit that we're in right now. Any questions on that resolution?
Actually, I want to make a comment and just add a note. But before I do we have copies of those resolutions in that larger packet? I didn't necessarily see it. It would be good to see the resolutions. So Trey, and for the sake of the board, as you know, we've been having discussions at the Rural Transportation Advisory Council level, which includes Metro Plan, which includes NACOG. And our discussions had been on the one-time to push for use of the one-time money for projects that are evaluated by each of those groups. It's not far off of the CSA recommendation. CSA is putting it in to currently existing distribution mechanisms, which is basically use the ADOT board and recommendations from ADOT to do the distribution of the funds. Excuse me. That's very consistent with what our policy has been. It's really the best method of addressing transportation. It might be slightly in conflict with what we have the recommendations through RTAC and Metro Plan and NACOG, but it's also in line with what we have with them. I would suggest that that language is fine for what CSA has. It's very consistent with us. We need that sustainable funding mechanism. And then when we get into the protracted discussions and all the legislatures start to do, they're not going to, reality is they're not going to move forward with a sustainable funding mechanism. They'll start to resort to the smaller pieces. Well, that's another playback that we can take a look at, but it doesn't, absolve us from, staying true to the desire for sustainable mechanism. So I would suggest, this resolution's fine, but that may bubble up. And these are pieces of the discussion on that. I mean, Troy, do you have thoughts associated with that, or, we can turn to the board if they want to respond to.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I think completely agree with you. And I think that one of the things we'll want to be mindful of is, this last year, it was Senator David Livingston in the Senate. He represents the Surprise area in Maricopa County. He in the Sun Cities area, and he really led the effort on transportation funding. Maricopa County was trying to, they had a bill introduced that would reauthorize their county transportation sales tax. And then as part of that, he also inserted a lot of other transportation related provisions. And so it will be, I do know that his effort, he didn't necessarily want to have like a comprehensive funding plan that was part of the budget. He was using transportation funding as a mechanism to negotiate. And so that with one-time resources essentially. So that's something that we could continue to see. So per what you were saying, I think what you're saying is well in line with what I anticipate for this legislative session. We'll just have to see if that continues. We'll have to see what his ideas are, and if he's still thinking in that same mindset. And then we'll also be competing for limited resources as well. So we'll have to try to figure out how we strategically build our case, and lean on our legislative delegation to tell our story so that we ensure that we get that sustainable funding. But, as you said, I think that's one of the other things we could do as part of the resolution is to help CSA understand the context of our situation.
And reality.
Yes.
Yeah. And part of this is it's a changing dynamic. Language isn't offensive. It is appropriate. It works well. But then reality will set in also. Other board members, any comments on that or questions?
I guess we'll get the resolutions in the packets.
Yes, Supervisor.
I haven't seen the resolutions, so it'd be great to be able to see them. So
yes, Supervisor, I'll be sure to get those resolutions to you. Absolutely.
All right.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the next resolution, which is this one is a resolution of CSA urging the governor and the state legislature to leverage federal resources, regional and tribal partnerships to complete critical first mile and middle mile infrastructure necessary for statewide access to broadband. So essentially, what this resolution would resolve is, number one, it would coordinate broadband efforts across state and local government to ensure the most effective use of resources. So essentially, there's a variety of efforts underway, I think, in the private and public sector to increase broadband. And so this is to ensure, what this would do is that it would ensure those efforts are across state and local government, ensure the most effective use of those resources, i.e. that they're devoting those resources and broadband expansion to the areas that need them most. The next component would be to complete state plans for broadband conduit and fiber optic installation along I-19 in Southern Arizona, I-17, which is coming up to us, and then I-40. So the I-17 and I-40 portion is specifically meant to speak to our efforts and priorities for broadband conduit and fiber optic installation. And then the next component would resolve to deploy available federal resources to build out first, middle, and final mile infrastructure across Arizona. And then lastly, the resolution would seek to continue to capitalize the Arizona Commerce Authority Rural Broadband Development Grants to assist underserved local communities in developing broadband infrastructure. And that's, so the ACA has a program that is meant to promote broadband equity. And as part of that, some of you may be familiar, they're issuing rural broadband development grants, and that is underway. So that concludes that resolution. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to stand for any questions or comments from the board.
There we go. Very consistent with what we've had. Any further comments or questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Oh, go ahead, Lee.
Yes, I was just, I know we've been working on this for 17 and I-40, but I wonder if we can add 89 to that list. Is that possible?
So, yeah, go ahead, Troy.
Sure, Supervisor Fowler, that is something cannot bring up to CSA staff and see. I don't. They may have prepared the packets, but what I'll do is, following our meeting today, I'll give Craig a call and we'll see if we can add in. And so that's, you said 89.
Yes, because it goes.
89.
We'll take it right up to the Utah border, and I would say 160 also, but at least at 89, it'll complete it from one end to the other end of the state.
Certainly, Supervisor Fowler, I will touch base with CSA staff and we'll see if that's possible and get back with you.
Thank you.
Of course.
All right, any others? All right, go ahead, Troy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And last but not least, this resolution would resolve to ask the governor and state legislature to urge the PSPRS board, that's the Public Safety Personnel Retirement System Board of Trustees, to continue making responsible changes to the plan and request that the state government exercise restraint in enacting policies that increase costs in the system. One of the things that has been, one of the efforts that has been underway for many years was to address the unfunded liabilities in PSPRS. And so there was a ballot initiative to that effect. There was longstanding negotiations and bills that were passed by the legislature. And so some of the increasing costs in the system have been contained. And so what they're looking to do, this resolution would, number one, urge the PSPRS Board of Trustees to complete the phase-in of a debt repayment schedule that properly funds the system by balancing the short-term costs with the long-term benefits. And then it would also urge the PSPRS Board to continue utilizing the advisory committee to perform data-driven analysis of proposed changes with all system stakeholders. And then lastly, it respectfully requests that the Arizona State Legislature and Governor exercise restraint in enacting policies that increase costs or reduce contributions into the system without a clear measurable benefit to taxpayers. And this has to do with some bills that do impact costs, for instance, with the cancer presumption or something like that. So this is just to, speak to the exercise of restraint in enacting policies so that there's been a lot of work that's been put into, balancing the system. And so they just want to ensure that that work continues. Happy to answer any questions.
Once again, I'm muted. Very consistent again. I don't think we have questions on that. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes. There's actually one more, the flexibility language. You all are aware of the budget flexibility language that's introduced every year. That's same kit and caboodle this year as well.
Comes from us. Comes from us. We better have it.
Indeed.
All right.
All right, so I'm going to turn it over to Claire now, and she will provide a brief overview of the 2022 county submitted legislative proposals. Claire?
Thank you, Trey, and thank you, Chairman. I did want to note that CSA has not yet released those resolutions. Typically, they have them at the conference, and we'll get a copy, and it will be on the big screen, and we'll be able to review that. So that will not be included in your binder, but you will have that at the summit, and we'll work with your district directors to either get you the binders tonight, early tomorrow, or I can transport them to the summit for you, but we'll certainly have all that for you. I am going to go ahead and share my screen. And Chairman, I was going to go through all 14 proposals. Is that what you're interested in doing, or would you like that we do those? Can we briefly go over them?
I think it would be wise for us to briefly go over them to get a sense of where we are position wise and just some points associated with that.
Okay, certainly.
Yeah.
So we will go through them. And again, this is just feedback that we have gotten from staff, directors, or elected officials, and things can change at the summit as well. So sometimes there's that little verbiage that needs to be taken in, added, or removed, and that can certainly change our stance on things. So none of this is final, and we will have that robust conversation at the summit with the submitting counties and other Arizona counties. So the first proposal was the county medical examiner's power and duty modifications. This grants county medical examiners the authority to authorize a pathologist assistant to perform autopsies under a licensed physician. We reached out to the medical examiner's office through Coconino County Health and Human Services. At this time, they would not support the proposal as written, seeing that they are trying to get the national accreditation, which would not allow a pathologist assistant. We've been going back and forth between HHS and CSA to see if perhaps there could be some changes to this. And we are not the only county that would have this problem. So we do see some conversation happening at the summit that would make some changes to this.
And just a note on this one, I would suggest is creating our talking points as it relates to it. Part of it's the accreditation, as I understand, but there also is the potential of recommended language that is being suggested, and so it softens those type of subtleties that we just talked about. It has the potential to soften that language. This could get into more technical discussion, based on medical examiner, why it's there. One of the questions is, implications associated with the legal side and testifying associated with this. And so, it does make for a little bit of, I don't know if you had a chance to see if our county attorneys had a chance to look at this, and or if our HHS sent it through county attorneys. But if we need to explain this, we need either talking points or we need support that is able to speak to it. So just a thought associated with that one. Board members, other board members on this? I can see why counties are trying to relieve it. It's so hard to recruit a medical examiner, but our medical examiner could validate, the reasons why it's very important for those positions. All right.
We'll move on to the next one. The next one is establish an off highway vehicle sensitive use area. So it would allow rural counties to establish an area that would require use and permits, reasonable restrictions on numbers, times, and methods, as we're well aware of in this county and other counties as well, are seeing issues with OHV vehicles. With this proposal, as written, I reached out to the sheriff's department, and again, as written, we would oppose this proposal, along with the Arizona Sheriff's Association also does, because we would not be able, since we're surrounded by so many public lands, we would not be able to issue those permits or have the staffing from the sheriff's area to do that enforcement.
So I would say that's the sheriff's position on that.
Yeah.
Because we are concerned about the impact that we're having on resources. However, what I would suggest with this one, perhaps this is the opportunity for maybe permissive language associated. It doesn't mean you have to go and establish them. If you get permissive language, it allows the county to evaluate it and go through a process of, are we going to do this or are we not going to do it? If it's a requirement, I can see the concern associated with the sheriff, and it fits in with our budget discussions. We can't keep enforcing enforcing everything out on public lands. It does cross over into public lands. I think there are limits associated with what our ability would be, but just a thought on that would be, that permissive language, we're creative with it, and then we would need to see more refined language. Patrice,
I agree with you, Chair Ryan. I mean, quite frankly, this is one of those that we have, as Coconino County, have really been struggling with, and the unregulated use of OHVs is really causing a substantial environmental problem for us here in Coconino County. And there may be some modifications or some tweaks, but I think the intent and purpose of what they're trying to do here is good. Offhand, just looking at it, I'd probably support this. So,
Lena?
Yes, I would. This is a huge issue that we have in our county. However, it wouldn't cover the public lands. So with that, we need to what we need to do is add it to our NACO agenda, if that's the route that we want to take. We're all going to be at WIR, but they already have their agenda together. But in each of our own caucus at the national level, that's where we'd be able to address this. But at the CSA, we can only apply it to our unincorporated communities, I would think. So with this, I think we do need to have some maybe talking points, and also just to tweak the language. It would be good to have, but I think that when we're talking about the federal lands, we need to work with NACO on that one.
if I can.
Go ahead.
One of the things is that I've been trying to work with recreational economies, and have been involved in the Diablo Trust meetings that they've had that have involved, and Chair Ryan, you were there as well, that have involved not only Coconino County, but Yavapai County. And this was one of those areas that was in particular, discussed back and forth again. Certainly, I don't think we'd have the jurisdiction over the federal lands anyway. And so it'd probably be limited what our enforcement availability, our jurisdiction for enforcement would be. But, I think this is in line with what we've been talking about through the Diablo Trust on recreational economies and the need for some regulation of OHVs. So I just would not, throw this out. I think, as you say, we've got to show our ability to kind of work with other counties and hopefully kind of come up with some modifications to make it work for Coconino and make it work for the state. So, this is kind of a crucial issue for us, and I know it is for Yavapai too.
So would you be okay with us supporting it with permissive language?
Yes.
How about you, Lena?
I would also, yes, I think it is very important.
Okay, and we need to make those points. We're worried about capacity of our sheriff's offices, and a financial mechanism built into it wouldn't hurt either. It depends on what the dialogue is, but one thing at a time. How do you do it? Do we have any idea from Yavapai if they want to propose anything financial, or if it's just a management strategy?
Right now, we don't have that information, but hopefully at the summit, that's something we'll be able to discuss.
Okay.
My understanding, Supervisor, is that part of it is permit issuance, and as part of that permit issuance, there may be a fee associated with it. Mm-hmm. But I'm not sure if I don't know that they have language yet, but they do at least have it in proposal form. So that's definitely something we can discuss with Yavapai County at the summit. And what we can also do is we'll put together some talking points so you have something to demonstrate and indicate your position on the issue as you just gave it to us.
Yeah, another piece to consider is, yes, we've been working together with CSA staff on this, but we have relations with these counties. We can hey, want to catch on this. We're not sure if we can support it. Would you consider, we need to hear them out. I agree, the summit component, but initial discussions with counties sometimes would make sense. Not always, but sometimes. So I think we can reach out to Yavapai associated with this one.
Thank you,
All
Mr.
right.
Chair. We'll do that.
Okay. Do you need anything else, Claire, on that?
No.
Okay.
We will move on to the procurement contract modifications. This one is pretty simple. It adds these 3 notes, and it will be consistent with all Arizona contracts. And this one is supported by our finance team. They think that it would certainly make the process easier all around.
Mm-hmm. Anybody, I looked at this one, it seems like, yeah, very good. Anybody have concern about us supporting this? Are you okay with us supporting it? I probably should ask.
Good.
Okay. Okay. There you go. Go ahead, Claire.
Okay, moving on to the next 2, I'm actually going to ask if Trey Williams would want to speak on the next 2 because he is a little bit more well-versed in these 2. Would you mind going ahead, Trey?
I'm sure, Claire. So this one comes from Mojave County, this proposal, and Patrice will be familiar with this issue somewhat, or at least familiar with what peremptory challenges are. And so so the Supreme Court has indicated that beginning January 1st via court rule, they're going to eliminate peremptory challenges. And peremptory challenges is a request by an attorney to remove a potential juror due to bias or the idea that that juror would not render an impartial verdict. And so sometimes, they're a tool of prosecutors in trials. And so for some of the county attorneys, they are concerned with the elimination of peremptory challenges via court rule. And so what they would like to do is they would like for the legislature to take up this issue and to do something in state statute to give the ability to use peremptory challenges as a statutory right during a criminal or civil jury selection process. And then as part of this proposal, they would also like to disallow the Supreme Court from issuing administrative orders that would override the court rules. This came about because as part of the COVID-19 pandemic, they basically took away the ability to issue peremptory challenges just because of the issues surrounding that. And it was an administrative order that was issued that was temporary, and that has continued. And then so earlier this year, the Supreme Court indicated that beginning January 1st, they would actually issue a court rule rather than using an administrative order, and that peremptory challenges would not return, and beginning January 1st, they would be eliminated. And so it's my understanding County Attorney Ring supports this proposal from Mojave County. And according to him, there's unanimous support among prosecutors statewide for codifying in statute the right to use a peremptory challenge. As you all know, the Supreme Court has its own, separation of powers issues. And so this would be, I will turn it over to you all or Tony, I don't know, Mr. Chair, if you wanted Supervisor Horstman to speak on this, or just because this now sets up an issue where you have the legislature issuing something in state statute, and then you have the courts issuing something via court rule, and this could be a conflict between state statute and court rule, which would be a conflict between the Supreme Court and the legislature.
You want to comment, Patrice?
Well, preemptory challenge is absolutely has been a fundamental right in both civil and criminal procedures since I've been a lawyer, and is an important tool to make sure that you've got justice served when you've got a jury trial. And so absolutely, I believe the right to use the challenge should be a statutory right during a criminal and civil selection process. So I would support the county supervisor, or I guess it's, who's bringing this, Mojave County's recommendation. I think it's important. And if there in fact is a conflict between the state legislature and The Supreme Court, my understanding is the Arizona Supreme Court rules on the constitutionality of a matter, and the Arizona Supreme Court's ruling would probably stand unless, of course, it was appealed to the federal courts. So, I would support this. I'd support the Mojave County's recommendation.
Lena?
Well, our county attorney supports it, so, yes.
And I'm pretty sure we lost Geronimo, didn't we? Yeah, he had to go to the meeting. So yeah,
He actually is there.
Oh gosh, if I'm missing you on these.
I'm just listening.
Okay. Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with it.
Okay, yeah, and I'm good with supporting it also. Okay. For all the reasons just explained. Go ahead, Claire.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
This one's
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This next one comes from Santa Cruz County, and essentially what they would like to do is they would like to ask the state of Arizona to take over the financial responsibility for the court system, so that the state of Arizona fully funds the court system. Their reasoning is that the state statutorily requires all of the issues around courts. And so because we cannot necessarily directly control the costs and operation of that, and we administer and implement state statute as directed by the legislature, then the financial responsibility for the court system should be for the state, that they fund in the state budget. This has the feedback that we've received from our department. So the juvenile court actually opposes this proposal. And Claire, you handled the feedback on this particular issue from the juvenile court system, our juvenile court. So would you mind just giving an overview of the feedback that they gave you on this one?
Certainly. So by shifting to become a state-funded entity, they worry about running the risk of reducing the services to the community in breaking apart kind of what they have that works so well for them. So that is why juvenile court opposes it, although our county attorney does support it, as it avoids the annual budget struggle and the debate each year about public safety and all county departments. So we will certainly have that conversation and at the summit and see what Santa Cruz County has to say and how we can take our stance.
So I would suggest that we go in with soft support of this. I mean, financially, it'd be wonderful. But Trey, you could speak to this ad nauseam probably. So we're always trying to get the state to pay for everything they should pay for. But you pick your battles also. So if we go in there with a soft support of the intent associated with it, but I don't think we need to die on the stake related to this one. It could be a posture to help a fellow county. We'll see how the dynamics play out on who supports it, doesn't support what we're trying to do. But I would suggest that, thoughts from other supervisors.
It'd be great if the state would actually fund the court system. The problem would be at what level would they fund this at? I mean, we're talking about diversion programs. We're talking about deferrals. We're talking about mental health courts. We're talking about veterans courts. We're talking about drug courts. For some reason, I don't think the state's going to feel so kind about such things. And that would be my concern, is what would be funded. So.
Yeah, and I'd be curious, to see, Claire, Claire or Trey, either of you haven't heard from CSA on, of course, they're trying to respect the county's desire to put their stuff in, but their discussion related to this on which battles are we going to pick this year. Some of that will be laid out in the original stuff. Steve?
Mr. Chair, I know that Vice Chair has a comment before.
Oh, she does. Okay. When you have stuff posted up, I can't see the whole group.
I'll
go. Sorry, Lena. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lena.
It's quite all right. I I always support like state taking over their own responsibility, you know, and I think I would support this resolution but I understand that, you know, how exactly which part of the courts, you know, and how is that going to be done, and that it's going to be, I think this is going to be an interesting discussion. I don't know if all of the other counties have the specialty courts that we have. And so they're from county to county, I think it's different. So if we can just narrow down what they should pay for, I mean, we're the ones that pay for the state is good at tossing things over to us. So now we're trying to push it back to them, but I think they're gonna resist on that one, but yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Go
just a
ahead, Steve.
couple- Well, again, you know, I guess the question is, what is the basis for the recommendation? From a financial standpoint, you know, there's an answer to that. Financially, you know, having funding diverted to the state from the county, it's a simple financial decision. However, when you look at our history here at Coconino County, we have a consolidated court system, and yes, while we've had challenges with funding in terms of who's paying what, we've incorporated the court personnel into our HR system, our compensation system, and so it is more integrated than I think some other counties are. And so, looking at you know, is it, you know, one or the other? You know, when you look at state funding for other systems, say transportation, and our ability to influence decisions there, well, you know, it can be a challenge. And so I think from the standpoint, if we want to influence through the board's discussion and deliberations, policy, I know it's, of course, it's statute driven, but, you know, you can still influence it by policy, by budget. Having a state funded system, you know, basically removes that. So again, it certainly is, you know, whether it's going to be a financial decision or what that might be, it'll be a good discussion at the CSA. But again, it may, as I said, what's the basis for the recommendation? Financial, it may be a simpler decision as opposed to, you know, how today's discussion on being able to influence the direction of the court and the cooperation and relationships of a court system that's basically administered by the state Supreme Court. There are a lot of dimensions to this, so enough of my soapbox.
All right. And it brings us back to probably where it'll end up on that. Any other comments on that one? All right. Go ahead. It looks like we're going back to Claire, right?
Yes. So thank you. Our next proposal is from Greenlee and Apache County, and it is regarding out-of-state tuition for an organized community college district. I did reach out to Coconino County and Dr. Colleen Smith, and they would oppose this proposal. And again, this is just the guidance given from Coconino Community College. Basically, it would take more money away from them if we were to create the student equivalent tuition formula that they're looking at. So that was the position that CCC did. And as you know, the property tax rate for CCC is substantially lower than all other community college districts.
Oops, Daisy, am I on mute? No, I'm not on mute. Two different pieces on this. No matter what, it is a community college issue. Is it really a county issue? But counties bring it up each time. And we've seen it for eastern counties that they've been able to get benefit for their communities. But based on, you know, comments from President Smith, you know, we can make a statement that we would oppose because it would impact our local community colleges. Thoughts from other board members? Is that okay?
I support that, Chair Ryan.
Mm-hmm. Lena?
We need to oppose this.
Okay, Ronima, you good?
Yes, I'm good at opposing this. I think we need to support our community college.
Okay. All right.
And I guess that's what I meant. We're support the community college and oppose this.
Yeah. That's play on words. However, just for the sake of, for the rest of the board, now and again, when we're trying to set priorities and they have 30 things up there or 20 things up there, there's a certain point that you hit that say, is this really a county issue or not? And that may come up. And so it might be a punt to administrative or something like that. But for now, that'd be a good position.
Mr. Chair, again, and the counties that really want to have this can certainly pursue this on their own as their own.
Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't preclude the county from taking it through their own process. So thanks.
I would suspect Barry's behind this, but maybe he isn't. We'll see.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I was just going to mention that Barry, they do have lobbyists. They do have a lobbyist. So if they did want to pursue it on their own, they do have that good representation to carry it forward.
And we might top our game too. We'll see. All right. Next up, Claire.
Okay, moving on to a proposal from Yuma County regarding economic development programs. This proposal would establish criteria to allow a county, city, or town to create an economic development improvement program that allows for the reclassification of real and personal property within the project to be calculated as Class 6 property. So what they're basically asking to do is to change their property tax classification, and then they would put that money towards economic development plans. We as a county, we talked to Chris Pastors, our economic development manager, as well as our treasurer, Benatar. And it would require the county to receive approval from the ACA for economic development programs. So kind of that would be in their hands. And as treasurer Benatar stated, it's a common way for kind of special interest groups to try to get out of property tax, paying property taxes. So that was the feedback that we received on that proposal.
So did we get feedback from Armando by any chance, our assessor on this? Or Trey, you deal with this stuff too. I think it's consistent with when you remove taxing ability, County Supervisors Association generally as a policy would oppose something like this. Do you have any comments, Trey?
I don't necessarily, Mr. Chairman. I can just tell you that. So with the classification system, it's typically it's tied to purpose and use of the property. So Class 1 is commercial, and so one of the issues that has concerned the assessors in the past is that as you put properties in some of these classifications that are not necessarily tied to the use, you undermine the classification system. And then there are also constitutional issues because there's the uniformity clause in the Arizona Constitution related to that. And I don't necessarily know if that's a uniformity issue, but there's certainly issues with if you have the classification system and then you take properties and you're treating them differently just based off of whether or not they're favored by the legislature, that could be a problem. But with this particular proposal, what they're trying to do with it is they're using the property tax as sort of an incentive and as a way to raise money, if you will. And so what you do is you can designate this particular area, and then once you do that, those properties in that area are going to be put in the Class 6 property tax classification. And then the monies that are associated with that, my understanding of this proposals, they would receive that classification from Class 1 to Class 6 until all of the infrastructure is paid back or for a period of 10 years. And then for rural areas like us, we'd be permitted to offer a reclassification of up to 4 businesses. So I'm not sure if the assessors would opine on this one necessarily as an economic development incentive, especially for I know Yuma County's worked with other stakeholders extensively on this particular proposal, so it is important to them. So that's maybe something the board would want to be sensitive to. But at the same time, it would be helpful to have Armando's feedback, and that's something that we, can reach out to him for, so that and then provide that to you all, so that you understand where he's at on this particular proposal.
Mhm. And potential economic development opportunity. Okay, I can see that. And then, yeah, go ahead.
But one more thing, Mr. Chair, that I thought of, that the thing that thwarted this is ATRA. And so, and some legislators don't support this kind of incentive kind of program using property taxes. So, the legislative support might not necessarily be there. That might be a hurdle that has to be overcome. But, it is something that in, supporting our fellow counties and their economic development efforts, we may have an economic development effort of our own and down the road that requires legislative approval. And, we might also want that support as well. So that's another thing to keep in mind, that this is, we would, and even if, our county isn't as big of a fan of this and wouldn't necessarily utilize it like the OHV when it's permissive. And so, we wouldn't necessarily have to apply. And so it wouldn't necessarily impact us here. I mean, and depending on what the community, we may have stakeholders, business stakeholders who might want us to take advantage of this.
Okay. My thoughts are, let's listen to it. It sounds like we need to go into this prepared to support our counties, other counties, even if we might not use something, they may use it. If it did have a permissive associated with it, that's a piece on that. Thoughts from other board members?
My inclination would probably be to oppose it, but I agree with your recommendation that we kind of sit and listen and see what they have to say.
Mm-hmm. Lena?
Yes, listen and decide, but I would.
You chimed out there, Lena, you went on mute. But you said, and then you went mute. There you go.
Just looking at, just learning about it. I need to learn more, but
Yeah.
right now I would think that I would oppose it. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll hear it out, see what's going on, and then we can, huddle up and see where we are with it. Hear what that discussion is. Okay. Any others on this? Veronima?
I'm good, just listening and learning.
Okay, all right. Mojave County, Claire.
Certainly. So again, this is Mojave County, County Improvement District modifications. This proposal specifies to form a county improvement district. Both the majority of persons owning real property and the owners of 51% of real property would create an 18-month timeline to collect signatures and allow for electronic petition documents and signatures. We reached out to Public Works and they would support this document. They think that it's solid guidelines for an improvement district.
All right. Questions or comments? Actually, my comment as I'm looking at it, the one piece that I'm concerned about that's being recommended in here is to give that much authority to large landowners where you might have 3 people out of a population of 130 that oppose it, but because they are primary landowners, they stop everything associated with it. So, in terms of improvements to the improvement district to have the extended time, I can see where Public Works would have a recommendation associated with it. I would suggest that, we go into it with, it looks good. We would like to support it, but we're concerned about this particular issue. But let's field it with the board on that. Patrice, kind of walk through all you guys.
Yeah, I just real quick, I don't know enough about this. I'd want to get more information on it too.
And then, that'll give a chance for staff to provide, do a little bit more analysis and talking points on this. Then we can huddle. Lena?
I need to learn more about this particular one as well. Thanks.
Okay. And then Hieronymo.
I concur. I would like to know more information before we make any decisions.
All right. Okay, so you good, Claire, Frank, on that? Put together more information for us on that.
Yep.
Then we'll listen to it too. Okay, let's see. Junk zoning is back, I guess. All right.
So these are
Hi,
ones that we have.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead,
I
Lucinda.
didn't realize I had gotten booted out of the panelists, so I apologize. I was trying to get in. Thank you, Lindsay. On this county improvement district, Public Works supports this. And this has been an issue in our area as well, where people begin to have a conversation about forming a district, start down that path. And many, as we know, certainly Chair Ryan can attest to this, having been through this over many, many times. It was taking anywhere from 5 to 7 years. And in that process, then within that area that they're interested in pursuing a district, there would be property ownership changes, splits, et cetera. It becomes a nightmare. So I think we're very supportive of this, that there is this window within which they need to collect the petitions. I think that frankly gives some reason for that group, whoever's motivating that discussion within that community or that neighborhood, to have those conversations and move forward. And then they can restart the process again if they need to. But I think it's really important that this time frame is really critical. And that when I come forward to bring this to you, I mean, that is a suggestion that we would have, is that we do impose some timeframes. There's just legal issues that are significant that come up if there isn't, and there isn't one now. So anyway, I would ask that the board consider supporting this.
So Lucinda, did you hear my comments about the large property owners?
No, I think I was busy trying to get back.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so mine is, I understand the intent of Public Works to support this, particularly with the time window on it. But my concern is the added language that gives so much power to large property owners, where you could have 3 large property owners with a certain percentage of property holding up a population of 150 people that want to move forward with the district. And so there's some modification of language that gives more power to the large property owners. I was taking a look at this one. And,
well, let's look at that. That was not my interpretation.
Okay.
It's always been majority of the real property owners, 50%. Let me take a look at that with Rose. And because it's always been either, it could either be the owners of at least 1% or a 51% majority of, or see, it says, or I think that's the current statute, but I'll Rose, maybe you and I can confirm that. I believe that is not a change.
Okay.
Let me confirm that. Good point.
Okay. So we were suggesting, let's get additional information. Let's, we can huddle on this and take a look at
I'll
it
let you know
before we go. Okay. Fantastic.
Reno.
Okay. Anything else from board members? Not hearing any. I'll go ahead. Junk vehicle zoning enforcement. We've seen this before. I think we've supported it before, but go ahead, Claire.
Yep, moving forward, these proposals, the last 5 of them are all repeats, so we have certainly seen them before. This one is pretty simple, and we talked with community development, and we would support community development, yes, and we would support this.
Does anybody have any problem with that on the board? Are you okay? And I'm pretty sure we supported all these other ones also, Claire, but for the sake of the board members that may not have heard anything on it, let's just double check and make sure they understand it, or if they have questions. Do you have any questions on this particular one, Patrice or Hieronymo? I know
No.
you've seen it, Lena. Okay, you're good with supporting it?
I
I'm good
am.
with supporting it. Thank you.
Okay. Lena, you're good, I would assume.
Yes, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Short-term vacation rental, should we support this one?
We should
Okay.
certainly support this one because it is ours.
Yes.
So this is our proposal that we've brought forward before. It would create the equity and uniformity in how short-term vacation rental properties are classified in relationship to traditional hotels and transient lodging. We have reached out to Armando. I know Trey was talking to him yesterday. He was out of town, so we will speak with him as well about bringing forward a proposal to ACO that's very similar to this. I don't think we need to have much discussion on this. Just so you are aware, Chair Ryan, CSA will call on you first to speak about this proposal.
And so we're not, Armando's a little under the weather. He's helped us testify before. It looks like he might not be able to make it. We'll want to make sure we have the appropriate talking points related to that. Sometimes he can answer the more technical issues, but I know there's somebody here, a new staff member that presented to the legislature that might be able to present and help us with that side too. His last name's Williams, right? Yeah. You've
Yes,
seen
Mr.
this.
Chair.
That's right.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, and just a note, one correction associated with this one, and we probably want to clarify, is Armando said that the assessors aren't going to move forward with this one only because they have other priorities that would supersede this, and so we need to have additional discussions with the assessors or ACO just to see if they can at least become friendly. Should we pursue this? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
All right.
Chair Ryan, I just got an email, I guess we all did. It looks like they're now going to also make the CSA meeting available by Zoom. So it looks like it's a virtual as well, which is kind of a change. So if Armando needed to be there, it looks like there's a virtual component to this now.
Okay. That's, and if we need to bring Armando in, that's a possibility. Trey carried it. Armando was good at certain pieces of the testimony. Trey pretty much carried the testimony for ACO on this.
I'm sure Trey can do it. I was surprised to see that.
Mr. Chair, I think you're thinking of Ryan Boyd.
Oh gosh, he did
with ACO. Yeah.
Yes, he did. You're right.
Yeah, he was hired after I left.
That's right. I'm sorry.
Yes. I thought you were just talking about representing assessors on legislative issues and then, learning about the property tax system and property tax assessment. But no, that was Ryan, not me.
Oh, gosh. So could you check in with Armando just in case we need that support on that and or what you might need if I need a backup or other supervisors on that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And just so you know, that's my plan was to debrief with Armando on that. I know you had that conversation with him where he said this isn't one of their priority issues, but I wanted to see if he would be willing to talk to his colleagues and see if they would still be willing to at least submit something to ACO so that it goes through ACO's process and so that CSA and ACO could potentially work collaboratively on this one, speaking to our issues and then speaking on the assessor's issues when necessary. So that way ACO staff doesn't have to take more of their time or staff resources than necessary on this one, just only as it applies, to the assessors, since it might not be one of their priority issues, but it's a priority issue for us.
Okay, that would be, yes, fantastic.
And so I'll let you know the outcome of that discussion.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, next, juvenile dependency representation, Claire.
Certainly. So this proposal comes from Mojave County, and it would allocate state general funds to counties experiencing an increased cost for providing mandatory attorney services for indigent defendants in the juvenile dependency matters. And we have supported this outline in the past, although we would like to know how much funding would be sought. So we look forward to having that discussion at CSA.
Okay. Anybody, we supported this before, any problem with that?
No. Support.
Okay, Nina,
I'm good, yes, support.
Hieronymus? All right, we may have lost him, he has a meeting. Okay.
I'm good.
Okay, fantastic. Improvement district boards.
This one was brought forward by Navajo County, and it would authorize the County Board of Supervisors to create and empower an elected board of directors for a county recreation improvement district. And we would recommend supporting this one as we have in the past.
Anybody opposed to that? Not hearing anybody. Looks good. Supporting, go ahead.
Our next one is Santa Cruz County. Again, we've seen it again. It's a rural county transient lodging tax. It would enable counties with a population of fewer than 500,000 persons to levy a tax on transient lodging in unincorporated areas of the county for economic development and tourism. And we would recommend supporting this proposal, even though it would have a minimal impact on our county.
All right. And we have supported it. Anybody opposed to that? Supporting it? All right. So let's go ahead and move on to the tax increase referral. Yeah, oh gosh, we're back to that again. Go ahead, Santa Cruz County.
And again, this is Santa Cruz County. It would refer to a ballot increase to the state gasoline tax to pay for road building and maintenance between 0.01 and 1% per gallon of gasoline. And after speaking to CSA, this will be pulled and I believe brought forward as a resolution.
Oh, good. Okay.
And it will be tied into the transportation and infrastructure resolution.
Okay. Yeah, we went through that last year. We had to go through all the discussions and then eventually combine them. So they got that to that point. Fantastic. So we don't need to take a position. That's how it's set up on that. Just a point of note, really appreciate everybody hanging in there, but we really need to go in with a better understanding of, generally what's going on. There might be a tiered system, and that's why we get together in the morning to talk about it. There might be higher priorities, which ones can we live with, which ones can't we? So, as we listen to the discussions on this one. So keep that in mind as we have the chance to huddle up. So back to Claire or Trey or Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Claire.
So we will get these all tidied up and we'll work with your directors to get you binders. And again, if we don't have the binder for you today or tomorrow, it will be ready for you at the summit. And I'll turn it back over to Trey.
Thank you, Claire. Yeah, I was just going to say, so we're in receipt of all of your feedback from today, and we'll go through it and make sure to get the talking points on those issues that you've identified. And then also, as Claire said, make sure to get you your binders as well as any of the necessary revisions to the packets. And then Claire, as Claire mentioned, the resolutions will be available at the summit. But if you have any questions on those, feel free to reach out. And then also, as part of the breakfast, the planned breakfast that we have, we will make an effort on that front. And the other thing is, that's a good time for us to also talk about Medium County Caucus and how we want to, navigate County Caucus, anything you want to bring up. And then we, as staff, will share with you anything that you all should anticipate at the County Caucuses.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, and then I'll, chair of that one, so I'll be checking in with Robin as well on that and coordinating with you as well, Trey. Fantastic. Steve? Oh, go. What? What'd you say, Lita?
I said that's why we have to keep an eye on you.
I know. Look at this. Multiple staff members just, watch that Matt Ryan guy. Huh? Go ahead, Steve.
You will note, Mr. Chair, I was never in that group that was naysaying your comments. So, but for the summit, I'll be attending along with, of course, Trey and Claire, just so that we know. District directors who will be attending, just so that we know. Matt, is Greg attending?
Yeah, I think, yeah, I have Greg set up to attend.
Okay. Are any other district directors attending? I don't see any. Okay.
And Steve, I talked to Greg briefly, and he'll be, some things he may not necessarily have time to attend, but he's going to attend what he can, he said.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to get a head counter. But again, Mr. Chair, again, thanks to Public Affairs for doing all the legwork in preparation for the summit.
Absolutely. Actually, I can feel it. It's collating and a little extra burden to put the packets together. Part of it is we just haven't had a chance to meet to go over this, but this was a key piece. So thank you, and appreciate the work that you're all putting in right now. Fantastic. All right, so we're running over, but we really needed to take care of that one since we have CSA start tomorrow on that. Turn to you, Steve. Item 28.
Just real quickly, Mr. Chair, the other items, just wanted to talk about WIR, and of course, we'll do the staff prep on that to work with those members that are attending the week of the 11th. And then that would be it for legislative. I do want to just make a couple comments related to the meeting agenda or the planning calendar. So again,
Before you do, Steve, just pause for a second with WIR. Patrice, since you're our rep on that, did you want to have any additional comments for that? You're muted.
Up there, sorry. Yes, I would. And actually, Julian will be coming to WIR, my district director for that one. So, and of course, there's a lot more going on than just the WIR. I see that they've got NACO Public Lands, which I also sit on, and also other NACO matters. And so there'll be a lot going on. And one of the things we have been able to do, which is very exciting, is that National Forest Chief Moore is going to be there. And so we reached out and asked if we could meet with him so that we could discuss EWPP funding and also FORFRI and other matters. And we have a meeting scheduled with him on right after his presentation, which is on Friday at 11 o'clock. So for those in from Coconino County that will be in attendance with WIR, you certainly are welcome to attend that meeting. It should be informative and have an opportunity for us to meet the new forest chief. So that's a little update and kind of exciting for WIR. I'm going, I think Julian's going. I don't know if anybody else is going to be going from the board.
yes, Mr. Chair, Supervisors, Supervisor Fowler is attending. Also, Supervisor Begay is attending. Lucinda Andriani is attending. Jay Smith, I believe, is attending from Forest Restoration. Chris Pastors is attending the Equitable Economic Recovery meeting that's happening also that week as well. So a lot of different activities, but of course, also Supervisor Fowler sitting in on committees as well. So I'll stop. I see Supervisor Fowler wants to make a comment.
Our RAT meeting is there.
Yeah.
And the economic development team, which Chris and I are on, but we're meeting as well. And we have the Native American caucus that's going to be meeting there as well.
There's a lot going on, so it'll be great. And I'm glad you're doing RAC, and because that is the same time that WIR is taking place. So that's great, Lena. I'm glad to hear that.
So we have about a week for just packages to be put together and support coordinated.
Yeah, we have a whole impact committee that I'm a member of. That one is meeting as well. So I'm gonna be busy.
Yeah.
All right. So back to you, Steve.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just calendar wise, of course, a busy day today, some major policy conversations today, and we really appreciate the board's feedback. The 29th, of course, through the end of this week is CSA's Legislative Summit. October 5th, we are actually going to be starting at 9 o'clock on the 5th, and we're making changes to the morning schedule to accommodate the opening of the Housing Solutions facility. As you were aware, they were able to successfully obtain hotel property that they're converting into housing. And so we're modifying the morning agenda to allow the opportunity for board members to attend that. But on the October 5th, the facilities master plan, we'll do a follow-up discussion on ARPA funds, COVID update. But again, that'll be for the 5th. For the 12th, we are working on actually not having a meeting on the 12th. And so I know there's a lot of traveling happening that week, but looking at the agenda items, we were able to put a few items on the 5th and then push a couple items to the 26th when we have another meeting again. We may have a special meeting on the 19th based on redistricting scenario mapping, but I don't think that's going to happen just given the travel schedules. So if that doesn't happen on the 19th, we will be bringing to the board on the 26th county redistricting scenarios for consideration for your support and approval, so we can take those out on a public roadshow. So I think that covers, we just talked about WIR happening. The 13th of October, also there's the Page Detention Center expansion is slated for an afternoon ribbon cutting. And then on the 20th, we have also a ribbon cutting of a new park restroom facility at Tut Hill. So, and this is all contained in your planning calendars in your packets.
I got to be at the restroom ribbon cutting, you know. Oh my gosh, we're finally there. We're coming into the next century here. So just another point of note, Geronimo and I will be attending the RTAC retreat. In that same week. So anything else, Steve?
Nope.
Okay. Roundtable. Anybody have urgent requests or urgent pieces? We're kind of over. But if there are key pieces that you want to update us on, you know, here's we haven't met in a couple weeks, or I haven't.
You know, I do have some items, but I think, you know, we've been here a long time, and
Yeah.
I'll just go ahead and wait till our next meeting.
Okay. If they can wait, if you have one, you know, please do. Okay. District 1, District 2, Geronimo, do you have anything?
No, I actually have to go to the open house now, so I'm actually going to sign off. I tried to stay on as long as I could, but
Thank you for doing that, Geronimo.
all right, thank you. Take care,
You
everyone.
bet. Lena, do you have anything?
No, I don't have anything right now. Actually, no, I think there is something. We have our courts that are coming in. We're restarting the court. We're gonna restart the in-person birth certificate service at our office, which has been, people have been coming by for that. People need to call our phone number at the office, 928-283-4518 for appointments. So we've been working with Kim and her team. Thank you to the health department for working this out and being able to provide that service again, the birth certificate and the delayed birth certificate. October 14th, we have our Flagstaff Justice Court, and the city court will be in Tuba City. It's going to be at the Legacy Inn. Again, they need to call our office, 928-283-4518 for people to address the issues that they may have. Those are the only 2 updates right now. So thank you so much. I want to thank our justice, our judge, Judge Rodman, for coming out and really taking the time to go out to Tuba City and provide those services out there. So thank you.
All right, fantastic. Well, I've been away. I can give a District 3 update at some future time. As far as chair's report, you pretty much have seen it. You know, everything Steve did or what we did today. I think we're all moving on a lot of issues. Steve, you need some rest, get some rest, very important, take care of yourself. Yeah. And so, and for everybody, for staff, thank you all. With that, I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Very good meeting, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for a great first meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Trey, for being with us.
Happy to be here.